Dance.
Hello everyone, thanks for sticking around. You're watching VCT Pacific. We are doing our first episode of the weekly recap. I'm Victoria, just to recap. We also have Achilleos and Valdez. Yeah, we're doing this already. So the weekly recaps, we're just here to chill with you guys. We're gonna invite special guests over the course of the next 8 weeks and including into playoffs. They'll be here. We're gonna have a chit chat with them, probably make them do weird challenges, and we're just gonna break down some of the hot things that happened over the weekend. This starting off with the first day, we had the Korean dominance. We also saw a very long game on that same day with Global Esports and T1 that went all 3 games. We even saw our first knife kill, like our first full Tondo gaming by Team Secret. What were some of your favorite moments?
Definitely a big fan of the Team Secret win over Talon. I think that was a big turning point in a lot of people's minds for VCT Pacific, where it's like, oh, this is the way it's going to go. It's not just going to be clear cut and dry, and not all the predictions are going to be straightforward. So that was a really big boost, I think, for that scene. I think the 2-1 and both of the map wins being very dominant were a really good sign for Team Secret. So that was fun. I mean, obviously some of our strong teams are really strong, and seeing like some high-level Valorant is always a lot of fun. So also enjoyed the stomps as well, personally.
Yeah. Those are always good.
Yeah.
How about you?
I like when we just turned the stage on for the first time. The intro, finally unveiling it to everybody. Like a school counselor, I just saw myself in the camera. I loved the opening and the first time that the audience kind of got to see the stage and activating it, as we say at the international events and whatnot, having the players take to the stage for the very first time, as well as having a sold out crowd and whatnot here. So that was sick. For me, that was kind of like the best moment of the week. Finally being able to say, okay, Pacific has begun. We can, because we all know this, but we love to work because we love our job.
Yeah.
So when you're not casting and you're just sitting at home watching like other esports go on, you're just like, God, I want to get back in the studio. So it feels great to be back.
I mean, you've been on the international stage. How was the setup? Was it ever set up like this before in Korea? Have you seen like the way the stage was set up with the AR and all those visuals?
We've had some like AR stuff in the past across a bunch of different esports and whatnot, but the way that we're integrating it for this show, I think is very unique. The stage design itself, it feels like you're at one of the international events.
Yeah.
We've kind of gone above and beyond to just match that style and have the same kind of the same kind of feel to it, I suppose, with the massive LED screens, the way that the lights are going crazy and whatnot. So it feels like I'm back at an international event, even though I'm right here at home.
It's really cool. I mean, you're right. I wish sometimes, because I'm usually at the desk, I just want to be inside the audience with the rest of the audience to hear that booming music and that
Victoria
walkout.
cast win.
One day. Let's talk about standings. We're not going to talk about casting. Let's talk about standings. So we had a lot of unexpected wins. I think one learning lesson from all of this was that Brazil lock-in wasn't a true indicator of how they would be performing this weekend.
And I mean, that was kind of always going to be the case. We go off of lock-in a lot because that's the only taste that we really had of the teams and their power levels and whatnot. But just given the format of that tournament, it's a celebration of all of the teams in franchising across the world. It's not a double elimination tournament. It's a single elim. You're playing best of threes. People are going to be going home. So there was always going to be a lot of chance for upset, a lot of chance for teams not being able to really show off their true potential. And I think that we are kind of seeing that. But we're also seeing an immense amount of growth that has been coming out. Again, have to highlight the likes of T1, Team Secret as well, proving themselves after having a pretty easy opponent in Team Liquid, a very tough one in Navi. They're showing their real firepower as well by taking down Talon. Detonation looking a hell of a lot better after that series over in Sao Paulo, as well as RRQ. So I mean, I'm right there with you. I don't think that we could fully trust in everything that we saw at lock-in, but now is where the foundation starts getting laid for all these teams, and we can actually figure out what the rankings look like.
Yeah, also, I mean, this is why regular season play is so fun, because, we got to see, first taste this first week, right? And we're going to do this weekly recap and go over a lot of the cool plays, but we're going to get 9 weeks of this, where it's like every week there's something new, cool that happened. We didn't just only get to see, like 1 or 2 best of threes at lock-in, and that's all I got to see in my favorite team. No, it's like every single week you can find these guys playing at least 1 best of 3, and that's always a lot of fun. So you're going to see some cool upsets. You're going to see some moments where, maybe this team was expected to do really well, they didn't, and then this other team had a big uprising late in the season, and all of those kind of full season recaps, at the end of it, it's like, oh, our expectations were like this, but we had these really cool differences and changes in our minds, and just looking forward to doing the entirety of this regular season.
No, absolutely. I mean, let's just talk about just now. You know, we won't go into too much detail about this, but we just saw RRQ play against Gen G, and that was the first time these two had played against each other internationally.
Yeah, I mean, two very new organizations, but I don't think that we've ever had any of the players from either of these teams clash internationally. So I think that that was across the board very much a first. And clearly, you know, Gen G fairly well prepared. I mean, we were talking about it at the end of the show. Sylvan saying, "Yeah, well, we came out here, we just wanted to win. You know, shoot him in the head, whatever, blah blah blah." We mentioned like that can be dangerous. You don't want to underestimate. Obviously, we did see RRQ picking up a fair number of rounds across those two maps. Really good starts for them, especially on Fracture with that 4-round streak they were able to set up. It's still sucks to see them kind of like end up giving, you know, having that really strong start and then start immediately just dropping round after round after round. 10 consecutive never feels good. I mean, 10 consecutive obviously across both halves, but then dropping the pistol, dropping that eco round. It's very rough, and it's something that needs to be fixed because we've seen it in the past. There are these teams that can get snowballed on, and you need to be able to break the snowball. You have to stop that enemy momentum and then get some back yourself. And I think that that's one of the biggest things they need to work on is just those fundamentals.
Yeah, that's a very good recap. And they didn't really stop it with their second map, Lotus. With that, I kind of want to point out some of the map picks over the last 3 days. Lotus is the last map that we had ended on. It seemed to be quite a popular map, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that we get Pearl and Lotus here at the top. As was mentioned before on the desk by Achilleos, like it does seem like a lot of teams, even at Lock-In, were beginning to pick more Pearl and actually beginning to prioritize this map more than some others. I was happy to see Fracture coming out once again. I actually quite like that map. I think that Gen G played it exquisitely well up against RRQ and really had their number on that one. So yeah, it's been pretty good so far. I'm just, you know, waiting for the first split map as well.
Why don't we talk about, like, real quick, why is there no split?
Happen?
Yeah, why is there no split?
It's hard to say just because I feel like the overarching changes to split haven't really altered the identity of the map too much. I think the teams just really want to continue to drill it and work around the changes that have occurred on the map before they're fully comfortable in playing it. And that also obviously is going to be delayed as you have other agents getting integrated and whatnot. I think it's going to be some time before we see Gecko, but you want to be able to run everything and try every single iteration you possibly can before you're willing to go for a map. And that also extends over to agents. As we can see, we've got through this entire week. No one's opted to pick Gecko yet.
Yeah, no Gecko at all, and no Chamber, of course. I think we kind of saw like the diminishing.
Yeah.
There's so much of him, and now there's none of him, and there's still none of him. But Killjoy being the most played.
I think there's definitely some meta agents. Like, obviously, Killjoy and Jet coming out a lot. KO is a big mainstay, but I'm sure that eventually we'll get one person who's like, I really like Chamber. We won map 1. Let me get a shot at it. Maybe I can play really well. Like, he still is the same agent, obviously, with some big nerfs over the last couple of months. But I think it'll happen, just especially at the beginning of the season. It's like, okay, everybody's just going to play Killjoy and Jet on every single map, and it's not really going to change. Killjoy, I guess, having the lead in one map. But yeah, I mean, pretty straightforward meta picks so far. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but eventually someone like Amon is going to pull out the Reyna. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, Killjoy, it's not shocking, and I do agree. I think that we're 100% going to see Reyna before we see Chamber, before we see Gecko. I feel like that's just, unless somebody really wants to throw a curveball and have that Gecko coming out. But I think Reyna is a bit more likely. I wouldn't mind seeing it from Emin again because he did play it quite proficiently. But we'll have to just wait and see. But I think that for the most part, it's just going to be those two out of the meta. Everything else is kind of going to be filtering in. But given the strength of Killjoy, even with the recent nerfs, it just hasn't quite done enough because the lockdown ult is just still so very valuable. Being able to buy that much space, having it be less reliably eliminated by enemy utility. I mean, it's a fairly heavy commitment. You think about two of the biggest things that can take out that ultimate is a Hunter's Fury as well as a Brim ult, so an orbital strike. And to commit both of those just for a singular lockdown obviously feels very, very bad, but it's something that you have to do because the lockdown is so strong. So I think unless something else happens or some kind of new tech is found,
Gecko.
I mean, the Gecko, you can destroy it with a mosh pit, but that would require, we're going to need to see people play around some crazy lineups in order to make that happen, you know, on common Killjoy spots. So, I mean, I'm curious if somebody will decide to do that. It's just we have to give it a little bit more time, let the teams cook, and see when the time is right to take it out of the oven, I suppose.
All right. Well, let's also talk about our MVP picks, because we had a good discussion about this over the last few days, and we came to a conclusion about a couple of them. One guy for me that stood out a little bit differently than your standard, like amazing, multi-kills was Devi. He really brought these amazing moments where Paper X should have lost. And he was the last man standing and completely clutched the round in 1v3 type situations.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was actually going for Benkai on this one. I think that across both maps in the series, Benkai was instrumental. He's obviously also the IGL, so you have that unsung, uncalculable buff, and that in a statistic that you kind of need to rope into the overall team play, keeping everybody steadied when you are in that situation, like on Lotus versus TFM, where it was looking like they were going to drop the map. But Devi was the one who kind of put, I was going to say pencil to paper, but gun to head against the DFM members and just knocked them down one after the other every single round. On the back end of that map, he was the one who was clutching up to be able to get the wins. And then obviously Meteor, a most recent one that gets tacked on there with just another incredible performance. So I don't think that really any of the ones that we have up there. I agree, I think maybe Devi is the one that people would have expected a little bit less. Because normally going to a PRX series, you probably think it's going to be Forsaken, Jing, maybe even Benkai as I had to vote for. But I mean, Devi came up huge and he showed like, yeah, I deserve to be on this team. So screw you, naysayers.
Yeah, it was cool to see him popping up there. I was impressed by Envy as well. I think from yesterday, it was a huge part of the reason why the team was able to essentially have that consistency across many rounds. Like part of the reason why I feel like the wins from Team Secret were so dominant was because he was getting consistent, multi-kills and stuff like that. So that was cool to see. I also really liked Meteor, just from today. Maybe I'm biased because it's the day I was working, but like he just kind of made both maps about him. Like his raise on Fracture was, you could not ignore him, even though like we were first looking at TS on his team and then we were looking at King and we were like, okay, these two guys are probably going to be the two guys we highlight. And then Meteor's like, no, it's me actually. Again, I'm back, and he did it again on Lotus as well. So I'm kind of biased towards those players that are like, okay, I'm just going to take over the entire lobby, and he did exactly that today.
But again, I mean, you still have to give that shout out to the rest of the team functioning around him to enable him to do that. It does kind of feel almost like a classic Optic and Ye situation where it's just like, let's enable this guy to go ahead and run rampant. And I mean, you take a look at Goddead's statistics at the end of it, the number of assists that he had was enormous. I think he was almost averaging an assist per round throughout that entire set. So great to see Goddead back and just really helping Meteor pop off as we have come to know and love from him.
Yeah. Well, let's actually go into a couple of those highlights, these popping off highlights. Some of our favorite moments. One of my favorite moments was, on day one with DRX versus ZETA. This was a big one when you have Korea versus Japan, this long-time rivalry. It was a really exciting game. I know a lot of the Japanese audience was tuning into this, but DRX was playing so well. And one person that really made it extra exciting was the addition of Foxy 9. It was the first time we'd seen Foxy 9 actually play live with the team. He hasn't appeared until this moment. He had a reputation for maybe getting a little early stage jitters, but then he really warmed up and proved himself, getting like triple multi-kills and ending the game with a really insane ace, a beautiful, clean ace.
Yeah, I mean, we've always known that Foxy 9 has just amazing mechanics. We've seen it from him, but it's always been in show matches, so it's never been on a VCT stage. We all obviously know that DRX was looking at having him implemented into the roster by the time that lock-in came around, but they decided it needed a little bit more time. And even in this matchup, it wasn't necessarily like, okay, this is the game plan. Buzz had personal reasons he wasn't able to attend. Otherwise, we, in all likelihood, we're going to be seeing Buzz competing in this match versus ZETA. But Foxy, he rose to the occasion. He did have those early jitters. We saw that roughness, a couple whiffs at the beginning of the map. But as time went on, he just started dominating. He ends things off with an ace. It's just a perfect cherry on top for him in that debut. And I can't help but feel like he was probably so relieved after just getting that win under his belt and popping off as hard as he did.
Yeah. Also for any naysayers, he's like, it's done and dusted. And I feel like that was a great way to start. It was something kind of fresh and new, and I really enjoyed that. So what was your favorite, Seth?
For me, this might surprise some people, and granted, I kind of surprised myself. Rather, DFM surprised me. Because for me, it is the DFM versus Paper Rex series that this was kind of my highlight for the week. I think this, especially second map, we'll focus in on that. Lotus was where I was very caught off guard with how clean DFM was looking. So Jess in particular was absolutely destroying with this race. The number of kills that he was putting up, despite the fact that this ended up being a loss, was monumental. So I got to give it to this because it was a completely unexpected banger match, one that we didn't anticipate. We thought, okay, Paper Rex, they're obviously going to be contending within like the top 5 teams here in Pacific. DFM probably hovering around the bottom. This should be clean and easy. And again, DFM nearly ended up taking this map for themselves. So just at every moment was looking incredible. You had Anthem as well, finding an ace for himself, our second ace of the tournament at this point after Foxy Nines. And it was just an awesome back and forth between these two squads with Paper Rex, and again, credit to Devi, barely scraping by with the win to close it out 2-0.
Yeah. How did you find this game, Brendan?
I mean, you can just see from the highlights, like, this Lotus map was so hype, it was so back and forth. Like, to see this clutch moment at the end from Devi as well, just barely able to clear out the site, and against all odds, essentially, I think it was like a 2v4, they were able to just get the defuse off, so just really cool stuff. Like, you could see that Paper X were the team that essentially at the end of the day did deserve to take the win, but DFM did not make it easy for them. And I had another match which I thought was really interesting. Obviously, a big one that a lot of us voted for Talon. We were like, okay, they had a great result at lock-in recently in Brazil, so they should be able to take this. Well, Team Secret had a different idea, and it started out with Talon's dominance, winning the pistol rounds, starting off very well. But then all of a sudden, you kind of get double back-to-back clutched by Borkum, who's, not even like the biggest name on the roster, but you're like, oh, like, well, what's going on here? Like, this guy is just going to pop off this hard against us. This is the first one. And then he does another one on the A side as well, which is really beautiful, this one here. And it's just crazy because from there, the entire momentum and the entire story of the series, I feel like, totally shifted.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good early reads, as you were saying, from Talon. This, unfortunately, for Cruz, just getting timing, just shifting back, doesn't see anything on that approach from Tree. Borkum just strikes at the perfect moment. So they really started finding their groove and just really working around Talon, running circles around them. But Talon did have those good early reads. It was looking like that was going to be a much more competitive map. But fortunately, the series was overall competitive in that it went to that 1-2 scoreline for Talon in the loss. But clearly, things that need to be fixed, maybe some change-ups as well for their fracture, because as we were talking about on the desk just at the beginning of the show, during the pre-show, Secret studied the ever-loving hell out of their playbook, and they were just able to really lay it all out there and just shut them down.
Yeah, I mean, that fracture map was brutal. Really interesting plays by both sides. I really like that you like all the understated players and kind of who rise up and surprise us. And I'm expecting a lot more of that coming into next week. We talked a bit about RRQ and their performance today, and they get to go up first next week on Saturday against ZETA. So it's almost like their redo, and we can see how they can do. I'm particularly excited. I mean, this is going to be very obvious, but very excited for the Paper Rex versus Team Secret game right there, front and center.
Yeah, absolutely.
Philippines versus Singapore, Malaysia. Both of these teams had such a strong showing, and having them come head-to-head next week is going to be fantastic. I imagine just so much enthusiasm from the Valorant fans too.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Jesse Bash in his winners interview just yesterday. He was saying, Paper Rex has always been our team to beat within, the APAC region, within Southeast Asia. It's always Paper Rex because DRX isn't included. Otherwise, if DRX is in the mix, they say like, okay, we need to be able to beat them. But there is this long-standing, want to overthrow Paper Rex, since they have often been the representative, since Team Secret was not present at international events in 2022. So they want to basically reclaim that spot that they had established for themselves all the way back at Champs in 2021, where they were able to make it out of that group stage, make it into the playoffs. So I think that this is going to be super exciting because Paper Rex, they do look like they're still, despite the 2-0 victory, on a little bit of a dip. They're still trying to figure out certain things. They need to tighten up certain aspects of play. Again, Forsaken playing that Yoro and Lotus as if it is a Jet, and oftentimes getting a little bit frazzled. I mean, you see that in that Anthem ace where he just TP's like 2 feet to the left and Anthem just pulls out a classic and kills him. So there's things that still need to be fixed from the side of Paper Rex, and Team Secret in the meantime is just looking better and better. From lock-in into this tournament already. So I think that that's going to be an awesome set because Paper Rex, aside from beating DRX, this is probably like one of the other teams that they really desperately want to be able to take down, just given that regional rivalry.
Yeah, and imagine that coming into this one, Team Secret's able to start off the season 2-0. Like that could happen against all odds, essentially. Like these teams have fought each other a lot, Team Secret and Paper X, but like, are they the favorites coming into that matchup? I don't really know. Like before the season really started, I would have said Paper X, but after what we saw this week, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of, the fandom is definitely shifting around as these different teams come face to face with each other. We also have a really exciting T1 and Talon game next week. With that, thank you for joining us for this week's episode 1 of VCT Pacific. See you guys next week. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are on our second weekend of some South Korea action. I'm so excited for all the Valorant that's going to be happening over the next 3 days. I'm Victoria Chang, and on the desk with me, I've got Sideshow and KM Quack.
Hey.
Wow. Wow.
How you doing, Sideshow? How are you looking, Korea?
I'm loving it. It's going great so far.
Yeah?
I just watched the Carmine Corp games last night and mauled it out of my mind. I'm doing great.
Yeah. You were really intense about that. How is Korea for you?
First of all, I'm a huge fan, Sideshow.
Oh, thank you.
I love you so much.
You should be. Yeah.
And yeah, Korea's freaking cool, man. I mean, like, we met up with you guys, and like Seth took us around. We had some blood sausage. Pretty tasty.
How do you say that in Korean, Sideshow?
Sundae.
Sundae.
Yeah, we had sundae-guk, which is blood sausage stew.
Yeah. It was fantastic. We've been having delicious meals. All the cherry blossoms are out, and this is actually paper thin.
Don't
in
believe
case
her.
you weren't
It's
sure.
not true. Don't believe her. Oh,
It's Sideshow.
His
you're right. I
accent.
am. Okay.
Today he's paper thin. So we have a lot of cool things to talk about today. We are kicking off into our second week, so that leaves 7 weeks left for these guys to, win as many rounds as possible. With that, let's pull up the standings, and let's talk about the implications moving forward for each of these teams if they win or lose.
Exactly. I mean, I think this is really, really important because we have 8 full weeks of league play. And then, of course, only the top 6 actually get to make it to playoffs. If you're the first 2 seedings, you get a much better bracket placement. And it's so imperative that every single one of these teams, I think the kind of golden standard that they want to reach out to is like, at least like 4 wins. You don't want anything more than 4 or 5 losses, because if you do, you're pretty much in the danger zone.
Yeah, usually when you're playing, in a round robin like this, you're kind of looking to try to be positive, or at least just maybe one underneath positive, and then you got to beat somebody that's really close to you to have that tiebreaker over them. Yeah. So yeah, I think maybe 4 or 5 losses is about as low as you want to go. Like if you're limboing trying to get underneath this bar that we've created here for this group stage, you don't want to go much lower than that, or you're going to break your back.
Let's talk about the teams that are at the top and the teams that are at the bottom of the current standings. Like who's going to be feeling the heat?
I mean, of course, DRX is on top.
No one's surprised. No one's surprised. I mean, look, like, DRX is the team to beat. There's no one who's not thinking that that's not the case. Literally no one I talk to anywhere on the planet thinks that. If you do, you're nuts. All right? So this is the team to beat. If you get a win off DRX, that's great. That's huge. That's a really big win in your column. But most teams, are probably going to have an L in that column facing DRX.
Yeah, and we do, all the teams, this is the road to Tokyo Masters, and that's very exciting for all the teams. With that, let's actually go and talk about RRQ, and they're currently near the bottom of the standings. Again, it's only been the first weekends, but they are at the bottom of the current standings. So let's recap a bit Gen G and RRQ, and how did that go?
I mean, Gen G and RRQ, of course, we saw a lot of great ideas from both teams, but I think it has to be said, right? Meteor, we saw a lot of crazy highlight plays coming out from him. God Dead as well, with the tissue up his nose. We love that guy.
It's classic.
And Paper Thin, what did you think of that game? Because you had a lot of interesting commentary about God Dead and Sylvan and the implications, the impact that they had on those games.
Yeah, certainly. We're gonna get into this more later, but I'm really impressed with the way that these 2 players were able to come in and kind of play the way that I'm used to seeing them play. Like they used to play in VCT Korea, which I had been casting for the last couple of years. I've seen these guys play a lot. God Dead, a known quantity to me, a very good initiator, played with FRQ, played with Onslayers, played very well usually, except maybe against DRX, but on the other hand, Sylvan was a superstar controller. Now he's coming in playing some initiators, mainly Fade, and it didn't go that great. I shouldn't say it didn't go that great. It went pretty well, but it's kind of interesting to see him in a different role.
That's right. And we had some really key highlights from a particular player from that team. I think that might be Meteor. That was one of what we noticed at the desk last week. Meteor strikes down.
No,
with so much love. Look at that little heart.
I know, but this guy is he's like that ultimate endgame spell
really
you
is.
call in Final Fantasy. When you're
Yes.
when you're playing Sephiroth, you're like, I need the meteor to come down.
Ifrit.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna do 9,999 damage. Like he is the guy that you're looking for to just come in here and like take rounds away from the other team on sheer skill alone.
He really did kind of go way over 9,000. There was like one round he'd gotten ace, if I'm not wrong, especially on Lotus. He was set up, of course, by his teammates. I believe Goddead and Sylvan were there to back him up, but he just floated up in the air and struck down RRQ kind of like a meteor.
He was living up to his name completely. I mean, he was just an amazing duelist in both those games.
Yeah, you can see that some of these he's getting set up by the flashes. Right here, there's the flash from Goddead that allows him to get 2 of those early kills, and then some of them he's just able to do it on his own. But it's a team effort here for Gen G, and that's what's really encouraging is that, you know, with Goddead and Sylvan coming in, I saw a lot of great utility coming out of both of those players, but in particular Goddead on that KO was super impactful, finding a lot of value with his flashes to help Meteor become, you know, the superstar that we know he's capable of being. But no superstar can do it alone. It's always got to be a team effort.
I mean, I'm just picturing like his teammates fanning the flames behind his back, that sort of thing. I'm just never ever gonna get that picture out of my head now because Meteor, he has that fiery aura about him, I think.
Yeah, and we have one more game that I want to recap on. That was completely unexpected. It was Talon versus Team Secret.
Unexpected.
Okay, I mean, for most of us, or at least for some of us, except for like, okay, Quack, except for Quack.
I
really?
had Team Secret. It just didn't get updated on the graphic.
Oh, now everyone is.
I posted my proof on Twitter.
did,
No,
you did.
I did. I had this changed.
We have our Pinoy pride.
Okay.
Also, it's in the like intro for the whole season video. I did pick Team Secret.
Okay, that's fair. Fine. So I predicted wrong about Talon because I really thought they were going to win, even though I heart Team Secret as well. We ran into them in Myeongdong last night, actually. They looked really chill. I mean, they're chilling out, shopping. I think they're looking good for the weekend. Oh! Oh!
What does he have spoons in his side?
Is this supposed to be a Matrix reference? I don't know what I'm looking at.
There
Is
is
he
no
Morpheus? What is this?
Do you want the red pill or the blue pill?
Yeah, right. Well, he's definitely giving people the red pill. I mean, he's just all over. He was incredible.
There
Absolutely.
is no spoon.
There
really is.
with this guy, there are no spoons. He's just bending everyone to his will with that KO.
And that's basically what he did. I mean, the highlights that we'll see in about a second. He had so many clutch moments, saved his team from so many rounds where it almost looked like Talon was just about to make it. Of course, on Ascent, I think Talon were trying out an interesting composition that perhaps didn't quite execute so well. And Team Secret just had this classic composition where Envy was able to anchor down sights and then going over 3 takes. He had some sneaky plays like this one up on Rafters. And I mean, you just gotta love this guy. Some of the young guns coming into the game.
I'm really impressed with how good he is individually, how well he reacts to situations around him. So many like 1v2s that he wins by himself that normally, you know, you think a player might get traded. He's in kind of a tough spot, but he's just able to come through with better aim. And look at this, he's out in the open here and he wins a 2v1 in a heartbeat. He was doing this all over the place when I was watching the VODs, so I was super impressed with Envy. So definitely a guy we got to keep our eyes on. I mean, Talon, you know, they didn't play horribly. You know, we got the map. They played pretty well on Icebox. We could maybe go into that later, but this guy was all over the place. So many multi-kill rounds.
Showed up so much, and I mean, the stats reflect that. 2.2 KDA, several first bloods as well. I mean, as an initiator, you're supporting your teammate, but this guy is basically everywhere, and you can see that he has that presence to show up in some sneaky positions that I think Talon weren't quite expecting. But of course, you know, this is the kind of week that we're going to have this time because Team Secret are going to be playing against Paper Rex tomorrow.
That's right. We are going to see a pretty hot game tomorrow, and hopefully we see more hot plays by Envy and the rest of his team. With that, I have some serious breaking news from the owner and CEO of Global Esports. We have a video that we need to run, and this could change everything about VCT Pacific as we know it. Let's run that video.
What's this?
I'm here today with a very important announcement with regards to Global Esports' VCT roster. As you all have been following us on social media, we have had a lot of problems with our visa, our passport, and things have been indefinitely delayed. To combat these problems, we have come up with a solution. While it may not be perfect, we know that this is the best solution.
Who are we bringing or what's going on?
And we're quite proud of what we have come up with.
Okay.
Moving forward, in our VCT roster, we are going to have 2 additional Korean players that we are signing to our roster.
Localizing?
So now, the
I
roster
like
will
it.
be along with Aaron, Bazi and
Texture,
Texture,
yeah.
two new Korean players,
Okay,
and we will
okay.
have Monier and Rongsky as
Sure,
standouts.
sure. Okay.
Without
Who
any
are we
further
bringing?
ado,
Bunny?
No
Bunny?
Indian players.
I want to see
New
Bunny.
players we have
Bunny.
signed onto our
Bring
roster.
Bunny back.
Wait,
Sorry, this is my like F4Q bias. Nah.
what's
Wait.
happening?
Who
Wait.
is this?
No. No
blurred.
way. No! I know this. I know this player. I know who it is. Ah! No!
Are you?
It's not possible. It's not possible.
Mako!
And
Wait, this is a duelist. I know this play. This guy.
I know that play. I was there. I
He
casted
did
it.
a debut and he's now on.
No. What?
fighting?
They got the jackets and everything. What?
What
Oh
are we going to do with
no.
our Indian players, you may ask? For our Indian players, we're going to have
Yeah,
an
they still have
all-Indian
Askirasi.
roster. And going forward to combat visa, passport, and the
No, he's
various
going to
other
Sentinels,
issues that
I
we've
bet.
had, we've come up with this strategy. For VCT Pacific, we're going to have primarily a Korean roster. along
Okay.
with Harren. For
Makes
VCT
sense, makes
Masters
sense. Yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
Japan, we're going to go with an all-Japanese roster. For VCT Champions,
They're going
in
full-
LA, we're going
full
to go with
global.
a
Full
North American
global.
roster.
Oh my
It's the
This
full
way we can
global.
combat our visa problems
You never go
and
full
deal
global,
with
but they're
whatever
gonna
we
try
need on
it.
the competitive front at the same
All
time
right,
without any
Rashendra.
operational hurdle.
My papers are everywhere now.
That's
This is.
GE fighting.
I guess they're gonna have to start
No
calling me.
freaking-
What on earth is going on? What is DRX gonna do? This is gonna change the entire standings.
They're getting yay. They're getting yay.
No
That's what's
freaking
happening.
way.
DRX is getting
That
yay.
is why
Yeah.
it has been so quiet
That's
for
right.
Yay.
I can't.
I'm done, dude.
Just get off
go
the
to
stage.
commercial break.
Go-
I don't know what that.
We're out of here, I guess. Bye. This is over.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
If I'm gone, baby, so when I'm gone, baby, if I did you wrong, baby, you gotta elevate. I might be long or I might come right home, even if I'm alone, baby. You gotta elevate. We made up. I told you to get away. You know I've been fed up. I said it before. It feels like we've been fading, 'cause of your stupid games. And I don't wanna wait more, but girl, you should know, baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. I'm sorry that I never took you out. Oh, I'm sorry for the ways that I
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We were told if we do not remain at this desk, we would be deported from Korea. So we are back here with you. I'm Victoria. We've got Hey, I'm Quack, and Paper Thin figuring out his paper
Yeah,
situation.
now they're going to call me Paper Fling because I sent papers everywhere.
It was a very emotional
Paper
moment.
flip. Yeah, it was very emotional, very real too. That's definitely happening. All those things we just saw on those fields. It's definitely not. It's March 32nd today, so. You know.
It is, and it's just everything is a little bit crazy with the weather. Let's reel it back in and get back to the games and be serious professionals that we are. We are going to talk about ZETA. ZETA is playing today. We got ZETA and RRQ. Let's break down ZETA first. Let's recap their game against DRX. Paper Thin.
It didn't go great. If we're just being honest, they had some good ideas at the beginning. I thought they made some good reads. But once DRX adjusted, there was never any readjust from the side of ZETA. I was definitely a little bit flustered with that. I really thought they'd be able to push DRX a little bit more. And you saw with, Stacks tweeting about it too, that he said he doesn't think that this is what this team is truly capable of.
I mean, he's just definitely happy with that. But yeah, it has to be said. A lot of those rounds that we saw, especially on Ascent, DRX were just going with the same B execute, and once they had that momentum, they even switched things up. They adapted, like I think we were talking about during the break, Clinton. Mako lurking around mid, sometimes they rotate over to A, and so many times we just see ZETA kind of playing catch-up. They're almost like playing tag just to catch back up to DRX. So what I think is that ZETA just keeps on playing too safe. So many times that we saw, especially at the start, it kind of worked out, pistol round perhaps. They were kind of just basically camping around defender spawn, market, let DRX in. Those retakes worked, but once DRX had guns, like you just cannot give DRX that much space. So for today's matchup, I'm going to pull out a Blue Lock reference. I don't know if any of you older folk watch this anime.
Why am I in this match?
I'm sorry.
That's just him.
I'm sorry.
Wow, Kilios has got you started on this already. Unbelievable.
I'm going to go full weeb on this. I love my anime, but
that was
Blue Lock. It's
insensitive.
So I'm sorry.
Please continue your point.
But yes, we need to see ZETA have one of these players become kind of that egoist. You need someone who has that just slight arrogance or confidence to go with something aggressive. If you can have some rounds where you can catch your opponents off guard, find that momentum, you will be able to claim that lead. And I think that's something that we tried. We saw a little bit, some glimpses off from ZETA, but we just need more of that. I have an example, which is from round 1, where they actually took a risk. They pushed out A main, they contested for it, they got a lot of information, and after that, they knew exactly it was going to be a B hit. They set up for it, it was good.
Yeah, if anybody's going to take risks, it's usually Depp, but that's not always the risk you want to be taken, right? You need somebody like Sugar Zero or Laz to get out there on the map and try to go for these lurks, or if 10, if he's going to continue to play the Sentinel role, then they've got to be able to push out on the map like you're talking about, not only to get information, but to cause disruption, to really have to make DRX rethink how they're, because they make the adjustment like you're talking about. They move Mako into mid. Well, now you've got a counter lurk maybe coming from top mid on Ascent to counter Mako's lurk into mid, then DRX has to start rethinking everything, and then you're at least throwing their ideas off pace.
That's right. So I guess if you want to make some breakfast, you got to break some eggs. They need to break their little egg today. Someone's got to break some eggs.
Is this a bald joke, Victoria? Wow.
It's a good day. This is the most inappropriate desk in the history of VCT Pacific.
You gotta break some eggs.
It's the best day to do it, right? And today's the day.
It's the day.
Yeah, it's your birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Paper Thin.
Oh no, we're not. No. I am not Ryan Central. Don't you put this on me. There's no way.
The cake, it's coming.
No.
Happy birthday.
No, we're not starting this.
Speaking of age, RRQ is one of the youngest rosters, right? And experience level. Tell us more about that, Quack.
That's right. And I think they might be the youngest team out of all the teams in all the international leagues. Of course, it's an Indonesian organization. They have some Filipino players, EJ, Iman, 2GE, and then picking up Flipscheider, X-Feral, Elmi Moore, of course. And I think it's just this team that's still kind of figuring themselves out. Like Seth said last week that they have yet to find their identity. With a tweet from Ewok as well, they just kind of are starting to figure out how to do English comms with everyone. From the time they were picked up till now, I think they've only had actually 6 months together. That's not a lot of time compared to ZETA, who have played basically since forever, since the start of Valorant.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mishmash for RRQ, and I think you did a good job with that. You're a young guy, so you understand the young players and their mindset. You're going to be out there. I don't know exactly what Zoomers do these days. Do people still collect Pokemon cards? Like, I don't know.
I
Well,
don't
they
know.
do,
It's
they
still
do.
a
Yeah,
thing.
see, it's still a thing, so I'm not wrong. But look, like, there were some really good ideas. Again, it's kind of like we saw with ZETA, where they have some good reads on their opponent. We saw some, like, double stacks or, some off-angle positions that caught Gen.G off guard with RRQ. It's just a matter of getting the kind of follow-up ideas there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting that comms is an issue. We used to make jokes about it with RRQ, like, a lot of the internet was, but it's actually a serious issue. So we can see here, both teams that are facing off today are at 0 wins.
The egg.
The eggs. They gotta crack some eggs.
You're just going to keep diving into that well, Victoria.
Yeah, I'm
just
sorry.
sitting here,
I mean, but this does bring back to the point that we had earlier on when we were looking at standings. You don't want to lose too many games. You don't want to lose too many series. Right now, they're at 0-1. 0 wins, 1 L. If, whatever happens today, one of these teams is going to go 0-2.
If you come out of here 0-2 today, you have to make a great run the rest of the way. Like, you have to fix your problems right now and start really performing better. I mean, you've got tough opponents the rest of the way down. There's no particularly easy opponents left. There aren't really, in my opinion,
to make
any.
It to playoffs.
But it's just really tough. And I think there's something really interesting in this stat
Yeah, this
line.
is interesting.
Now, neither of them played a ton of rounds. There are only 5 rounds between the two of them, so 2 maps. But look, the post-plant win percentage here for ZETA is a little bit misleading, because ZETA won 5 out of their 6 post-plants, but they had 13 rounds on attack, which means they only got the plant down 6 times, and that was basically the only way they could win the round. The rest of the round, DRX won by just killing them. There was only 1 defuse out of 13 attack rounds. The rest of the time, DRX was just winning straight up. I mean, just winning with rifling.
Definitely some of these statistics are a little bit more inflated. I believe RRQ winning the pistol rounds as well. It was off of trap plays from Elmimore and stuff like that, but it wasn't that many pistol rounds actually played because it was 0-2. So it bears to be said, these teams really need a lot more coordination, I think, because like we said, RRQ, really young team. ZETA, also struggling on coordination some rounds. Some of them seem to have different ideas. I think today, the better coordinated team will actually come out on top.
Yeah, I like that you're saying that. I think that really is kind of the most important factor, and it's something that I really wanted to hammer home at the beginning of ZETA's broadcast yesterday when I was casting the game, is that when ZETA's at their best, it's when they're playing together. It's when they're playing off of each other, they're trading, when they're playing at a fast tempo. And I don't mean like they're just pushing.
Yeah.
I mean that they're dialed in to work off of each other, like, instantly.
Even with like swings and stuff like that, right? You want to be able to comms together, maybe do like a countdown, and when you swing, you have to do it like at the proper angle. Someone do it short, someone do it wide, and some of these calls comes down to these 2 players, the IGLs of both teams.
Yeah, you said it great. I think a lot of confidence is missing in a lot of their plays, and a lot of confidence does come from the IGL, that inspiration. So let's break down these 2 IGLs. We got Laz and Xfero.
Xfero, I've heard it pronounced a couple different ways now, because we were talking about, we got a little bit confused thanks to the staff telling us that, like, the RRQ staff, not our staff, the RRQ staff telling it was pronounced one way, and then I listened to his video and he pronounced it completely different. And I was like, all right then.
Make it your name.
Xfero, I think, is what he wants to go with. But look, like, Laz is he played good. He had a positive KD scoreline against DRX. We know this guy's nuts, and he switched over to the Initiators, playing very well no matter what he's doing. So it's getting the rest of ZETA to play with him, and it's him also making good calls, making confident calls, and making calls that ZETA feels confident to follow up on. So all of those things need to start coming together for them.
I mean, I just love this guy. First of all, he's super cognizant of things that are happening on the map. Second of all, the man just looks like he's coming out of an anime. Moving on from that,
he
though,
just looks really good. Yeah, but
really
those
does.
Odin plays were really interesting. We're talking about that lack of confidence, but that was a particular round then, that clip, where we saw a bit of that ZETA energy.
Pushing out and everything. And then here we have Xfero, of course. He had some of these really measured and controlled plays. I believe he was saying in his video that's up on Twitter that he prefers to play a little bit more disciplined. He doesn't want to be too crazy. And that's where I think he needs to be the guy to step up to kind of control his team. You know, they're a really young roster. They could come up with some interesting strats, something that breaks the mold, invent a new meta. Because a lot of these teams right now, none of them have picked Gecko yet. EMEA did. Pacific hasn't so far. They could be the first.
I could see it happening. I could see it happening. And I think he's a good initiator. He leads the way by example. Like he was, you could see there in those clips with Sky, right on Lotus, like when they were coming in through C-Link there. Time and time again, they would make really good breakouts. And it was him setting up with his Sky utility to make sure that at least the initial kind of re-entry in towards the site was decent. Now the problem is their protocols and their communication were off. And like we talked about, they have switched languages that they're communicating in now. So that's just going to take a little bit of time to fix. It's just, I don't know if 1 week is enough here to beat ZETA, who should be, in theory, better coordinated.
With that, let's talk about our predictions.
Oh
now, we actually discussed this. I'm going to spoil the surprise. It's all ZETA. But was this a close vote for you guys? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's explain that thought process.
It was really hard for me because I thought RRQ showed more potentially, if that makes sense. Like potentially there's more potential on RRQ. But I think just ZETA's a bit of a more known quantity to me, and I think that ZETA should be able to, in theory, right the ship and play better today. Just a little bit. I think it's going to be a very close match. I think it's going to be a 2-1, but I think ZETA has just a little bit more depth right now.
I personally, how do I go about this? 8-pack caster, all right? I kind of do want to support RRQ. Flips, Bonnie, he did cook me Indomie when we met in Champions in Istanbul, so like I love the guy. But just for this one, just for this one, I kind of went with a personal bias. I just want to see ZETA. I just want to see a Japanese team at Masters. That's so, ZETA, please do well.
I would love to see a Japanese team at Masters, and I agree with you guys. It's going to be a very close match. A lot of these teams have various aspects to work on, like you both said, and really, it's about team coordination, like you pointed out. It's all down to team composition, coordination, and communication, which we know is like stronger on some side, one side more than the other. I mean, I hope we see some eggies broken today.
Yes.
Not
Not me. I don't want it. I don't want it.
Again.
I like having my head intact. Like that's my own personal egg opinion. But look, I think I think RRQ just needs to kind of if they can have better post-plant protocols, because that is the one thing that was really killing them. We saw that 50% win rate in post-plant. That's not going to cut the mustard here. They're going to really have to work on those protocols, work on that discipline, and also be able to readjust, because we saw Gen G make adjustments, especially on Fracture. There was a great B plant setup and then post plant for the side of RRQ. Gen G adjusted. They sent more people out in the flanks, things like that. They've got to be thinking ahead. They've got to be trying to predict how their opponents are going to react to their plays if it's going to come through. Now, that being said, who knows with ZETA, because they were kind of vanilla in that last match. So I'm a little worried for them in that respect.
So what's it going to take for ZETA then? So we have a little bit of insight of how RRQ could potentially take the win home. What's it going to take for ZETA to get this win? Again,
I mean, of course, coordination. Of course, you want to be able to adapt. But for me, it really is just down to confidence.
Yeah.
We talked about it, right? Like, they look standard. They look like they're playing vanilla comms, double initiator meta. That's like, we've been seeing this since last year, since Champions, since lock-in. It's time to go with something new. It's time for someone to step up, to invent the new wheel. It's time to see someone become an egoist, I think. Because, once again, that's the thing about ZETA. They're so safe. I think they're really emotional players as well. There was that interview like a couple years ago, Laz literally broke down in tears, and he moved
multiple
so many
times.
people to tears. Exactly. They must be feeling so much pressure right now, dude. They must be feeling the weight of Japanese Valorant on their shoulders. I think it takes a certain mindset to kind of lift that off and just play the game.
break through the mental. I think it's really interesting that you brought up unique gameplay or tactics, and I would say that's a real strength in Pacific to invent this really outstanding plays that we haven't really seen anywhere else in other regions.
Yeah, this is the region known, especially Korea, for the set plays, for these like unique strategies and tactics. Exactly. Like DRX, the first one to bust out the Viper Harbor comp in the big stages. We might have seen it other places, but yeah.
Well, with that, we are ready to open the show, and may the best team win. Let's go over to the stage.
Face.
This is VCT Pacific introducing RRQ and ZETA division.
Yeah, Depp and 2GE, so very two different roles between those players. You got a duelist and who has been playing controller, at least as of last week, is 2GE, but Depp in particular, a player who you want to see pop off.
Especially on duelists and such. These two are obviously different roles too. I think EJ is the duelist for RRQ, but man, I mean, do they look ready or what?
I hope so. EJ's one of the younger players.
Sugar Zero and Flipchider. I mean, obviously, Sugar Zero had that moment where everybody thought, is this guy the next, controller that we're all going to be, looking at and talking about? He hasn't kind of lived up to those expectations. Flipchider, Initiator so far, as both teams have been kind of running with more double Initiator than double controller. But then you got the two who played Sentinels last time, 10 and Elmimore.
10's got cool hair.
He does. 10 is always like, I will say, ZETA has fashion. Like they look good. These guys are always out here like styling. I'm a little bit jealous of what they can do.
Again, I think everyone from ZETA just looks like they're out of an anime, especially Laz. Xpiro looks hella ready though, and that's the thing. Nobody's really doing any crazy walkouts. They look serious today.
Yeah, you're right. Their game faces are on. Coaches.
XQQ and Ewok. Of course, Ewok is the one who kind of tweeted out talking about how they need to fix their comms and they're not going to just play out their mistakes. They're going to own up to it. So hopefully they'll improve today.
The teams are getting ready for Game 1, and this is their first time facing off each other on the international stage.
Yeah, a really exciting matchup, but again, really important for both these teams. They struggled to start, and you don't want to let that slide much further. Like we've been talking about, you have a little bit of room for error here to make it to the playoffs, to be one of those top 6 teams. But after this, there's no easy matches for anybody really. And so for these two, you know, I guarantee both of these are looking at as almost a must-win here, with the playoff implications potentially as being, you know, right now we're looking at these two teams as maybe being outside of the playoffs potentially. Who knows? So they really want to get this win through here today and carry through into their next match.
Without a doubt. In fact, I think we're seeing earlier on with the standings image some of the future matches that they will have as well, and it does not look any easier. They will still have to play against teams like Team Secret, Paper X at some point. But of course, you know, this is what we have today, and I'm just itching to get into map predictions.
Yeah, what kind of maps do you want to see today?
I kind of feel like for a lot of these teams,
Lotus?
maybe not. But
it's only because of RRQ. I like the map, but
they keep picking it. But based off of map picks from last week, it kind of looked as if they kind of like Haven. They often leave that to be the decider map. And then it's more important for them to ban out their opponent's like kind of signature maps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you saw against Leviathan, they took out Icebox, and then against DRX, they took away Fracture. I mean, I can see either one of those being a ban here for ZETA. That it seems like those maybe aren't comfortable maps for them. You know, Fracture is sort of like you're either great at it or you're not. So yeah, ZETA is going to eliminate Fracture here right out the rip. So it seems to be so far this season a map that they're not super keen to play. I don't blame a lot of teams that don't want to play this map. It is sort of boom or bust in some ways.
You don't want to play against Elmi more in Fracture, that's for sure. I mean, he had so many Cypher traps up on that one. Pearl is another one, I think, for ZETA. It's one of their favorites. They picked it against DRX. They played some a little bit more refreshing compositions, Harbor, Viper, excuse me, and might not have worked out, but it does seem like RQ does not want to deal with that. Haven. Okay, right off the bat.
Yeah.
It's the map they've been leaving open, right? It's the one they've been floating for that very last map. So it makes a lot of sense that this is probably ZETA's second, you know, most comfortable pick behind Pearl. Pearl, the map where they almost beat Leviathan, right? It was 13-11. So, and it's another
safe map.
Yeah, a safe map, and also the map that, frankly, ZETA struggled on. I mean, it looked really brutal after those first 4 rounds, right?
A little bit, yeah. They really couldn't recover after that, but I do hope that they will be able to show us some new ideas to challenge RQ, go in with some aggressive plays, and then moving forward.
Split, please? Maybe leave Split open?
I don't know.
Please?
No. I don't feel like any of the Pacific teams like Split so far.
No, they don't. None of them do. Maybe ZETA should, but...
It's the only map with the VCT Pacific posters,
the poster.
Too. Come on, guys.
It's unfair. Also, ZETA's really good at Split, so I totally understand why RQ is removing this, right? That's one of the maps that that ZETA beat DRX at Reykjavik last year, so...
This one, though,
Lotus is back.
I don't know. Have we seen ZETA play Lotus before? I'm not entirely sure, but RQ definitely has.
No, we haven't seen it. We haven't seen Lotus from
leaving it open could be.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the decider map. The map pool is quite conservative. To your point, let's talk about the different approaches to this map. What kind of team comps will really make or break the difference in the first game?
I do feel like this is one of the maps where we saw ZETA perform with their Cinderella run. We had the Sky, we had the double initiator, a lot of coordinated takes, and they were really just gelling in that run. So I'm kind of hoping to see that double initiator, and that is kind of what they're hovering over.
Yeah, Lad's back on the Sova, so no changes from what we saw last week so far from either team in terms of their respective roles. I was wondering if maybe there'd be a little bit more shifting around as we're seeing Haven for ZETA the first time this year. But yeah, the only difference we're getting out of the two comps is, right, the Astra versus the Omen, and to me that's more of like a preference. I don't really feel like necessarily one controller is better on this map than the other. You have a little bit more flexibility with the one-way smokes with Omen versus a lot more post-plan or, you know, kind of retake ability potentially with the Astra with the way to control space with her utility.
It does speak to me, though, that if you pick an Omen, you just might be the one to start initiating fights, and that's kind of what I want to see from ZETA. As to RQ, maybe they're playing a little bit more safe. I don't know how that's going to work out, but, you know, perhaps they'll just play off of that defensive start, kind of have that global presence. 2G being the one to do that, though, is rather interesting. I thought it might be X-Pharaoh.
Yeah, this is in color now.
Oh,
that used to be red last week.
Now we've upgraded. We've got
We are upgrading here in Korea. Well, all there's left to do is to get into the game and hear from our casters. Today, we've got Achilleos and Will. Take it away, boys.
Don't mind if we do. And welcome, I'm Achilleos here alongside William.
That's
we'll
me.
be guiding you guys through the action here today, and it seems like, I mean, the desk talking about it, you know, everyone going for ZETA as far as their predictions are concerned, but it does feel very down the line. Myself, also, this feels like a coin flip for both of our matches today.
Yeah, I mean, you were wondering who you should really try to predict here before we had to submit our predictions. I submitted RQ, but I'm in the same boat, right? I mean, it's no surprise if this goes to either team. You know, I was just kind of standing on the side of, I think RQ's setups looked a little bit better, whereas ZETA, it's more of a macro thing. They need to kind of pick up their pace a little bit. They need to be a little more decisive, a little more certain about the decisions they make. We'll see what they change. I mean, both of them bring out the breach as well here on a set, which we've seen done before.
That we have plenty a time as we go ahead and get ready to jump into our first map here, ZETA versus RQ. Both teams not able to pick up victories in their first matchups, but arguably had two of the toughest teams to face off against. RQ with Gen G, DRX for the side of ZETA. Now it's about who can come out on top, because as the desk was highlighting, Tokyo is on the horizon. That Masters event is there. And ZETA, of course, absolutely want to get there. RQ just as much, maybe slightly less, but they still very much would love to be in attendance.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, starting off on Haven this time around. And I was mentioning it, right? RQ, their setups just seem to be a bit better. I mean, we saw some of it in their previous match against Gen G as well. The problem becomes when they start to get picked off and then they panic a bit. So we'll see if that's been cleaned up as they go through this pistol round.
Well, in we go. As for now, Crow just waiting. As 10 goes creeping forward here into mid. They want to see if they hear anything.
I do like the start from RRQ though, right? Oftentimes we've seen kind of these pushes out on defense on the pistols.
Aggro.
Yeah, just to get rid of a side of the map. But you know, they don't hear anything, so they also just sit tight. I mean, they're seeing some util over on A side, but we're not going to see any extra movement yet.
Obviously, we also don't hear anything. So there we go. I was going to say, we'll get the game audio fixed. Just bear with us for a second. We should be all right.
RRQ's being very smart about this. Yes, they saw the jet coming in on debt, but Zafiro saying, I haven't seen any extra util, so let's not rotate just yet. The utility's still standing by on C with Astra and Killjoy.
Yeah, just going to be setting out a smoke and actually lobbing a nanoswarm in there. But in the meantime, I mean, this big creep through from Depp, he's cleared out the A site, says, yeah, go ahead, come on in, boys. So the rotation starts to come across, smoke out into heaven, just in case there's any fast rotators, and of course that will go ahead and block off Zephyro for the time being as the rest of ZETA get themselves into the site. 10 now playing that long lurk up into mid, manages to make first contact, finds EJ.
Oh, this is so good. 10 playing so smart because not only does he get the kill, but now they have to worry about where he might still be and eventually be able to strike from behind. Now, he did have to go all the way through Garage, so this is a bit of a timing problem.
That it is. Oh, some whiffs though from Depp. Gets a little bit of tab damage in. Crow sets up for the kill. Does manage to find one, but then gets traded back. Now Flip Cheddar finding 10. Suddenly 2 players left, both playing out of short. Zephyro gets the first one, and they can't quite line up the classic shots. A free plant here in the pistol, but it's going to be RQ taking away the round win.
Oh, 10 not getting the kill onto Flipstrider was so important there. I mean, he actually got the timing perfectly as well, but Flipstrider just keeping in mind that they still have not cleared the Killjoy from the map, turns around just in time to win that duel, and that allows for a safer retake onto A. That way they can keep both angles open as they go through connector.
Yeah. Brutal. A solid first kill, but things just falling apart from there. RQ, good to stabilize, and it's going to be a nice fast track as well towards that Hunter's Fury. You can already hear the pop-offs coming through here. The players very much amped up. That's a good start. Let's see, though, how cleanly they can take away this anti-eco round. Depp going for the rush. They have the stun out. Flipshider does get slowed up. The headshot comes across. He's going to try to recover the weapon. And EJ's just a little bit too late to get the punish.
Yeah, the most important thing now for EJ is just not to overcommit here. Has to wait for Zafiro to come by. So now they're 2-2, but this means that they couldn't push out from either C or A, so they have to push through the site on B.
A double face there out of the C link. They do manage to take down Depp. That is going to be the one weapon recovered, now stranded on the site. After shot goes forward, try to buy some extra time. Nanoswarm to try to flush them out of that corner. As Pharaoh managing to find one. Pharaoh answers back, stick onto the spike. Flash comes in, Elmy Moore with a great headshot, lines it up. Shock dart, it'll tag him low, but it's not going to be able to find the kill. They try to spam him down, and it's not going to happen. So in the end, 2 weapons left on the ground. RRQ will go ahead and pick up the anti-eco.
Yeah, and I was wondering if they'll remember that Phantom dropped by Zafiro. They'll pick that up as well. So, you know, all in all, it's not bad, right? They commit to the Phantom on the round 2, which has kind of become the meta since last year, and they're able to still retain that along with 2 Spectres. Now, if we look at how this panned out, RRQ, they were somewhat ready for this. They were ready to let B go. It's simply the fact that Flipstrider gets hit by the stun, not able to move out of the way in time, but EJ's Kami doesn't overcommit, and they still have a 4-man retake.
Just like a fun tidbit here, William.
Sure, I'm always down for fun tidbits.
Clint was kind of mentioning it. We haven't seen ZETA play Haven, obviously, this year.
Yes.
The last time that we saw them play it was in a VCT event, I should say.
Oh.
Was at Champions versus Boom Esports.
Oh!
And it was an 11-13 loss.
Oh, you are right.
So the core of RRQ with Zafiro, you know, then known as Tebetol, as well as Flipstrider, were able to take down ZETA on this very map. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, see if they can channel that energy once again. And I think that just goes to show, I mean, listen, the IGLing, right, and the setups, that's okay on RRQ. They're in a decent place with that, but now it comes down to communication and not overheating, not overcommitting when they start to get into these scrappy skirmishes.
And one of the things that, you know, their coach Ewok was saying after last week's matches was that they're still not quite where they want to be, but everyone's giving it their all. And obviously one of the biggest hurdles has been working on everyone calming in English.
Yes.
Because of the roster set the way that it is, that is a necessity. So they've been working through it, and I think that, you know, we saw good improvements already in that first set.
Oh, absolutely. But Ten's already made it through B site. If he can get Flipstrider here this time, he does win that duel this time, and it's a site that should be able to get taken over pretty easily.
That still into the back, managing to find a second kill. Does get spotted, does get cleared, but right as Depth's attention gets turned over to the Sova, you see the swing out from EJ, finds that kill, does get answered for, but now this leaves Laz in a 1v2. Time running low, the dropouts, he hears it, but there's a Bucky in the hands of Elmimore, and that is going to be one hell of an upgrade if I've ever seen one.
Wow. I mean, listen, you have the Bucky. The best you can do is jump down, at least play bait for your teammate who has a little bit more range on that Spectre. But if you're able to get the kill and get these upgrades, you win the bonus as well. And the biggest thing is here, we saw that smoke coming out of A short that was set up by 2GE. We started to see that a lot more often for both attackers and defenders because that actually still helps you open up some of these angles. It allowed Zafiro to stay up for so long, just simply not giving up the site.
Yeah. And when the enemy team is smiling, that's never a good sign. So we'll see. ZETA will be able to course correct here, do some damage, because they are somewhat committing into the round. Not too much, though, but Depth going to be down to 1100.
And the same smoke set up just as Zafiro can stay alive near A main. He's got support from Heaven as well.
He's taken out. Good opening kill. 10 going to be able to answer one back before getting it. Also eliminated here by Flipstrider. Finds himself with 2, just looking to anchor the site. Will find a 3rd for his trouble, but already good damage dealt here from the side of ZETA, and they do have rifles recovered. Crow with the ult. Does he decide to commit it into this one? The window of opportunity definitely narrowing, and with the steady of the spray, 2GE will find the final blow. So good damage here from the side of ZETA. I think the buy in the end, fairly worth it, but this 4-0 lead right now for the side of RRQ does not feel good.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the attacking side on Haven, and on top of that, I mean, sure, you did some damage, but the members who stayed alive keep their guns, and their economy was just fine on RRQ, so they'll still be able to keep up in terms of buys and firepower. And again, they don't have an answer for this Astra Smoke coming out of A short. I mean, this time they try to, of course, they were on a weaker buy, but still, some other utility to help clear out both sides of that smoke would be very crucial for ZETA if they want to continue attacking A site.
Now here is the big round for me, because this is what we were seeing RRQ find some steady starts versus Gen G, and then that's when things started to slip away. And already EJ going to be taken down. Depth will find the first blood in the round. Flash goes out. Flipstrider, however, still going to be tagged. And I mean, how can you get him the hell out of here? They'll go ahead and they'll flush him into the open. He still manages to find one.
That's the best he could have hoped for. I mean, you were so stuck. You draw out some extra utility and you trade for a kill. That does not feel bad if you're in Flip's position.
Certainly not. You can see they're watching around the back. Laz, as well as Crow, both taking note that this flank could be coming through. So it's a good read.
Zafiro just simply has to stay here. He even has a Hunter's Fury, and they have all this utility set up in Garage and B site. So RRQ, their backs are somewhat covered. There's nowhere else for ZETA to go.
They know exactly where they are.
Yeah, they just have to run the clock down, buy some extra time with the 2 stars that you already have set up, right? You can put up the gravity wall on top of a smoke, and then the Hunter's Fury, even if you're just playing for time. I mean, listen, if it gets you the round win, that's what I want to see coming in from Zafiro here from the back line.
I mean, ZETA has to realize that the onus is on them to make a move. They have no reason on the side of RRQ to do anything until they enter into the site, and the suck is just perfect, catches them, and this round is now slipped away from them.
Yep.
A monstrous start, having that 2-1 trade up, and now it's just Crow left standing.
I mean, you definitely go and fight for this, right? You still have some members who can buy for each other on the side of RRQ. You got to take this weapon away. You want to.
Finds one, but he's not ready for 2GE to be, 180 behind him. And RRQ will find that 5th round. They'll jump that hurdle. They stick the landing. ZETA again now going to be pushed back over onto an eco, and yeah, I mean, that's going to be XQQ call and a timeout.
Yeah, you absolutely need to. I think what we're seeing here is, right, you tried to go for A side a couple times in a row. It doesn't work out, even if you're trying to go for, kind of a semi-buy or kind of a force in the middle of the first half. And then you say, okay, well, let's pull out one of our playbooks from C. But listen, RRQ simply playing default at the start of every round. They haven't had to change it at all. The intel's all there for them. ZETA needs to counter that with their own utility. They need to trade utility instead of just saving it up for 1 strike at any time.
Yeah, it feels like as soon as Depp had gotten taken out, the wheels came off the bus in that round. And suddenly ZETA didn't know how to approach that site. Which is puzzling, considering that they have a rolling thunder. You can at least send that off across one side of the site, that right side. Had they gone ahead and executed on it, you would have been able to either get the catch onto the Killjoy and Astra, or you would have forced them way back so you could actually safely get yourself over towards the plant spot. They're aware about that lurk, and then from there, you're just watching angles and clearing people out. But it just feels really disjointed. It feels like the groove is just not being found right now from the side of ZETA. We'll see if this timeout is going to help course correct as they get ready to go into yet another eco.
Yeah, now credit where credit is due. I mean, I think that previous round, it also just comes down to Flip having a good read that they're probably going to try to do a fast strike on C, right? It was very clear that ZETA wanted to commit to a rush. And I think what you have to tell them if you're coaching right now is stop trying to go for these rushes, right? We've already lost 5 rounds. Don't try to just gamble on every round coming forward. Let's play for their defaults, even on this eco, right? Try to fish out how RRQ's setting up, because right now they don't have any intel on where Killjoy's utility has usually been set up.
Blades come out. Start pushing over. Just going to be the jiggle peaks here from Elmi Moore. Okay, does spot 1. Looks like he might be willing to take the fight. Vandal at the ready. 1 knife going to be used just to clear out the alarm bot. Up over the top he goes. He's looking for it. He will be able to find it, but not before Sugar Zero gets taken down. So now that's going to be those defensive smokes eliminated for the rest of the round. Being said, the plant at least looks like it's going to be coming through. Rolling Thunder crashes across. They send an answering one back over towards the defending spawn area. Does keep them at bay and allows the plant to come in safely.
10 has lockdown. I mean, I think you committed, absolutely.
But now they need to protect it. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to. 10 with a nice shot. Will go ahead and take down Zephyro, but Flipshider does find him in the back end. Push around the corner. EJ gets another. Sprays through. The lockdown is destroyed. And it's a triple ult commitment from the side of ZETA just to get the plant.
Yeah, listen, I get what 10 was thinking, right? Because you have less firepower, you're trying to maximize the time you get from these ultimates, but what we've seen more and more starting from lock-in is teams don't wait for their retake, right? They start striking as soon as that spike starts to go down when you don't have an extra member to fight. And so maybe using that lockdown just to get the plant safer and get some positions might have been a safer bet. I mean, sure, they go in while losing 1 member already, so it was a hard round, but now it's got to feel bad if you've committed all these ultimates just to try to eke out 1 single round.
Yeah. And you have to suspect that going for that push, trying to get into the site, swarm it, and take down that lockdown would have been a lot more difficult if they had some smokes. Either way, RRQ looking to change the pace, knowing that ZETA is back on a buy round, so they get EJ right up here into window.
This is so good from RRQ, right? Just simply doing this once, right? Halfway through the first half, now let ZETA know that they can't sit idly by at the start of every round. And also, like you mentioned, it's on a full buy round from ZETA, so even if you lose a member, you're not giving up a free weapon upgrade to the other side. A very good play, and most importantly, EJ, once again, does not overcommit. He pulls back right away, just gets some info.
Okay, Depp in this forward position. Would have heard the double swing out. It's just a shock dart valve, goes for the peak, will be able to find 1.
ZETA, I would love to see, I would love to see them try to fish for info on other sides of the map right now that they have control of main.
Okay, good stability found there from 10. Pro now going to be eliminated though. Zephyro able to find him.
Oh man, ZETA, they get one step forward and then Zafiro just finds the spike out of all agents that he takes out. So now they have some good information. He doesn't get hit by it.
He doesn't get hit by it, and he still manages to take down Depp, and considering that he had, what, 24 HP. Finding that kill, putting Sugar Zero down to 10. A damn good effort from him.
Left.
2 players on the side of ZETA, not even half an HP bar between them. It's just Laz, who still is untouched in the round.
Now Flips has all the utility that he would want, right? You still got the Aftershock, the fault line, and a flash, and he gets a kill.
This
Yeah,
could
clear
be
for
slipping
EJ.
out of their fingers. The stun comes across. He tries to send the shock dart, but it's up over the top from EJ. But the knives going to whip. They trade back some damage, but EJ wins out the fight. Sugar Zero now trying to watch, spots his head, but it's his head that gets taken off. And RRQ will continue this reign of terror in the game. 7 rounds consecutively now as ZETA, the timeouts not working a treat.
No, I mean, it hasn't gotten you much. Yes, they changed up how they want to look at the early parts of each round, but it hasn't led to a victory. And again, I mean, RRQ, this is the style that they've wanted to show off so many times, but sometimes they would have 1 or 2 members panic and then things would fall apart. But today, even in this retake, sure, the enemies are low, but it's 2v3. And Flips, he just waits, right? He clears one by one, he clears the angle, he gets a kill, uses the fault line for EJ. EJ even uses the knives just so he can make sure he strikes right when the stun hits. It's very, very good setups coming out from RRQ.
That it is. I mean, the 2 vets here on the side of RRQ, very much looking in sync. We saw, you know, versus Gen G, it was very much the Zafiro show. He was the one who was trying to like really lead the charge. We saw that Flipside was kind of hovering around middle of the pack, but right now they are both looking damn clean.
And let's be honest, I mean, this early in the season, this is already kind of a do-or-die match for both, right? I mean, sure. They already have 1 loss each, but also in terms of neither of them have really proven their true potential yet. We've always just talked kind of blindly about what might be possible with these rosters, and either team winning this handily today would mean a lot for both sides.
Yeah. And the other thing that, you know, it kind of weighed into my prediction a little bit was that ZETA had more time. They played on the opening day, whereas RRQ, we didn't get to see them all the way until Monday. So they had those extra 2 days to start prepping. It's not like they didn't know who their opponent was going to be. As Flipside is just perfectly ready for the peak. There's nothing to escort that swing from Depp. Just trying to poke and prod his way into the site. No flashes found. Flipside just scoops up the free kill.
I mean, they have the lockdown, right? They even have the Cosmic Divide. RRQ is in no rush for this retake. They're just going to group up. And ZETA knows this. They know they have to push out.
Yeah, Paranoia on one side, but they've got the crossfire set up. And there's just nothing to be found but death and destruction. Sugar Zero will find 2 for his trouble on the back end. But RRQ flush out the site. They break the economy time and time again, and they are on a warpath. 8-0.
Yeah, this is one of the most one-sided sets we've seen.
I said this was going to be a coin flip. Clearly, the coin flip was rigged.
It's just got heads on both sides. And listen, the Paranoia, they throw it to prep for the lockdown, but the lockdown was actually prepped even further back. So both sides trying to stay 1 step ahead of each other. At the end of the day, it's RRQ. Not only do they put the lockdown further behind, but they're also prepped at a double angle to catch whoever's pushing out. Just a good read.
An absolutely excellent one. And, I mean, now that you're in this position from ZETA, you want to stop the bleeding, but you're in such a catch-22 scenario where, unless RRQ call a timeout, you really don't want to burn that second one. You want to be able to hold it into the second half. But given the pace, I mean, you're at least looking at potentially a 3-9 at best.
At best.
If you can convert after you get another bye round through. And that is a very scary position. I've seen teams try to do that double timeout in the first half.
Sure.
And to my recollection, it's only really ever worked once, and that was DRX versus 100 Thieves of Champs.
I believe so. And even DRX has tried it other times as well, and it hasn't worked out. So, I mean, obviously, ZETA, XQQ trying to opt on the side of caution just to keep that extra time out. And again, I mean, ZETA, right, they're on an eco. They just wait to see if anyone gives them a free upgrade, and RQ says, not today. We're not overcommitting. We're not making mistakes, right? We're not making these unforced errors here.
Okay, darts get cleared on either side. Widely surrendering the site for now. Wrong Thunder goes across, but no one's pushing off the back of it. EJ, in the meantime, looking through sewer. I mean, he's running. Now creeps his way into the corner. And, almost gets the timing there on 10. He just managed to tuck away for a brief little second. 10 will find a kill for his trouble, but the rest of the team gets flushed out, and there's the 9-0.
I mean, firepower aside, if you just look at the minimap and the timing of that, I mean, not a full retake, right, because it wasn't quite planted just yet, but how they strike back on A, RRQ, I mean, their comms, something happened, right? Because it's so much cleaner today.
They've been on that English grind on Duolingo.
30 seconds left. Remaining.
That could be a fun activation. The Duolingo Valorant pack. Teach you all the callouts in various languages.
Yeah, actually, that wouldn't be so bad.
There you go. Free ideas for you again, Riot.
Well, I mean, ZETA, you gotta win these last 3 rounds, and even then, it's looking so tough here on the first set, which was their pick.
And one of the biggest differences that we're seeing here is that Depp is not having nearly enough impact.
No.
If you look back to him versus DRX, first map, 4-2 and first kills, first deaths. As Hunter's Fury, okay, last shot gonna go wide. Crow does get tagged low. A little bit of punish damage there, but Depp just can't find the kill.
Yeah, even here, you were just mentioning it as well, and I think that's a good point to make. Sure, we've been talking about RQ having good reads and how patient they are, et cetera, but yeah, Depp, we just haven't seen Depp win one of these important first duels, right? I mean, he's going down so often to a pick on the entry. He tries to shoulder peek, he gets picked off by flips. We've seen this time and time again, and right now, I hate to say it, Depp, but right, you're running a single duelist comp here on Haven, which relies on you entering and disrupting the site. You have to stay alive and make some impact.
Yeah, I mean, and it wasn't even like it was a one map affair for Depp.
No,
because it was a 4-2 scoreline at the end of the first one. You go in again versus DRX in their second map, 5-2.
Yeah.
So he was finding fantastic impact, basically out-dueling Foxy Knight at the start of these rounds. But we're not seeing that right now.
Spike planted.
As everybody just getting pinged down, EJ dropping it over the top. The spray comes in. Crow gonna be able to find 2, however, but does quickly get traded back, now traded up. CJ finds another. Sugar Zero, not sure which way to look. Completely and utterly confused as Ken desperately tries to defend this, and he does! What a clutch from 10 to close out the round!
Oh, the lockdown bait is so beautiful. 10 coming alive to breathe some life into a, I mean, very, helpless ZETA there. But what a play, what a clutch.
That was just scrubbed down, clean as all hell from 10. Fantastically done. I mean, the quick flicks, the snappiness of this defense is just gorgeous. The lockdown comes in, he plays the timing off that perfectly, finds the final one. So really nicely done there by 10. But this is still a very dire situation.
Yes.
As excited as we can be about that flashy play, it unfortunately does not make things much better. Again, a 9-3 scoreline is the best that ZETA can achieve in this half. We need to see if they can get there. EJ, though, doesn't care about the drone, just quickly peeks the corner, finds Sugar Zero, rolling thunder, cuts across.
There's so much
done for now. Zep finds it.
Yeah, I mean, he checks the right corner. There were so many options, and he gets one.
Oh, and he gets another. Okay, that's the level up we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, ZETA, clearly that clutch from 10, it's breathed some life into all the players. They're making the right decisions. They're a little bit snappier on their aim, and they're finally able to strike safely into a site.
How do you retake this? Oh, the turnaround at 10 just continues with that Vandal in hand to click heads. Fantastically done. Second round now. Locked in for ZETA. Can they get the third? Because they absolutely need to.
I mean, just a solid choice from EJ to move off of that drone timing.
One enemy remaining.
Cool comment collected with an ice on the end. A little bit more of that, please. But obviously, even with these 2 rounds, the economy was so far ahead for the side of RRQ. So they're going to be able to ride out this last round of the half with a full purchase of their own. It's all going to come down to execution. As EJ again looking for this aggro play down into the sewer. Just gets spotted, but Depp, that's a great first blood to find. Punishes the jiggle peek, and that's the Astra now taken out. Helmy Moore is here, and we'll quickly trade it back.
Yeah, they can't chase him down, though, right? I mean, it's a bit of a distance, and the Nano Swarm as well. 10, thankfully, clears out Garage, so they will be able to eventually enter the site safe and sound.
Yeah, good timing, just swings out of that Garage window. Catches the rotating breaches. A little rough there from Laz. Ends up getting punished and allows them a way back into this as it's now 2v2.
They don't know where EJ is. That's why they're so concerned. They only know, and that's why Zafira continues to spam.
Now they know! Oh, 10 could just do that! What is this? Back-to-back-to-back triple kills for 10 to get them a third round?
Wow. I mean, all 3 rounds, right? It's 3s across the board for both 10 and ZETA as they finally claw back. But just calm and collected, not getting so easily baited by Zephyr's spam there. And I do like this choice, right? You have the Blade Storm, you might as well use this attacker's operator just to get one pick. And that way Depp's still done the impact that he needs.
I mean, very nicely done. But I mean, yeah, these last 3 rounds, very much the 10 show. And that was another one that I wanted to put under the microscope a little bit because really struggled in that opening series versus DRX.
Yeah, we've talked about it both on the cast and the desk, but 10 used to be the guy who would really show up and give life to ZETA so they could claw back when they were making that incredible run at Reykjavik last year. And so it's going to be important. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're a ZETA fan here in the stadium, don't lose hope yet. I mean, yes, it does look hard, but you also have to remember, this is only map number 1.
That's not hashtag ZETA win, it's hashtag 10 win at this point.
Hey, I mean, you take what you can get, right?
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, this is such a major change because that first set, he was the one who was dying the most across the board. 1 and 4 in the first map, 2 and 5 in the second. He was consistently getting punished. And that is brutal when you want to be able to rely on that Killjoy to sit back and hold a sight.
Yes.
So now we have to see how he's going to fare and if he can continue to improve those stats as we go into this second half here, swapping sides.
It's good that you mentioned that as well, right? I mean, very different styles that 10 has to get used to, but obviously if you're having him switch around across all these different agents, there's a reason, right? It's because you have faith that he can learn and he can adapt to those different positions. So I would love to see how he fares here on the defense. I mean, we saw it coming out of RQ. They almost had the same default after the first 3 rounds, you know, of using that Killjoy utility primarily just for mid on B and then Garage. That's about it. You would never really force her to switch over to A side. They could play so safely. ZETA, they need to apply the same pressure over to RQ. And ZETA right now, it does look like they want to force the issue on C. If they don't run into a fight, the plan is to push out. But depending on RQ's speed here, this could become very bloody on C main.
See what they manage to do, but yeah, I mean, the triple stack, everybody very close by, a complete abandonment of the A site. So it seems like ZETA do have at least the proper read. Whether or not they can shut down this very aggro 5-man push. Depp starts creeping forward. Stun does come across, and Depp is looking to push the issue. I don't think he realizes how many people are here. He will be able to find the first kill. The dart from Laz finds another, and it is just a bloodbath in C long.
Oh, that cloud burst does so much work, and RQ.
The damage is in.
They're very low.
And it is. Tries to stabilize, and that's going to be the healthiest member now taking it down. Elmimore has his work cut out for him. Still takes Crow to 1 HP, and he almost closes it out.
Listen, Elmimore has some really solid aim, especially on these pistols. That could have been scary despite his health bar left. But at the end of the day, ZETA will be able to clean up. And like you said, I mean, Depp, I don't think he realized just because of the cloudburst, he had no strong info on how many people were hiding there. So he just tries to pick off whoever he can. Their utility eventually wore off, but it still buys enough time for the rest of ZETA to come for backup and fill the site on C.
Yeah. Maybe an accompanying recon dart while everyone's stunned. Go ahead, get those nice pings out on everybody, and then you can start clicking people through the cloudburst. Either way, they crucially do win out the round. And RQ, not looking to play with fire, not going for any kind of force buys here, where in the past we've seen a lot of stingers.
Yes.
So, not the case, and I, for one, am happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, I love using the Stinger, but listen, especially after the price change, you do have to kind of think about it now, whereas before it was an obvious choice to be able to go buy it, even if you didn't get the plant at times. And I mean, B site, they're looking to actually just close this off.
Okay, good exit. Dash to the side, re-peeks it, and Depp will be rewarded with yet another elimination.
Yeah, good sight lines on that last peek, just trying to make sure that RQ doesn't try anything funny. And now with the utility over on Garage, they're safe to actually stack B, right? A main, you have full control coming in from Laz.
Drifting back away, 10 looking to hold window.
Yep, no reason to overcommit to this.
Dart just gonna be cleared out. Still gonna challenge, but now that's gonna be a spike. Stranded, okay, I was gonna say in view of 10. It does get taken down by Zephyro, but it leaves Elmimore, the only one committing to the Sheriff purchase in the round. It will just get sprayed down through the wall by Depp. So, ZETA, they go ahead, they pick up the first 2 in the second half. See if they can convert the bonus much like RRQ did in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they only lose one member, so in theory, it's doable, right? They're able to still keep this Bulldog that Depp was able to use to perfection, quite frankly, even getting this wall bang here at the end.
I'll get him eventually. But, I mean, that should...
You'll also get the fist bump eventually, Depp, if you just keep trying.
Doesn't net that in the end, so let's see, double Sheriff, double Spectre, and the Bulldog still held. Flipshider looking for the fast stun coming across. Depp does get tagged up a bit.
ZETA, they just want to push them out here.
Doing a damn good job of it, but Depp just pushes in while the spray's coming through. Elmumore rewarded with a first kill.
Well, that does hurt, right? Because now even if you... Yeah, now you definitely want to get away. But even if you held control of A lobby there, I mean, you already lost one member. At that point, RQ can kind of just easily say, let's rotate. So ZETA, their ideal goal was simply just to push them out so they had strong info and then try to go for a retake, at least do some strong damage on the economy. But right now, all of that seems quite difficult. Ted's going to commit to this with the Sheriff, it looks like.
Like to start, get that Nano Swarm out, try to cut off the team members, and he has done just that. Flash around the back, and he's just completely and utterly blinded, so it's an easy kill for EJ to pick up. 2GE swinging on the corner as well. We'll find 2 more for his troubles. And with Laz, the last man standing, the Bulldog recovered it in hand. We'll see if he can do any damage whatsoever.
It's not looking likely, right, EJ, with this.
Does he read this? No. Well, now he knows.
Yeah, now you know. Well, I mean, no reason for RQ to risk anything either, right? I mean, if you can go with a flawless, keep all 5 rifles, you might as well. That way you have an extra margin of a round.
It's a start, but this flank is coming through. Looks like Laz has a decent idea, but just doesn't have the firepower, the reaction to go ahead and try to take down Elmumore. So a single rifle left on the ground here for RRQ. We'll go ahead and take away the bonus. Now 10-5. I mean, sometimes just
hold it.
Sometimes it just works.
I also love how calm they were on that, right?
Yeah.
They know that ZETA can't overcommit through the smoke there with all the utility that's already been used. Yeah, so their comms are just, all right, right? It just sounds like they're saying, we're safe, we're safe. We can't read all of it over the audio here, but RRQ, they've really kept to their own game plan, which it sounds like that's what they've been wanting to do, right? It sounds like in scrims and practice, whatever, they've had some good moments and they just cannot portray that in an official match. Today, we're starting to see what the final product might look like here for this squad of RRQ.
They should be wary that, yeah, Depp would be rotating over into this position, giving up control of long. Drone does get the check. Depp now using that last updraft.
Yeah, that's a lot used, let's be honest, right? If you're a Jet with an operator, you want to have at least some form of movement to be able to get out away, so he's going to have to keep a much safer angle from here on out, and RRQ should know that.
Yeah. I just love the way that they're keeping him guessing. Like, the spike still very much over towards A, sat in lobby, but they continue to pressure out towards C, making sure that ZETA cannot have that early rotate. They all start creeping back in. Depp does re-peek over here, finds Flipshider, and that might upset the intended rotation, but it seems like they're still going to commit into the A site.
Yeah, well, RQ, the only info they have at this point is that turret watching garage, right? So as they slowly start to creep out, it seemed like they made their decision of, okay, there's probably still only 2 people on A, let's try to go for that. Flipshider gets hit, so now, yeah, this is their best bet, is to wait until the 20-second mark without noise, and then you strike, and you just hope that you're able to get the first kill here.
Okay, drift up over the top, and Depp trying to get himself out of there, does get pinched. Elmumore from the flank. A 3v3, 12 seconds remaining. The spike now getting planted by Elmumore. Nothing to disrupt it.
Lockdown's coming online.
He does have it. He's going to pop it immediately. It's right down in the middle of the site, though. Here's the drop out of heaven, and 10 will be able to find it. I'm getting deja vu. The things, you know, the teams are reversed a little bit, but lockdown committed. They flush in. They destroy it, and they get the round victory. So a very necessary turnaround here from the side of ZETA. Operator obviously going to be held on to, but economy still a bit wishy-washy for them.
Yeah, it's not stable just yet, but listen, it's good to see that Depp's not losing the confidence, knows that if you've committed to this operator, because what we've seen in the past with ZETA Division is whenever they buy that operator, they start to play so passive if they don't get the first kill, and then they just have to save because they can't retake with it. So now Depp understanding, I've got backup, I've still got someone to pick up the operator and keep it safe. If I do get taken out, take some of these aggressive angles.
Looks like
Okay.
Zephyro just going to be sticking with the Sheriff. One away from the Hunter's Fury. Blades for Depp. And the up goes over to Laz.
Yeah, well, we've seen this done before. And hey, I mean, you have the Blade Storm, you might as well make use of it. And this is because ZETA understands, this is one of the improvements they made, is they understand how they need to play their economy. But to do that, they need to win this round to keep it rolling.
Oh, the timing. They turn away. Crow, however, does turn back, does manage to find EJ, and they will just swarm them on the B site. Spike completely and utterly stranded in 2GE. Now just going to try to hold on to this Vandal. But with 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining, he's got to be a hide-and-seek champion.
Yeah, these are the moments when
oh my God, dinks through the wall.
This is especially a moment where Valorant turns into a horror game here.
Yeah.
55 seconds with 32 health. Oh, I mean, if you're a ZETA, eventually you spam this wall again at some point, right? You might as well. We'll see.
I mean, there's 3 of them that could comfortably go hunting here.
They could.
But it seems like they are perfectly willing to at least run the clock down a bit more. And then maybe within like the last 10, 15 seconds when they know that it's a guaranteed win that they go hunting, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is smart from ZETA, right? Economy is okay, but 2G is so close to this Cosmic Divide, and you're barely now finding your footing here on the defensive half. You might as well not risk it. The most I can see is maybe 10 or Crow try spamming that wall again just because their backs are covered, but other than that, I'm probably not going to see any extra attempts. Yeah, just go for these wall bangs. And see if you can get a lucky kill, but otherwise, nothing too crazy.
What? Okay.
Yeah, that turret. I was wondering where I was looking, but I was trying to clear that corner.
I'm like, it's watching A-Link, but Depp is literally in A-Link, so, but it's fine. 2GE will be able to hold on to the weapon at the end of it all, and ZETA are clawing this back. 3 rounds separating, so still plenty of work to be done, but they will go ahead and kick RQ onto an eco.
And I would love to see Depp change up positions here with the operator, right? I mean, if you keep putting it in the obvious of A main, it's not going to be a great time because RQ is going to have a good read. Now that RQ does have this timeout, I mean, maybe ZETA says, okay, they're on an eco anyway, let's play it safe. In some ways, maybe you even kind of stack with the operator just to make sure it doesn't get picked off by some crazy utility combo. And that way you can still go for a retake. You still have the better firepower. Because what they did in that last round to get that clean victory was the fact that they gave over the operator, you had the Blaze Storm, and then you push out of A main so quickly. And then C and Garage are covered with Killjoy utility, which allows for you to make the decision of they're definitely having to come B. So the backup's so quick, the trades are clean, no one gets lost actually on the side of ZETA. And it's a good round, good improvement.
It very much is. RQ, though, looking to turn the tides of the fight. Go ahead and call their timeout. See if they can get one step closer to closing this. Pressure certainly starting to ramp up for them, however. You wanted to see a swap up. We'll see where Depp does end up. For now is hanging back. Looks like they're making up their minds, but he's going to go to A.
All right, he's just going to go to A. I mean, it is an eco, and we have the timeout from RQ. So that's okay, but if you're going to keep it here, I think you have to make sure, right, that you kind of push out A main and he has a clear, safe angle to hold on main, and that way you have kind of everyone back out, right? Maybe only Crow hanging around to provide backup once his cooldowns come back. Yeah, just keep it safe like this, and then Garage and B are safe with utility, and then you just keep these long angles, because you have that firepower advantage. Of course, I mean, things can go awry if Elmimore hits some headshots with the Sheriff at long range, but you can't really count against that.
All right, great start. Sugar Zero finding one. Up over the top, though, he's fully blind. EJ will be able to get the kill, and Ten's not quite able to answer it back yet, but the Phantom spray does connect.
Yeah, but Flips is in. Do they know that?
The
now
alarm
they
bot
do.
gets back into range, and Flips just goes ahead, eats that vulnerable. Not overly concerned.
Yeah, so round win is, in theory, out the window. Right now, you're just trying to opt for the best way to do so.
Yeah.
Spike down.
Good long
C.
lurk there from Depp. Just kind of suspecting, like, all right, well, they know they're not going to win the round. They're going to look to take any weapons away that they can additionally. Just waits it out, finds the kill. And Elmimore is just trapped.
Yeah.
Gonna swing this corner.
Left.
I mean, chest shot will take down 10.
Yeah, there's no yeah, okay.
Okay, a headshot will also do it.
Elmimore's good, man.
He's going to go for the plant.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets
He's got to get it.
I mean, this is not bad, considering how things started. I mean, if he even gets an extra kill here, that'd be disastrous.
Yeah.
Oh, the fault line's just following it.
Okay, there you go. For a second, I thought maybe, you know, if he can isolate these fights a little bit, maybe he finds another kill, a second or a third one, but not to be. Either way, plant money, always going to be good for the side of RRQ. But this is the round, obviously, that we suspect the timeout is for.
Yes.
This is the buy coming through. Has Ewok gotten them prepared for this to be able to turn the tides? Because there's a good many tools also available for the side of ZETA at this point. You saw it with that kill coming through. I mean, the death would have also done it for 10. He does have a lockdown available.
And the biggest thing here is, first of all, you got to read where that operator is going to be, right? But then, like you mentioned, if you're going to go to the other side of the map, now you have to have an answer for that lockdown. Now, we do have the Hunter's Fury, but, I mean, they still have the Rolling Thunder as well, so ZETA, they can just bait that out themselves.
I mean, Flipshider is one away. I think getting this orb at A-long is going to be absolutely paramount to their success. Hunter's Fury across, not finding anything, though, for Laz. Final tag, though, does actually get a bit of damage out on the Flipshider, I believe. Plant, however, does come through. Now he's got that Rolling Thunder. He can use it from hell.
Severo
trying to hold here at long. Does find one, but Crow picks up two, keeping them with the advantage. Around the back, it's being watched. 10 is good for the kill. And Flipshider, well, the plant got him the Rolling Thunder. Didn't get to use it. ZETA, they crushed them in the round.
I mean, listen, sure, we can talk all we want about how 3 sites makes it advantageous for the attackers, but that does not seem to be the case here for these two teams.
No.
And this time, it's a good read from ZETA, right? Understanding that RQ might want to strike fast. They just set up for the fast retake.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, what are you going to do? So many angles to try to watch. EJ is caught out in the open.
Yeah.
Remember when I said they were 3 rounds away? Now they're just 1. We've been fast-forwarding through the second half of the game as ZETA are on a monstrous tear.
Right there.
Only dropping 1 round so far on the defending side.
And the operator has been switched over to C as well. So it looks like ZETA, they just want to contest A main and short with utility just to buy time. Now, they've already had to use a lot of their crucial ones.
The Rolling Thunder. It doesn't catch the 2 at long. Or at least caught 1 by the looks of it. But Answering Sun comes out. Flipshider now going to be taken down. The spike is stranded. EJ tries to swing around the back. VCT clears out 1. EJ gets the other. A 3v3 with Sugar Zero down to 10 HP in heaven. As the Cosmic Divide comes through. Oh, right before it blooms!
Sugar Zero understanding what the win conditions are here.
The plant comes down. They have no way of clearing this, no way of even dreaming to get to that lockdown, so they have to surrender the site. The creep-in can now begin.
Yeah, and you've still got 1 smoke to just block off short as well. You're only worried about a main.
Cloudburst does not block off Elm anymore, but he's got to back away. Turret goes up top as they tap on the spike.
Just trying to draw out util.
Yep.
2GE though.
He swung all the way back around the opposite side. Comes in, the backstab, it's not even him, and that finds the kill. It's actually Elmimore. Looking to turn this one around. Dep goes on the offensive. Shorty out into his hands. Finds the kill, but he's running out of time. Drops down into the smoke, and 2GE greets him with arms wide open.
Oh man, I mean, Dep, you did what you could, right? He kind of heard the timer and said, I just have to hope that this kills through the smoke. Good idea to push with the shorty as well, but...
I mean, good on Laz. Initially, I didn't think he got clipped by that Rolling Thunder, but still managing to find the headshot. Breach enthusiasts will say, Rolling Thunder needs to be buffed. You shouldn't be able to headshot when you're stunned.
Right. I mean, some people think that Rolling Thunder gives them a buff, right? It just increases your aim by 50%.
Okay, TP across, actually in a garage, as EJ finds the entry, pulls out the weapon, and 10 is just completely flushed out. No hope of survival as RQ find the first kill and look very well poised to be able to take this now to map point.
Yeah, they can't rush this. I mean, even the lockdown's coming down. You have to just let the clock run out because you don't have your fault line back. You don't have your recon bolt back yet either.
Oh, okay, Crow, a little bit of damage as a parting gift before he pulls away. EJ playing well up towards their spawn. Drops back here into the site with the rest of the players.
They're waiting for that fault line. This is the one chance they have. Fault line and recon bolt.
EJ!
Oh, EJ!
Lines him up! 2 more kills for him as Crow. He's got money to play with. but almost no hope in the world. Gets a single headshot as EJ will find his 4th, and RQ will now take this to map point.
What I love about that is RQ, I think, correctly understanding that ZETA, they dumped their utility to fight for A control. And so they just rush it on the other side of the map, right? I mean, the operator's not there.
Yeah. No pressure coming out of C long, nobody getting themselves into that position to try to split attention. So all that RQ have to pay attention to is that C link side, is the garage.
Yeah,
ZETA now going to be calling their last time out of the map.
Yeah, the lockdown as well, knowing that they're going to have to wait for their cooldown to anyway. It buys them so much time, and then ZETA only has 1 shot for the retake, and even then EJ shuts down all that hope. And I mean, this timeout, you needed it for many reasons, right? For 1, you kind of lost steam. 2, it seems like RQ's now read how you were playing your default, so you got to talk about how you want to switch that up. Now, pushing out of B main may seem like the obvious choice, but you got to assume that if this timeout's coming out, RQ is going to wait for that aggression. I almost think, maybe maybe push out of garage. Yeah, fighting, maybe they don't need it. I mean, they are winning.
I think they are indeed fighting.
But, I think you push out a garage or C. If you just sit idly by and just try to trade util, RQ might just speed things up again. Look at this. RQ, if they go with the setup they have right now, they're just going to speed this up again. And ZETA, they're just keeping the same default. I mean, they better have some nasty retake ready for C, because otherwise, I think we're saying goodbye to Haven and getting ready for Ascent.
Well, Blades v Blades, no other ults realistically going to be seen in this last round, potentially. ZETA, though, need to keep themselves in this 3 rounds consecutively to take us into overtime here for our first map, the first series. EJ again going for the entry, but this time 10 reads it. Gets the shutdown, sniping him out of the sky, but he eats so much damage from the nano swarms.
Oh,
but he still swings back.
And
he should have been dead to right, but he finds Flipshider as well.
But 2G is already in the site.
But now they've lost out on another. I mean, we're taking down as Sugar Zero. He will be the one anchoring down this C site. 3 kills for him off the back of a fantastic opener from 10.
Listen, in terms of macro decisions, I feel like RQ was a step ahead there, but 10 understands that if the Jet can't get in off of this combo, nobody can. Oh.
Yeah, and it's minor, but it's a change up in position from 10 as well. He's not playing directly behind the box to swing out and be able to peek out into long. He swings around towards that wall side, towards Lumber, expecting the entry, and just manages to get that headshot. Gorgeously done by him, and absolutely just keeping them in that round.
Yeah, they were able to do that because Sugar Zero was there for backup as well, and now they keep the Omen in backside, so worst case, he can shadow step out. I like these changes, and 10 once again is just trying to gun down the entry here from EJ.
Yeah. Here we go again at C.
Oh, 2G's trying to bait out.
Talon's at the ready. It's either the commit or it's the exit.
I do like that setup here from RQ.
Okay. Turret. Spotting out. EJ up over the top. The TP away. Sugar Zero playing loose, playing elusive, and will still get taken down. 10 and Crow, however, answer back. Flipshider EJ going to be eliminated. 2GE. Again, finding 1, but 10 just cannot be displaced. Elmimore gets himself into a very cheeky spot. Will cut off the reinforcements, and in the meantime, the spike has been shipped over to A site.
All right, so, I mean, they even out at the end of the day. Deb having to come all the way alone with the operator made it a little tough, and Elmimore already, of course, having broken through. But at this point, because of Elmimore's position, RQ should be quite aware of this possibility. Looks like Zephyro trying to set up for that as well. He just wants to get a kill, try to make this a 2v1.
Crow is low, but he's not going to play in towards Sewer.
It's a good angle from Zephyro, though. Now, both sides have a relatively good idea of where the others are coming from, right? Because of the areas they've both cleared.
This swing out from Elmimore could be the finisher. Crow needs to be Johnny on the spot, but he's going to get caught with util in hand.
Oh, and the position for the alarm bot.
Alarm bot down. 10 will be good for 1, but cannot get the other. Zephyro strikes just a little bit too quickly. And while ZETA ran it back and made it look damn good at the end, it is going to be RRQ finishing what they started after a monstrous first half. They will close this out 13-10.
Yeah, and RRQ, I think their strengths continue to be consistent in that their setups are good. That's why I think maybe they feel just better on the defensive side, even on a map like Haven. Now on attack, when they have to take the initiative, if their initial setup doesn't work the way they planned, we've seen a couple rounds where they falter. Also credit to the other side, ZETA, they've adapted faster than we've seen them in other matches, right? During this one map, we've seen them kind of change up their pacing, their position, and that's all been well and done, but RQ just had such a giant lead in the first half that ZETA not able to gain enough momentum to bring it back to overtime or even a win.
Yeah, I mean, any one of those rounds that were down to the wire, one player left from the side of RQ, and this could be ZETA walking away victorious on their map pick, because crucially, that's what we have to keep in mind, is that they elected to take us to Haven. Now we've got Ascent coming up. There has been a lot of trading.
Yes.
That, so far in the 1 week of play, where people have been losing out on their map picks. So I have to see if that trend is going to continue, because, I mean, realistically, this is the second ever map pick that we're seeing from RRQ. So it doesn't tell us much. We don't know much about how well prepped they're going to be on Ascent. Obviously, it's a classic map. It's one that you should expect that everyone's going to feel at least somewhat comfortable on. EJ, given some of his moments here in this map on the Jet, I'm expecting good things from him. We'll have to just wait and see, though, because the 2 times they've gotten to pick a map so far, since this team came together, it was Lotus.
Yeah, so we'll see what they prep, but I like that you called out EJ, right? He seems to be in prime condition today, so if he can keep that up on Ascent, especially when it's crucial for that duelist to break in, get an entry kill so that they can open up the site, things are looking pretty good for RQ, and they could close this out 2-0.
Yeah, they very well could. I'm looking, again, for that step up from Depth. Needs to have an immense amount of impact as we get ready to go to Ascent. That is Jet stomping ground, and if you can't contend with EJ, then you're going to have a bad time. Either way, though, that does it for our first map in this series. When we come back on the desk, breaking down the action, and then we'll get into Ascent.
ZETA for the first time this year. The only difference we're getting
does get slowed up.
That they could have pushed out from either side.
Corner, right as Depth's attention gets running low. The dropouts, he hears this, but by push better, finds himself with opportunity, definitely narrowing, and with go ahead and flush him into these things until they enter into the site.
You want to keep committed, absolutely.
But now they need to protect it. Hunter does find him in the back end. Push around the corner, EJ gets the knock. Shotgun Valve goes to the peak.
Some good information. He doesn't get hit by it.
Doesn't get hit, but pushing off the back. He's gonna be able to fight 2, however, but doesn't quickly get traded back. Look, completely and utterly confused as Ken desperately tries to defend this, and he
does. Options, and he gets one.
Sagro played down to the sewer. The astronaut taken out.
Wise Affair continues to spam.
Now they
out. Oh, that cloud burst does so much.
It is. Tries to stable. That's to the side. We're just going to be cleared out.
An extra margin.
In the middle of the site, though, here's the drop. Adam Heaven quite able to answer it back yet.
Yeah, ball lining recon bolt.
EJ! Oh.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just finished our first game, ZETA versus RRQ, and boy, what a game. We saw 9 consecutive rounds of wins to start the first half of the match by RRQ. What do we make of that?
They looked really good to start. They looked a lot more fundamentally sound than ZETA. ZETA also just looked really slow, really lackluster with their mechanics. I mean, everything was going RRQ's way. When you win 9 rounds in a row like that, that's kind of often how it is.
You have that momentum. I mean, ZETA were forced to call that timeout straight away at round 5. And of course, RRQ having that many rounds in their bag, I guess they could kind of afford to lose some in the second half, and that's why they're able to come out on top.
What do you think of their util usage? I found it a bit slow, like you guys said. For
ZETA?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it. It felt like it wasn't coordinated. A lot of times I saw players kind of left out to dry. Now, that changed over time, but in the beginning, it felt like they were really relying on, you know, winning their individual duels and their individual mechanics, and certainly that did win them some rounds. As you could see, 10 had a very good scoreline for himself, but Laz in particular really lackluster here. I felt like with the Sova, he had been pretty good on other maps like Ascent with the Sova, now that he's switched off of the Sentinel role, but this map was definitely not his. Only 7 kills, 18 deaths, a very surprising result for a guy who's usually pretty consistent, at least good for like even trades.
And how about RRQ? What did they do well?
I mean, RRQ were just a little bit more coordinated. I think they had the right reads in a lot of these situations, especially on their attacking side. They kind of knew that ZETA were going to apply more pressure, especially on the defensive side. They knew it was just going to be a lot of these set plays happening, and you saw some players like EJ being really smart and clever with their positioning. The way that they were just hiding in A short in round 3, for example, let ZETA in, no problem. They're not going to check me, because I think it's kind of like what Seth said. ZETA, right now, they're kind of working off a lot of assumptions.
Let's break down ZETA's play then. We saw by round 8, 8 rounds of losses in a row. There was something up with ZETA.
It just doesn't look like it. I mean, like right here, you drive peak before smoking heaven. I mean, that's Valorant 101, like, sure, you make that mistake in ranked, whatever, but here at this level, that can't happen. You can't lose, especially Depp, your entry guy, out the rip like that. And then the lockdown is here, and they have to try to push this. So, and it's just, right away, there's a utility to counter them. They don't have any utility to try to break open past this wall line, past the, into the doorway. So, and then they get sworn with utility themselves. So it's just, everything is better here for the side in the beginning for the side of RRQ. You can see that they're using their utility properly, whereas ZETA's just lacking it. It's like they just, I know ZETA's working hard. I know they're practicing hard, but it's not coming to fruition.
We did see a slight turnaround round 10, and there were multiple round wins. They did finish the first half with 3 wins in their pockets. Let's go through that, Quack.
I think this is where we really see 10 shine, and kind of like Blue Lock, there's that episode where we're talking about every player has their own little weapon, your own thing that makes you shine, and 10 seems really, really confident, seems really, really calm in these situations where he hides behind that cosmic divide and just doesn't really peek out. He kind of expects them to come through because he knows he has that lockdown in play, and then comes up with the hero play. And this is the guy that really stepped up.
And it's the opponent's cosmic divide.
Exactly.
He uses it against them.
So smart.
It's unbelievably smart. I mean, again, 10 is a guy who used to play, he used to play KJ a lot previously, and then he switched to more of like a Raze or, secondary initiator maybe, and now he's back on the KJ primarily, it seems like. Sure, that's a phenomenal role for him. But now I look at Laz and others, and I'm a little bit worried about these positional changes that ZETA has made, and if they're going to be able to really find success long-term with it.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to go with them on this, but on the second half, we did see a little bit of changes happen with ZETA, where they were playing very interestingly, being a little bit more aggressive with their plays, and they were finding success with that. But there's only so much success they did find.
I mean, just a little bit too aggressive, I think. This one, we had Laz with the recon vault. He had so much information off it, and Depp wanted to give chase. And you could hear the team comms from RQ. They were saying, go back, go back, go back. Like, they fixed their communications problem. They were a little bit more coordinated this time. Everyone hung back and just fragged out. And, of course, then the rotations came through.
And 10's left on an island here for way too long. And like you said, the rotation's too late for the side of ZETA on this. And they're lacking so much information. The turret is set up here in C-Link between the garage and the site, and there's a nano there, but, you know, and then 10 tries to throw another nano that he has to turn a flash, so he can't actually pop that nano that he throws. So, you know, basically RRQ here by overstacking this area, using their utility properly on C. I saw this way too many times with ZETA on their attacker side, where they try to attack C. They'd be at that position there right before the entrance into the site. There'd be no utility at backside where 10 is, where we're seeing right now. And so then, you know, it's easy for RRQ to defend that. If there's no pressure back site, then it's really easy to get through. So there's a lot of problems here for ZETA at the beginning of this. Now, of course, we saw some unbelievable plays. We saw some on both sides, but 10 in particular really kept ZETA in this match.
I mean, especially in that previous round that we just saw, sometimes you just need to be able to commit to certain things. And if you leave 10 alone on the site, we've seen hero plays, but if the team is not together, I think that's the biggest issue for ZETA right now. 10, he is a hero. We saw a lot of crazy plays from him, a lot of anchoring potential, but there still needs to be that little bit more, and I'm huffing that copium, Clinton.
I know. Again, even what's scary for me is that even when ZETA was together, they were still making mistakes. They still weren't coordinated with utility like I would like to see. I saw Depp left on an island a couple times. Yeah, I mean, again, we could just watch these 10 highlights. Literally 3Ks in a row for 10 at the end of the first half to win 3 rounds. 3 rounds, 3Ks. I mean, this guy, go to the slot machines or something, because he's feeling lucky with those 3s.
I mean, 10 is put in positions that he shouldn't be put in the first place.
Yes.
It is just damn skilled and lucky that he's been clutching out these rounds.
He's really, really, I think, just chill. You know, he's not really stressing out. Sometimes he does want to go for some of these crazy plays, and he is the one who's able to do it right now. But where we're seeing, what we are seeing, in fact, is clutches. Like, that means 10 is the last one alive. I don't think that that's something you want to have happening so many rounds in a row. We need the team to come together, and like we said, you know, on the stats screen, Laz has to be the one to kind of pull everyone together, but right now we're not really seeing that. Even in the round with the rotation over, Laz was the last one who came over. On the other side though, EJ with a lot of initiative plays, he just pushed out, he dashed in, he even held down an angle onto C-site once. He was good.
Yeah, okay, so I know we've been pretty hard on ZETA here, and I want people to understand why, because that was a pretty frustrating 9 rounds in a row to watch from ZETA. You would expect a higher caliber play. On the other side of the coin, RRQ played great. Truly, this is why we haven't been talking about them too much, because they played solid. You can see their score line is very even across the board. It was hard for us to pick a player to kind of highlight here, because everybody's really doing their job. Everybody's doing their part. This is what you want out of RRQ. This is a really good sign for them, because that means that their communication is better. A lot of the things that they've been talking about in public that they need to work on clearly are much improved from last week.
I think what we've noticed with VCT Pacific so far is that map selects can mean diddly squat in terms of which team picks their map. It doesn't seem to mean anything. What are you guys expecting in this next map?
What I'm expecting is RRQ to just take this 2-0 now. I think like ZETA is too... They're relying too much on individual hero plays. So unless they can somehow fix that, I can't see a world where this isn't an RRQ 2-0, especially with the way that their Ascent looked versus DRX. Yeah, granted, again, great start, but then they fall back into these patterns where you were complaining about this a lot during the match, where ZETA just plays too passive. You know, that round where Elmimore is the last one alive with just a Sheriff and it's a 3v1 and they still let him, or even a 4v1, they let him get a kill and a plant.
I mean, you could definitely see it's a lot of signs of, I don't want to say mental fatigue, but it's more maybe a lack of confidence and not quite being on the same page. They're scared. They don't look confident enough to push out against one player. Not to mention he was tagged up. You have 5 players together. You have numbers advantage. Why don't you just swarm him and take the rifle off his hands? I get that they want to play safe sometimes, but it really it's telling.
You could tell just by looking at the faces of players
RQ's
on both
so
sides
happy.
right now. RQ's all smiles, well, except for him. But they're all smiles.
Until you say it.
and ZETA is just looking really serious. I miss the days of nice ZETA. You know, nice. The nice ZETA when they had so much to celebrate. And I hope there's something here for them to shout out nice things about.
I do too. I mean, I think everybody would like to see this, even though that ended up being a very competitive map, and credit where credit's due to ZETA, they were able to at least, get a second half going, and it took 10 getting a fire lit under him to change that around and getting everybody started to play with a faster tempo. The shots looked way crisper and cleaner, which was a huge problem. I thought I saw way too many whiffs from ZETA. So, and again, we've heard in the background that they are putting in a ton of practice and a ton of work as ZETA. They're practicing almost nonstop, but we haven't seen the results that we would like to. I don't think this is going to be anything too out of the ordinary. Again, the only difference, the controllers.
It's the same thing.
We're back on a classic map pick with a classic, what seems to be a classic composition.
Different initiatives perhaps from Haven, but this makes sense for Ascent. And when you have the KO, potential to shut down ultimates, and also just to go into flash and dash plays. But of course, like you mentioned, Clinton, that controller pick tells a lot. And it feels like if this is the RRQ that we just saw in Haven, the coordinated plays, the post plants with the gravity well, and also cosmic divide positioning sometimes, they just actually might be able to take this to
And some good gravity wells to cut off entries into sites and things like that I saw that were really, really effective. So, Sugar Zero used to be well known for being a great Astra, so kind of curious to see if he's going to be sticking with this Omen further going forward or what the deal is here for ZETA. But yeah, they need to find more coordination and just kind of, they need to be focused a little bit better, I guess. I don't know exactly what it is for ZETA.
I kind of want to see depth step up as well. So, I mean, again, huffing that copium. I want to see a third map. ZETA lost their map pick. This is RQ's map pick. We want to see a Japanese team in Masters. So, yo, Mr. White, cook me some of that copium, Mr. Clinton.
Nice, Breaking Bad reference. Very good.
All right, with that, we are going to go into game 2. Achilles and William. Achilles and William. Tell us how it's going to play out.
We will indeed. Let's go ahead and get ready to jump into our second map and see whether or not ZETA have what it takes to run this back. They nearly were able to do it in the second half of Haven, but that was their map pick in Ascent.
Yes.
Recently has not been great for this team.
No, it has not. And if we have similar problems that we saw in Haven here on Ascent as well, then it's bad news for ZETA, right? They have to be a bit more certain. They have to break the opponent's util. They have to trade the opponent's util. And especially if you're having this Omen and Astra difference in your compositions every time, it's going to come down to how much util can you pull out from 2GE before you use your Paranoia. Because for instance, if you trade Paranoia for Gravity Well, Astra comes out on top, right? Because you've still got cooldowns coming by. You still got 3 extra stars. So I'm really keeping my eyes on Sugar Zero and see what his timings are like, and the rest of the team as well, to bait out some of those abilities.
Sure. Well, for now, it looks like we do have 10 split across all the way over in B lobby, with EJ maybe getting ready for a little bit of an aggro push. 0 point. Getting ready to come down here on the A side.
RRQ, are they going to try to push this out early? Yeah, with the Sova and the KO as well.
Knife goes out. We'll confirm that there's nobody currently sat in wine nor playing close to the archway. Dash in. They're getting up into heaven already. It's 10. Checks back across. Does manage to find EJ. Good punish. His arrow just going to be taken down. Eating a lot of that damage from the nade. But trades back start coming through. Suddenly it's going to be Elmimore left alone in hell. Just trying to see if he can find anything. A nice headshot, but clears the Nano Swarm. Needs to get some one-taps to have a hope. But as he swings back out, Sugar Zero will cut him down to size, and ZETA will go ahead and win their second pistol in this match.
Yeah, the most important thing there is, I think, 10 winning that duel in mid, right, against EJ, so you don't get caught off from behind. Also, Depp picking up the speed so that he doesn't get stopped by the alarm bot. In fact, he can actually push through heaven earlier, so that even if they know that you're in heaven, at least you have extra angles.
What was that final shot from 10? I think that might be illegal, what he just did there. Either way, 10, again, great start, has been having a whale of a time today compared to his last series. I think that should be expected to a certain extent, given that, first series was versus DRX. But even so, we're still seeing immense improvements. His aim today is way crisper. Again, fast pace coming through from the side of ZETA. We'll see if they want to commit to this or if they're just looking to take space up towards market.
I mean, I like the fact that they're continuing to pressure market early, right? They tried to do this against DRX as well, where they started to pressure it, starting on the third round of their attacking half, just to make sure that Killjoy can't sit idly with an alarm bot every round there. But this time, they're not going to overcommit because the opponents aren't in eco, right? So you don't want to just rush through market and then get shortied or have, 3 people waiting by Switch to take you out. Now, the problem becomes, and sure, you've kind of taken mid, but you also haven't really gained much information yourself. So ZETA, if they're going to go with this, it looks like they're kind of relying on just a set play through mid, which, I mean, it's going to come down to timing.
Then we'll go ahead.
I have the spike.
Grab Spike. Smoke will go across. Off the defending spawn. Turret destroyed.
Zafiro.
They're just waiting. Dash out. Tries to get over towards Switch. They now know where he's at. Will be taken down.
30
Still,
seconds left.
Ellie Moore playing forward. Gets the headshot across. So puts some good damage in, but cannot find the kill. Now to try to get this retake. Flip shot it with the shorty in hand. Needs to find a way to close the distance, but unfortunately that seems highly unlikely.
Yeah, just making sure they can get whatever free outdoors they can as well. It's small things like this that end up making a big difference if the match gets close. So ZETA seems like their head's back in the game here as we kick off Ascent on the second round.
Shadow trying to make his way out. It's over. Good damage out onto Depp, and he'll spray down for a second kill.
Gun here.
Then we'll go ahead and carry over most of the weaponry.
Yeah, and that's a lot of weaponry as well, right? 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal, and then the Spectre to boot. This is a good start for ZETA. And I kind of want to hold my horses there just a little bit because they had a great start against DRX as well. But in terms of economy management, right, taking the risks where they need to, the way they took mid control and then they waited for the timings and the cooldowns so I'll come back, all seems well and done. Now, in the buy round RQ, this is where they can start to really force ZETA out of their comfort zone.
We should clarify earlier statements. We'll see if this is going to be a rush play. Depp gets himself swung out there, and they get the punish onto EJ. The Stinger at range just flipping him in the head. Fragment not deep enough to find the kills. Flash goes out. Flip Shadow just eats that. Luckily, there's no counter swing.
Yeah, Flips, I think, trying to use the smoke to his advantage, and the bounce is just a little off.
It's okay. Push comes in. Now went into the cloud burst. Nanoswarm in the back of Jen. Flash is decent here on the 2GE. Flip Shadow able to find one, but Depp comes around the corner unexpectedly. Strikes him down, and ZETA looking decently poised to be able to take this out.
I mean,
know
this
exactly where Zafiro is.
Yeah, this is already pretty huge. Depp's above!
Finds one, but Depp will go ahead and finish him off. Phantom in hand. ZETA go ahead and streak 3 together.
Okay. Again, we've seen this before, but it is played well. I can't forget about that because when we saw it against DRX as well, it was very impressive, but Depp comes alive, and that's always good news.
Yeah, a very solid start for Depp, as well as just ZETA overall. Now, the thing I wanted to clarify is, we mentioned the last couple times we've seen them on this map has not been great, but as well, their last 4 losses on Ascent, because they haven't had a win since June on this map, since they played against Northampton, happened against incredible teams.
Yes.
DRX most recently, but prior to that, Leviathan, and then 2 losses to Loud, over at Champions. So, we haven't had that great of a recent read on ZETA on this map versus some closer competition. That's a great start though for Belmore. Continues to deliver whenever he's got these sheriffs in his hand. We saw this from versus Gen G on that Cypher on Fracture, and Depp now has to get the hell out of Dodge. And everywhere he goes, there's just members of RRQ.
He's still somehow alive, and the backup's there from Laz. Great movement from Depp just to stay alive.
Zafiro, though, has found 10. Crucially, Spike still in a safe spot. EJ trying to continue the aggression, ends up getting punished. Zafiro, because of this kill, has recovered a Vandal.
Yeah, that's going to be the crucial turning point here. I mean, Zafiro, I think, has to play safe, right? And that's the position he has right now, is just not to get caught off guard too easily. And I like the fact that they've emptied A site, they've pushed out. So even if they go through tree, you just group up, and then
Okay. A great timing there from Melvin Moore, but can't find more than just a singular kill. Either way, probably going to feel pretty damn happy about that.
But usually you can now pick up a weapon in mid. This is why regrouping was so important for RQ. You can actually even this out. Try to claw back and get this thrifty by picking up these free guns.
Sugar Zero ult at the ready. I thought maybe he would try to TP out somewhere. Go on a scouting mission. Opts onto Paranoia, does not hit, but he still finds 2GE.
They know he's in.
Low on HP, tries to lead the charge. Laz getting tagged up just a bit. Manages to stabilize with a very last bullet in the clip. And he will guide them across the finish line. Money-wise, okay from the side of ZETA, but that was definitely closer than they wanted it to be.
And I love what ZETA did there at the end with the 2v2, right? As soon as Sugar Zero gets hit, by the drone. They actually swap positions just to toy with the enemy just a bit. Also be in a safer position where you can buy a little extra time, check if they've come into the site or not. So just a really good immediate call.
Yeah. And this one just very down to the wire, but Laz able to find it right at the very end. As we come out of the replays, we do have a timeout. This one, I believe, called by ZETA. So, I mean, clearly XQQ looking at that round, seeing how close it was to falling out of their hands and saying, okay, there's some things that we need to course correct here. I want to get on top of this nice and early.
And I do like that, right? Because last time you kind of sat on your laurels, said, hey, we might actually get a win against DRX, and then things just started to really fall out of control. And I think one of the most important things you might have seen there in that round was Adept was a little too persistent about trying to clear Killjoy utility in mid, right? Once you know that Elmi Moore is nearby and trying to protect whatever mid control, you know, the opponents are on eco. You just kind of back out and say, okay, we'll come back another round and try to toy with your utility. So I'm curious to see what ZETA's response here is. Do they continue to still strike mid early in the round just to have someone force someone to stay in mid, or are they gonna go with a bit of a fast attack here on this round just to switch things up?
They got quite a bit of util to work with here. Just the lockdown, and then all command on the opposite side, but very close to having that Hunter's Fury to boot.
Yeah, I mean, with this null command for ZETA, on the side of ZETA, if they wanted, they could shake things up across mid and tree, and then eventually go for a B push.
Again, just going to start storming their way up.
Now, I do like the deep alarm bot coming out from Elmi Moore, right? They know that ZETA wants to clear this early, so they're not taking any chances.
Does get spotted and cleared. Good amount of damage out on the Elmi Moore. The knife also not going to get much. Doesn't reveal how heavy of a presence there is around Market.
The timing of that, I mean, Sugar Zero didn't have an extra smoke, so they have to give up mid control for now.
Ooh, I mean, they're just waiting for this. They will be rewarded with a kill, but it's quickly traded back. EJ takes a nasty chunk of damage. So too does Sugar Zero. Now the null command is going to be popped as EJ gets himself tucked away into Wine. The rest of ZETA goes for the approach through tree into the site. Up here on a Heaven is Flipshider. Spots out two. Can't quite nail the shots, however. It's 10. Cut down, unable to lurk into Heaven.
They have to remember EJ, right? Because you use the Omen ult to get in, so you have to remember that there was someone still in A main that you have not cleared yet. And the lockdown as well.
Here he comes. And right as they try to turn into him, he shuts them down. Xvero will go ahead and arrive to get the final blow. So the timeout, trying to clean things up from ZETA, but unfortunately gives some crucial time to RQ to go ahead and discuss. They'll get this round on the board for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that attack right there, using the Omen ultimate, I mean, that's a fine idea. But because of the timing and the lack of smokes, you have to give up so much info here.
Yep, and we're talking about it. They have to know about EJ. They have to remember that position that he played in. But the moment that Depp starts to swing in his direction, he's just greeted with death. So now, Depp's going to be pulling out the blades. Let's see, 10 carrying over a hero rifle into the round. Otherwise, Stinger's frenzies.
Scanning ahead.
Now, Laz does have a Hunter's Fury, and Elmi Moore just used his lockdown. So if they can get an early kill here, you could use that to force everyone out of the site.
Surprisingly, Severa does not open up the spray with the Odin. Holds on to everything. They know that he's got it. Into the site goes Depp, but I think he thought he was going to have to kill an Elmi Moore. He looks away, and Elmi Moore going to die to his own Nano Swarm. So I guess things course correct just a little bit. EJ going to be able to find one, finds his second, and Sugar Zero is going to be taken out. 10 now, last man standing. Pushes out. It's hand delivered into EJ's lap.
Ooh, ZETA, things kind of fall apart there, right? I mean, for one, Depp, I agree. I think he thought he had the kill. But as soon as they see that Elmi Moore dies to his own Nano Swarm, they know that they tag someone else all the way back in Boathouse. So you see the Hunter's Fury come out just to try to clear it, but
I mean,
the team's not in position.
Yeah, I mean, a misread by Depp, and then looks like Elmi Moore as well missed timing when the Nano Swarm was going to expire. Either way, ROQ pick up 2 rounds, keeping it close. This is, I mean, just given what we saw from the versus DRX on this very map, where we start having to be concerned a bit for the side of ZETA. Good dart, pinked out on the 2. They do get that paranoia across, but they crucially do not connect onto EJ. Before Depp can get the punish out into mid, Sugar Zero goes down.
They know they're stuck in mid, though. RQ has a good read on this.
Oh, he spotted him, and I don't think Elmore fully read that, okay, the dep was there. It doesn't matter, because it's going to be 10 that finds the kill, and now we're starting to get silly.
Yeah, well, hey, honestly, in ZETA's position, now dep's kind of a mystery, right? They don't know where he is, and the fact that he's already pushed up close to market is going to remain a mystery. Now, of course, RQ, if they have any sense of all those fights, they're not going to contest for that just yet, so everyone's sitting far back in each site.
They're correctly gambling right now, our ZETA.
Yes.
Everyone drifting over towards the B site. This is where only Fliptider is occupying the space right now.
And I think
the other two are going to have to rotate.
Yeah, the reason they're doing this as well is because if the Killjoy's gone, the setup's always been on B.
Yeah.
So they know it should be a safer bet in theory, and they will be correct in that choice. Now, Flips, how much damage can he do?
And footsteps have to be heard. Now he's going to be spotted. Swings out, looks to take the fight. He's trying to isolate these as best as possible, but he's getting surrounded. The 10 will flash him out of boats.
The step-by-step was good from Flips, but like you said, I mean, it's a tough fight one way or the other. And this retake, I mean, we've seen some crazy Odin retakes, but we'll see. The utility is there, right? You've got the drone and the recon bolts as well.
Okay, 10 going to be sprayed down.
He was actually just trying to get the lockdown.
He's trying to get the lockdown, but
yeah,
hasn't been able to clear it. And he's not going to be able to get out of here. So he just ends up eating this. Dep getting ready to push to try to go for the hunt. Gets revealed! And suddenly, has this been stolen away? The last man standing sends out a shotgun. It goes too deep. They know where he's at.
Draw him out.
It's the one tap, down to 29. And he needs to hit this headshot, and Sephiroth will just run at him.
I think he got there just in time. It looked very close.
Doesn't have it.
Oh,
just shy of it. Enough time bought. It is a clutch at the end of the day.
Wow.
But a very costly one still.
Yeah, I mean, several kind of mishaps on both sides revolving around that lockdown, right? I mean, 2G is trying to break it, gets a kill, but then they also are able to use 2G getting detained as bait.
I mean, this is just a comedy of errors around across the board.
Oh, right, that was the round where it started a mid.
Yeah,
right.
Everything was just really wonky the whole way through. 10 sitting behind the lockdown. Just, I mean, sure. All right, they identify G's position. Now they can suspect the KO from Tree as well. That slows up the approach, and EG gets himself into heaven with the operator. Finds one, dashes out, not looking to overstay his welcome.
Okay, well, in all theory, A site is pretty much closed down now, right? You've lost your jet, and you know the operator was there, and the Hestra, along with the KO. I mean, that's a lot of utility and firepower that you're going to have to fight. Now, ZETA, they don't want to make anything obvious, so it's really going to come down to 10. Whether he goes to tree or mid, he has to apply some pressure on the other side of the map for the rest of the team to make a decision here.
He could draw some attention by destroying or triggering this alarm bot, but the drone did just clear through B.
Yeah. It's not going to do much.
You could suspect that they're still on the rotation and haven't gotten into that position yet.
The most ideal thing is he actually really just needs to get a kill, right? Because, yeah, they have no reason to move off of this alarm bot.
Yeah, they can still play contact off turret on main, so. Okay. Now the rotate will start coming in.
And I do like this. The only thing is time, right? They're just simply going to have to run through. Silva was the only one spotted here by the 0 point. And RQ, they're just going to, I mean, if they go B, RQ saying, well, we'll just retake, right? Worst case, we just retake. Not a big deal.
I mean, they are really trying to sell this. Laz is just sticking around, sends in the drone as well. Creep in, 10 gets the jump opportunity, finds Elmore, but now they still have to get through this. They have no time remaining! As the spike will be left on the floor. Push onto the corner, and he can't even get the kill. Zephyro will go ahead and save the round.
Disaster. Oh, man. And this is something we've talked about. I've said it before. They talked about it again today on the desk as well. But ZETA, they play so slow sometimes when they don't even have complete info. And I get it, right? This time you lost your jet. You found the operator. You're really up against the wall. That's true. But this has been a pattern we've seen from them where they're not able to make a more decisive strike and just take a risk. If you're going to play for the win anyway, have 10 push even deeper into mid.
Yeah. Well. Again, we go forward. Dep, the hero Vandal in hand. Everybody else really knocked back on an eco. I mean, look at Laz, only 550.
Ooh, yeah. That's not a good pattern to get stuck in. Hopefully they can course correct that, and the easiest way to do so would be to get a win.
EJ just watching to see if anyone's going to go for that deep push. Can swing back in. 10 just getting darted there by the drone.
Yeah, but look at RQ's position, right? Again, they're just emptying A site, and they're making these claims because they know Zeta loves to pressure mid against the alarm bot. They just check if they still do it. Then they have the op set up. You still have the Cosmic Divide. You know the opponents are on an eco. No reason to rush off of any of this utility contact.
Good tools for a retake as well if they just want to completely surrender the site.
Oh.
Obviously, not going to be ideal for them, but
This crossfire is kind of nasty. Oh, they're actually going to just empty both. RQ's playing this very safe, which I don't mind, right? The opponents are on an eco.
oh, if Zephyro had just opened up. Okay, turret makes that contact. Good clear. Elmore perfectly reading that nanoswarm is going to be coming through. Instantly tags it. Shock dart goes flying, looking for some damage, and Sugar Zero going to be taken down. Zephyro again. Looks incredible. Depth, however, in market, finds one. The plant can come through. Fragment doesn't clear much of anything.
It's very important that they have this market control, because now there's only one way for them to enter.
The flash is nasty, but he's only able to find one. Has to make a quick exit.
Yeah, but 10.
In the meantime, 10 on the backstab. Picks him up, the push comes in, and it's a thrifty victory. The hero rifle leading to multiple upgrades on the side of Zeta. They stop a momentum build from RRQ.
And a brilliant adjustment from Zeta, right? The reason they win this round so handily is they finally flip the table and they deny info from the other side while they keep strong control of market.
Yeah. I mean, 10 just arrives at the perfect moment, takes down flips. The rest of the team ends up getting hit by a deep flash. He scoops up that last kill. And Depp has it set up to just go ahead and get the push with the classics. Now RRQ also going to be looking to pump the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're over on the defensive side here. On your map pick of Ascent, you only have 3 rounds, and if Zeta's starting to course correct already, things are looking a little bit dicey. And I think what we're seeing with both of these teams is that their set plays themselves are good, right? Like that flash we just saw to deny that retake coming into B. Things like that are good. Now, previously in other matches, RQ seemed to have a little bit more diversity, but really the big problem comes down in the fact that both teams break down if their initial plan doesn't work.
Sure.
So now that Zeta's found a way to force that issue, right? Once we clear the alarm bot, keep control of market, and now they don't have any information. RQ, what's your answer to that?
Yeah, it's a bit like, if we rewind, we go back to, Vision Strikers, even DRX, when they were in that era, where the set plays were so good, they're so clean, but if things got offset, their mid-round calling really suffered. Obviously, they have since corrected that, but it seems like those same growing pains being experienced by both of these teams at the moment.
Okay, so the adjustment for this round, even without an operator, is for EJ to actually just combat in mid. And I like that change, right? Frees up a little bit of utility for later parts of the round as well.
Not sure how many were revealed by the 0 point, but should have been a decent number.
And because of that, they immediately pushed tree. So now they know this is going to be A site. The biggest thing concern for them is just to keep tree control so that everyone has to stay in site or in A main. And it's going to be a fast rotate over to A main from RQ as well.
It's going to be that full 5v5 attempting to retake the Cosmic Divide, still in the back pocket. Zephyro, if he can find one, would get him that Hunter's Fury.
Alarm bot?
Sugar Zero trying to play off of it, but it's not ready for the wide swing off EJ instantly. And even then, likely would have been traded. Either way, the man advantage is going to be established here. As Depp gets himself up into heaven, and this is a bridge too far, my friend. LB cuts him down to size, doesn't eat that much damage, and now EJ arrives. Suddenly, it's going to be a flawless retake.
What a great Cosmic Divide, knowing that you already had control of tree and that you were going to fight for main. And even there, you send 2 people, so even if you get traded, you'll still have someone drawing attention in main. And if you cut the site in half, now the onus is on Zeta to decide, okay, do we stick by the spike or do we try to push back out of main? Because we're also not going to have any audio either if we step on the other side of this wall.
Yeah. I mean, EJ, we were picking him up after the first map. And we have plenty more reason to go ahead and continue to do so, as he's just looking quite good. Still, some rounds to try to run back here, but the timeout from RRQ working out in their favor. Let's see, continue on this, because they're going to be hungry for that 6-6 half.
All right, so RQ, they're still changing some things up here, right? Even with the same alarm bot returning in this round, they're ready to pinch on this if the alarm bot triggers from both
Elmi
sides.
turning away, expecting the flash, and that's a quick kill coming out. They double push the smoke, and EJ will be rewarded with one of his own.
Great adjustment. Good reads coming out from RQ. You know, whether it was Coach Ewok during the timeout or if it's just the team. Woo.
Spike down
Crispy.
A.
I mean, good reads on how ZETA wants to start each and every round of Ascent, right? Clear the alarm bot, stick someone in mid.
I don't even... Well, Sugar Zero will find one. See if we can get more done here. Reinforcements starting to come in. So RQ start rotating over. Two towards heaven. One likely to approach from tree.
Right there.
I mean, they know he's got to be in the smoke somewhere, but even then, it's quite troublesome.
Sugar Zero continues to try to keep them in this. They should know the 2G is in the smoke, and they'll be able to flush him out. Suddenly it's a 2v2. Oh, but the lockdown going to be invested right in his dying breath. Door going to be shut. The Hunter's Fury is available, but it's not going to be committed to.
He's just trying to get the kill!
Gets around the back, yeah. You know what? I don't need it.
I mean, he had a little bit of room there to work around the lockdown as well. So just good movement coming in from Zafiro to make sure that he keeps that main control. I was getting a little afraid when the other two members started to try to peek out one by one, but it looked like they were simply just trying to buy time, knowing that the backup would come on both sides of the site. What?
I wanted to look back at that again, because I don't think that the flash connected onto Elmi more.
No, I don't think it did.
I think Depp, hey, just a little bit of it, half flash as he turned away, but I'm pretty sure that the Killjoy for RQ completely unhindered by it. Now as we go into the last round of the half, look at the war chest from RQ. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, blades at the ready.
Revealing area.
I love the change from RQ again, right? They know that.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
No one expects the
cross map, Odin.
Yeah, the short Odin.
Yeah, we see it every time we're about to forget that it's doable, right? And it's a good timing pick from Zafiro to shut this down on the last round of the first half. You know, on ZETA's side, I mean, thankfully it's not their jet, so they can still strike a site if they want to. They just won't be able to look behind them, so they're going to have to be able to clear it and maybe even push out.
I mean, at this point, just given the impact that we've been seeing from this Odin,
Right
I would just be running the B. I'd rather deal with the KJ util.
You know, I was hoping that in this last round, you know, and maybe it's only because it's the last round of the first half that ZETA didn't have the leisure to think about this, but, you know, using some of the Sova util to clear out any of Killjoy's utility in mid or B might save them a little bit of trouble instead of having to always body check it. But
yeah, this seems like a good idea.
Yeah, but alas, it is last round, and
but
just
alas,
grouping with 4. Alas.
All right, Dart goes out. Odin set up a tree. EJ still unscouted. Neil will remain thus. Drops down, sprays away, up over the top of the blades, but it's going to be Zafiro who starts claiming the kills. The lockdown keeps them contained into wine. The Hunter's Fury infested. And they will just be absolutely slaughtered at A main. 6-6 on the half. RQ run back 3 rounds consecutively to tie things up.
You know, I almost think RQ adjusting, you know, a round or 2 late actually ended up working in their favor. Because it doesn't give ZETA enough time to adjust back in these last 2 rounds.
Yeah. Well, this was just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, it's the last round of the half.
Oh,
you might as well dump all your ultimates just to be safe.
Invest it if you got it. No blame whatsoever there. But unfortunately here, after the very strong start for the side of ZETA, picking up 4 rounds right off the rip, they're only able to find 2 more in the half, so perfectly balanced between these two teams as far as the score, but right now, it's not balanced regarding the momentum.
No, it is not. I mean, this is all in favor of RQ. Now, of course, you are switching sides. And something that ZETA is going to have to remember is, again, you know, when and how to use that paranoia. Are you going to use it just for retakes? Because what we've seen from them is they love to use that to retake A, right? You send it from tree through hell, and then your members from heaven jump down on the timing. But, I mean, DRX adjusted that as soon as they saw it once. And now everyone's seen the angle that you like to use. So you got to consider, do we use this just to buy time on the defense instead of trying to win duels off of it?
Sure. I mean, defending side on Haven was where we saw ZETA starting to engineer that comeback. Let's see if they can have a similar performance as they get ready to do it here on Ascent. Somebody who's been a bit lacking in this first half that we need to see more from, that we saw be so instrumental on Haven, is 10.
Yes.
Has not been finding the same value.
Yeah, no, I mean, he got the crucial kill on the pistol round, but other than that, I mean, sure, he had some good kills, but none that were as impactful as the ones he was getting over on Haven. Especially
those first deaths come through again.
Yes, yeah.
Not expecting, getting a read as to where Flipshider is going to be, or sorry, where Zafaro is going to be. Zafaro's the one who's the dishonest gamer using the Odin, so.
Hey, man, it's in the game.
It's in the game.
Might as well.
I consider it abuse. I know that Mitch Man heavily disagrees, but
I mean, as a
he's stupid. So,
as a heavy Odin, Bucky, and Judge user, I have nothing more to say here.
Yeah, trying to put pressure on you at the same time.
Yeah, I feel it.
Trying to convert you. Knife out over the top. Depth managing to find one, but EJ will equalize. Pushes through the cloud burst. Pro runs out of bullets, and EJ will find a second. Laz now spotted, has to back away.
I mean, backup's got to get here fast, because otherwise you just have to sacrifice Laz and fight to, okay, well, 2v4 anyway.
Yeah. This quick hit. This could be the beginning of the end. Sugar Zero adjusts after the smoke dissipates, but takes a nasty bit of damage. At the same time, catches. Zephyr, though, mid-jumped is 10.
You do have a smoke if you want to cut off an angle here. This is doable.
You gotta do something.
There you go.
Smoke down. Sugar Zero at 2 HP. The turret to try to lead the way. 2G finds the low HP member. Turret playing contact on 1. 10 gets that elimination, but cannot find the final one. A bloody brawl in the B site, but RQ go ahead and win out another pistol.
I like the speed coming out from RQ, right? I mean, no matter what, if they're not going to stack heavy on pistols, which ZETA rarely ever does, if ever, you're probably going to have the advantage.
You can hear the call saying together, together. 2G plays the sacrifice. EJ continues to profit. 17, 8, and 3 for him.
Phantom and Tool Bulldogs just to try to stay ahead wherever they can for RQ.
The spot out, just trying to see if anyone's going to aggro push off the back of that ping, but unfortunately ZETA, well, A, don't have anybody in position to do so, B, know better than to try it.
Yeah, but hey, ZETA, I like what you're doing, right? You send the 0 point, and just to get info and also to make it seem like you want to fight on A, try to force them off and funnel them to B, but right now, the last thing you can do is just hope that they bite on this.
Yeah. Start out, I think that connected high.
Yeah, it did look a little high.
There's nothing for it to clear there, but either way. Unfortunately for ZETA, does not seem like they're going to fall for the trap. Crow's just got to back away. No one moving to try to reinforce his position quite yet. The dart comes through, and that's going to be enough for them to go ahead and say, yeah, this is going to end up at A.
Yeah, and at this point, right, you haven't had any other contact. Anyway, we just saw on the minimap that Elmimore's turret activated over on B main, so both sides aware that there's mid presence. If you're ZETA, you got to make up your decision, right? Do we just all die to the spike?
I think that might be the best play.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't invested anything other than, what, a single frenzy and a shorty.
Yeah. It would feel bad not to take anything out of their hands, but they should suspect that even if they can drop one gun, that there's going to be somebody who's only rocking a pistol that might be able to recover that, so maybe you don't put that much of a dent in the economy. So the measured play is just to go ahead and wait out the spike explosion and jump in, get that death bonus.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the other thing to note here, which is probably what ZETA's also considering is, I mean, 2G is very close to his Cosmic Divide already, right? If you run in here, he somehow gets his ultimate, and then suddenly next round you're still fighting up against this enormous ultimate that can allow for an easy side execute. So a wise decision from ZETA, just say, all right, you know what, we lost the pistol anyway. Like, go of the second round, let's fight back where we have our strengths with the weaponry.
I just assume that people are going to be saying this, like, why did they die to the spike? Let's just start out there, Iron Chat. Iron Chat. Anyway, we'll move on, as ZETA would love to do very much the same. So weapons now going to be in their hands. The Sheriff purchase folds over into a Guardian here for Elmimore. Odin for Laz, just doing typical Soviet things.
Yeah, I mean,
for a second, I thought the clock froze. I thought we had a time. I thought we had a tech pause. Okay, EJ's just gonna die.
I do like that depth has continued to be pushing out quite aggressively to combat the potential speed from RRQ. Now, eventually, they also get Crow traded, so it's not the most ideal for ZETA, but hey, you took out the Jet, and it's a sent attack. I mean, RRQ has lost, I would say, about 50% of their power.
A good spraying there. Depp just catches Flipshider, Spike gets dropped, and then recovered. Drone looking to lead the way as Depp is just holding this down. 3 kills for him. 2G with the lurk. Does manage to find 10. Attacked low. Should make this not impossible for the side of RRQ to close the round.
Yeah, but ZETA, you lose another weapon and you are on your back foot, right?
Yes.
I mean, RRQ didn't lose anything in round 2. We have to remember that they still have enough to buy even if they die here.
That's great, though. Depp now on for the ace. Spike stranded. 2G, no real reason to not play out for this other than, you know, maybe to stop Depp from getting the blades.
Right.
But he's right now poised for it, and it will be an ace. Depp leveling up, having an immense amount of impact. That's what we've been wanting to see from this guy.
Let's get these idiots.
And he goes ahead and brings us back within 1 round.
Yeah, and again, the aggression to push out off of Util here to combat the potential aggression from EJ, I like it. They know that EJ especially, sometimes even individually, likes to bring up the tempo just a tad bit, and Depp's regaining his confidence.
Enemy remaining.
Great to see. It's a nice ace to go ahead and kick off their first round victory in the second half. But again, economy-wise, still going to be fairly stable for the side of RRQ. ZETA losing out on a couple guns. Well, we see Depp surrendering his rifle to go for the blades instead.
I think that's a fine idea. You actually spot no one on the 0 point, so ZETA is actually just going to ditch A main, assume that RRQ was not planting anyone beyond the scope of that, especially with the utility that they're now hearing in mid. I love this movement from ZETA, right? They say, all right, ditch the sites. Let's make sure we go for a clean retake. Just buy some time until backup shows.
The first updraft, he spots him, and I'm not going to hit. As EJ gets himself forward, all the way past the market stairs, door going to be shut. It's tucked back here into the site.
So Pharaoh's timing is going to be so crucial if he wants to go through mid, which I think he does.
He's gone for, okay, he's starting to move up now. That alarm bot is there. Can play contact off it, but it's going to have to be a very quick pivot because right now they are not paying attention to mid whatsoever. He gets himself in here. He just sprays through, finds Crow. If he remembers gone, Sugar Zero tries to trade it back. Lad's going to be spotted out. Pharaoh will be able to shut it down. No consecutive rounds strung together here for ZETA. RRQ, they restretch the lead by 2.
Got it.
And a great idea from RRQ, right? They make the right read of, okay, if ZETA's just going to go for the retake, let's make sure we have a backup plan, which is going to be Zafiro, who can hang back, he can still provide backup with utility at long range if he needs. But if anything, he gets the perfect timing.
I mean, you know, we've been highlighting this guy, both at international events, and then also, you know, coming into this, if you haven't watched it, we had a Meet the Player video that went up, I believe, yesterday, about Zafiro. And one of the biggest things we said about him was that his lurking is incredible. We've seen it from him time and time again on both the international stage as well as here. This guy, he knows how to just read and manipulate map movement.
I think the biggest thing, yeah, like you said, is the ability that comes from that is just his awareness to keep control of any zone, right? If it's on defense, he's anchoring. Oh, and then we have on the left side, we've got Can from DRX.
Love from Denmark as well.
Ah.
People swinging by to say hello. Can.
Love to see it.
Showing some friends around the studio.
It's good to have people coming into the studio kind of regularly now, and international fans too, right? Especially from Japan.
Yeah. I was going to say as well for English fans who are here, because we do have a couple of them. Obviously, not just the ones that we featured on screen, but a couple others in the audience. We have radio, so they can listen into our broadcast, so they get to hear our voices.
And it's first come, first serve.
I see you giving a nod.
Oh, there you go.
Shout out
you're
to the voice
listening.
of the audience. Let's see, though. Now, if ZETA can try to turn this around, they're going again for a fast hit. I mean, they know his position. He drops down. He lines them both up. How does he get away with that?
Oh my goodness, the perfect lineup for Depp, and this is just boosting his ego and confidence at the same time.
Should have never happened.
No, I mean, it definitely shouldn't have. We've seen that, you know, that move not work out so many times where if you don't get the initial kill, you're kind of stuck up in your own smoke, but he buys just enough time on the drop.
I mean, this is make or break now. They find those initial kills. They've got good damage here onto Zafiro. they need to be able to win this round, and cleanly.
Yes. I mean, both sides, you know, the economy's not great on either, but it's a little more dire for ZETA. And now Depp, of course, with the lower health, is just going to hand over the weapon.
And it seems like, I mean, yeah, the necessary but unfortunate call from RQ. Everybody back away.
Yeah.
Maintain position at the spawn and look to hold on to these rifles.
Yep.
They know that, I mean, widely, no one's going to come hunting.
Yes.
Because ZETA is in just as dire of an economic situation.
Yeah, this is a very calculated choice from RRQ, right? Knowing that if ZETA does come, I mean, all power to you, because if we trade, you're on your back foot. We can still have a couple members by. But this way, RRQ, they can match up next round with a 5v5 full buy round. And I like the fact we saw it on the player cam briefly, but Zafiro seemed to be really going through what they want to do in the next rounds, talk about how they want to adjust. You have that Cosmic Divide available to you on this attack, and I think that's going to come in very crucial here going into round 18.
I mean, Depp doing a little bit of a push here. If he can find anything with that Sheriff of his. Does not. ZETA again. Just this back and forth that we've been seeing across the last couple rounds.
Now
they want to break away from it.
Yeah, and Flipsider is 1 point away from that null command. So if they want, they can try to fight for these ult tours. I think on the side of RRQ, you wait to see if ZETA's aware of it to dump util just to make you back out of it. And then worst case, if no one pushes out of B main, you can rotate over, pick up that null command, and make a quick strike.
Dart over the top. A little bit of spray, hoping for a connection. Doesn't find it though. EJ instead turns his sights over towards mid. Dart goes forward, does not clear the alarm bot. Still realize right about now.
Yeah, but yeah, at the end of the day, the mission is done. They still maintain control of B main as well. So overall, the opening part of this round, not so bad for RQ. They have control of, you know, mid and somewhat into market. They make sure that ZETA can't push out of B main.
Depp is feeling it now. Gets started, just sets up that one way, wants to stick around despite the fact that somebody could have just swung the corner, had the lineup on him.
But that's the confidence you need, right? Because what you just mentioned, Depp's aggression and confidence there allows ZETA to make the choice of closing a door, and we can still buy enough time for backup to appear. Crow's gonna be ready with a flash drive if RQ comes into the site.
They're pulled back, so 0 point does not connect. 10 gonna be able to find EJ just spraying through the wall. Clips him in the skull.
Second flash drive comes out from Crow as well, just to buy time. Only 30 seconds left.
You see Sugar Zero still hovering back over towards that A site. Starts to rotate a little bit faster to join in as 10 holds things down! One after the other like lemmings over the cliff. They are delivered into his hands. 10 finds 4.
And the
ZETA
setups
ties it up.
Yeah, and the setups are good, right? Crow's flash drives were on such perfect time. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Tracking that through the air, through the wall is just impressive. But, I mean, here, too, using Laz as bait initially so that 10 can still have accurate information of how he wants to take these fights one by one.
Crispy shots. Now we'll just go ahead. Throw that last timeout into the mix. RQ not wanting to give this lead over to ZETA once more.
Oh, I mean, listen, Ascent is starting to look like a really solid match, right? Good adjustments on both sides, and also a couple players starting to really come online where they looked a bit heavy on the first half, namely, especially Depp. If you're playing that Jet and your team's on your back foot, you know, you got to make those aggressive peaks, even if you don't get a kill, as long as you stay alive and you put pressure. Ascent is a map where the attackers are always pressured for time. So any extra seconds you can buy where they're not gaining control of, you know, inside tree, inside market, something like that, you know, it's a job well done on the defensive side.
This needs to be a turning point now for RQ as they look to regain a lead and close this out with a 2-0. Both teams, I mean, you can't even imagine how hungry they have to be to get just this first match win out of the way.
Now, Null Command and Cosmic Divide wouldn't be a bad idea to invest both just to make sure they can keep the lead here and escape this tie score. Currently in position, though, they're not going to be able to go for a rush. There is a chance that if they get a couple picks, Flipsider might even use it as a fake over on A.
0 point up close. They're going for this aggro swing out as Depp gets it off the back of the dart. Still going to be able to find one.
One
EJ
enemy
picks up a
remaining.
second elimination, but the crunch here from the side of ZETA, gorgeous. They lose a couple weapons, but I mean, economy-wise, the buys are going to be looking great.
Yes.
And now they have the lead once again.
And RQ was prepped for this. They were waiting for the push out of mid, but the utility was just exactly timed in favor of ZETA. Def gets the first kill, and as soon as he gets contact, the other backups swing out of mid and tree. They're able to stay ahead in numbers, even if it looks a little bloody out of mid.
All right, though. Still, tools available. So many of them for RRQ.
You gotta
Lockdown, one away. Weapons in hand now.
All right, just waiting for, all of the util. I like it. Just draw that out. Now that you know that these cooldowns are not available for ZETA, I mean, you gotta use at least one, if not two ults.
Okay, good start. 10 struck down, great little lurk there. Dep now punished. Spike gonna be stranded on the floor, the flash is decent. Sugar Zero tries to hold the line, finds a second elimination, pushed out Crow, gonna be good for one as well. But this leaves Laz now in a 1v2. Lockdown initiated, he's still making his way into heaven.
It's a good choice from Elmy Moore just to make sure he buys time for 2GE to cover his back.
Dart goes in deep, doesn't get the hit that he's looking for though.
Now, your economy is looking fine, right? For ZETA, and especially for Laz. I mean, Def is rich as well. He could even buy that operator for himself next round, so might as well.
Standing ahead.
Dart goes out to check the site. Not going to spot anything, doesn't necessarily eliminate the potential that they could be in hell. He does a quick little 180 to check. Nano Swarm, it's a ton of damage.
Laz is just looking to take away weapons here.
It seems like that's going to be the case.
Sees one.
Okay, no, he's just going to save it. Decides to back away, doesn't want to give over. I was going to say an ult charge, but 2G's already got his. Elmy Moore is quite far away.
Yeah, I mean, I think there would have been logic for him to actually just, stick by and eventually die to the spike even if he gets one kill, because then he gets one extra ult orb where he could have gotten quicker to his Hunter's Fury, but, he just goes for the very, very safe route of keeping a weapon alive. There are still, no one's at match point yet, so there's still a couple rounds where that extra bank might come in handy.
Still just the first time you finally get that lead for ZETA. And just right after that, timeout comes through.
All right.
RQ looked good in the bye round.
Yeah, first time in a long time that RQ is all starting on the same side of the map, so if they get control of mid, surely this round, now you invest your ultimates. I mean, last time you thought you could get in with some free kills early, but...
Great dart! Laz!
Oh!
Catches Elmy Moore. Also gets a good amount of damage. I mean, the power down to 54. Laz instantly has to break away from the drone as he tries to flush him out of this back site. And we'll see if that comes back to bite them, because 10 does hold on to this lockdown.
If they're going to come into this, RQ has to push fast because this Cosmic Divide's going to end soon.
Oh, Crow! Flashes in, backs away, throws down the fragment now to buy some more time. 10 swings out into the spawn. Catches another, and suddenly it's just 2GE with the spike stranded out in mid, of all places.
Oh, and these are the moments where we see the cracks start to show for RRQ. Listen, the decision to try to rotate over to A, even that wasn't a bad idea, but you needed to just commit. You had 3 people already up through the connector towards defender's spawn.
This is just completely crumbled, and again, just given the money, like EJ, Elmy Moore, sure, they're going to be looking decent going into the next
30
round.
seconds left.
But everybody else, 2GE only with 900 credits in the bank. He's just got to let this go.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a round where they finally choose to commit 2 of their huge ultimates, right? Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury. And both of them, I mean, the setups for them individually were good. Even if you lost a member to the Odin initially, it was fine, especially because you actually pushed out through connector. But then their decision-making, they falter for 1 second. And then Crow's able to get another pick on mid with the spike being rotated.
ZETA again, finding themselves in the lead this time, 1 round away, locking in map point for themselves. And they still have a smorgasbord of ultimates. Just the null command available for the side of Flipshider.
1 second, peeps.
Everybody else tragically far away because of the heavy commit that we've seen over the last 2 rounds now.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, no one on RQ should be regaining their ultimates before this match ends. So you're relying on this null command. Now, obviously, you don't want to let ZETA get match point first, but it looks like RRQ is just going to play the safe route, really try to commit to a full buy round and see if they can get a couple cheeky picks here if ZETA overcommits.
This time they do show respect to the Odin. Wood getting spammed down. Again, forward presence established in mid. Double stack into market. Drone ready to lead the charge.
Oh, if EJ gets spotted by this, there's a big chance he doesn't get out alive.
I mean, they know where he's at. Fragment's gonna go in. They're spraying. Somehow, he only takes a modicum of damage.
Yeah, 10 choosing not to spray there in case EJ pushes out of the smoke so he can be ready to swivel. But that does give EJ a moment to get out alive.
Depp. He have just been within. No, actually, does not get caught, but Tailwind now going to expire. Because the whole thing's down. Needs to win this battle versus EJ when he decides to take it.
Here.
Flipshider doesn't have any flashes, so this is just going to be a straight run. Now, they could go for the null command if he wanted.
Nebula up, and oh, it's just a blind shot through the smoke. Depp finding a kill. Sugar Zero now, stuck in hell, trying to hold things down. Swings out of the corner, finds one, can't get the second. EJ gets that kill. Flash out. Throw. Spraying through, trying to find something, but Elmimore arrives through window to try to bail them out. 10 on the approach, the lockdown still held on to nothing to clear it. He drops it in, the plant will come through.
Yeah,
with 8 seconds remaining.
You have to stick, right, because of the timing. But now you know the only place for them to go is wide. This lockdown covers the entirety of, the exit out onto main.
They're so low.
Oh, and 10 is just waiting. I mean, they have the call for the health as well, so 10 is just going to wait to spray down.
One pinged.
Oh,
EJ, what a pivot! How did he get Laz?
No, it's a fight for time!
They're looking for the double!
Oh!
The Tailwind takes him into the corner, 10 backs away. Tag down to 80. And EJ, he can just play around this with time. The turret's not that deep, he can peek without drawing contact.
Gambles this!
10's got it.
Oh my god, I mean, hearts of steel for EJ as well. He just says, no, you're surely faking one more time. And he was right, but he was already too low.
Match point.
So very close. They almost brought that back from the brink.
I mean, if RQ had won this round, would have been incredible.
Oh yeah. Instead, now they're at map point. They need to take us into overtime and close down from there if they want to find this with a 2-0. But ZETA looks like they're in with a pinch. Go ahead and take this to 3.
Well, listen, I wouldn't mind getting to see both these teams over on Lotus. I mean, once again for RRQ, see how things might have changed up. But
they're looking for the fast hit again. Depth over the top. Spots him for a moment, and they cut him down.
But see that changeup. This time, Crow helps commit to it. They're not actually relying on Depp to get the kills. This time the intention was for Depp to simply draw them out. Good adjustment from ZETA, just one small tweak on a set play, and now they're able to get a huge numbers advantage, try to close out this map and go to a map 3.
Zafiro darted, sprinting up now into mid, wants to try to intercept, and Crow, as low as he is, would need to effectively get this one tap of the Phantom.
Yeah, I mean, I think Crow, the angle he was holding as well, is literally just there for info and time. Oh, he saw him.
Sees the paranoia.
Elmimore knows both are there.
Okay, now they know that he's far forward. They try to take the fight. He gets a bit of damage across. 10 going to be knocked down to 65. 2GE arrives in the site. Finds 2. Opens this up. And maybe we're not done yet.
If Zafiro can get this kill, it would be massive. The smoke trying to allow Zafiro to just hide.
Does he check through this? He's not spraying it. This is just creeping down.
Oh, this angle is so hard to read, though. He knows he's near. Zafiro knows.
Oh, he's spraying so close, but he just holds it. Depp, however, still here. Punches forward. Gets the point blank right click to drag ZETA into a third and final map. 13-10 in both of these so far. ZETA not going down without a fight. Unfortunately for RRQ, they are now 0-3 on their own map picks and VCT events.
Oh,
but the map that they've elected to go to twice is what's standing in their way of getting their first match victory. Lotus now on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, we got to remember, right? RRQ, this squad. I mean, RRQ as a team in Valorant as well, on a global scale, itching for a win, but then this roster itching for a win. Sure, ZETA, I mean, given their storyline, they would love to get a win as well, but they've had a taste of that victory before. It's, in fact, going so far in last year's Masters Reykjavik. But RRQ, I mean, you can see it in their play. They know they're able to get wins, but they still just haven't proven it yet, and some fans are starting to lose hope.
Well, I think a lot of fans on the side of ZETA might have been giving up hope after that run back, after that 6-6 half. RRQ looking clean with it. EJ having a hell of a performance, but ZETA persevering, making these adjustments, knowing when to up the tempo, and shutting down the aggression coming out of RRQ. It's just gorgeous. And now the biggest concern that I have is that RRQ have shown Lotus a couple of times now. There's tape to watch. We have nothing on ZETA. We don't know what to anticipate.
Yeah, I mean, this can go both ways, right? I mean, ZETA, it's going to be their first time really testing out whatever they have cooked up on Lotus. But like you said, RRQ, if they haven't changed things up over on Lotus, ZETA surely have prepped because they know this has been the go-to pick for RRQ. RRQ, whether it's an agent change or, you know, different set plays, there's got to be some adjustments.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we just need to see that growth, those continued improvements as they continue to have this map available in the pool. We're going to find out how they look on it and whether or not they'll be able to close this out after all, or if it will be ZETA getting a nice little best-of-3 reverse sweep. That's going to happen in a little bit, but first we're going to have a commercial break, and then the desk will break down the action because there was plenty of it from map number 2, so don't go anywhere.
Out of the ordinary again. The only difference.
Trying to see if we can find anything at night. It's over. Good damage out on the dip, and spray down for us.
Dep's above. He's still somehow along.
Crucially, Spike Labs getting tagged up just a bit now. They're just waiting for this.
Oh.
Here he comes. And right as they try to turn to him, he shuts him. Pushes out as best as possible, but he's getting ready to push. He's trying to go for the hunt. Gets thrown to heaven with the operator. Spike don't have to get through this. They have no time remaining.
And there's only one way for them to enter.
In the meantime, 10 on the backstab. Sugar Zero trying to play off.
Ewok during the timeout. Or
Here's another 2 Gs in this.
just trying to get the kill.
Gets around the back 3. DJ still on the scout. Getting up the end. Sugar nasty bit of damage. At the same time, 3 kills for him. Blades. Right now, poised for it. Yep. I mean, they know his position. He drops down. He has to rotate a little bit faster. Join in as 10 holds this aggro swing out his depth.
It's been a long, hard road, okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. It's been a long, hard road, okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. Call me the champion, welcome to my kingdom. Predators been stalking, but survival is my instinct. And certain men get harms done, caught up in the system. But I'ma tell my own truth, yeah, I'ma make them listen, you better listen. Call me the champion.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just completed Game 2, RRQ versus ZETA, and that was the kind of game I wanted to see. It came really close, but we saw a lot more cohesiveness coming from both teams, and ZETA, a new life coming about them.
I mean, without a doubt. Onto our second half, Dep definitely stood up. But before we go into that, I think RRQ did a pretty good job as well. You know, coming into the end of the first half, they managed to tie it up 6-6. And a lot of that was made off of the right plays, the right reads, and some sneaky positioning.
Yeah, once again, I mean, I think we're seeing really good play from EJ on back-to-back maps here. He seems to be having a really strong day overall as the duelist, which is a really good sign here for RRQ. But yeah, I mean, ZETA just a little bit better. This one very close from the beginning to the end. There was no, like, 0-9 start that, tilted us into orbit watching ZETA. This was just like, okay, this was a great map of Valorant. Both teams playing their hearts out, playing really strong. ZETA able to find a good start this time, just like they did against DRX, but able to, kind of continue that success throughout the rest of the map.
That's right. I mean, it's true. What he was saying, we were screaming the first map.
Orbit.
Yeah.
I love that description.
But the second map was a lot more exciting. Like Achilles said, there was just way more action to talk about this round. So let's get right into it. Early on in the eco rounds, ZETA won their bonus round. Do you want to break that down?
Yeah, I'd really want to take a look at round number 3 here. This is just a phenomenal round from them. They get great utility. Again, off the rip, they're supporting each other with utility. Something we didn't get to see a lot of in the beginning. Now there is, a one-way here. They're trying to pin ZETA in, but the counter flash is perfect from Crow. So he was doing a great job with flashes throughout this map. Huge props to Crow on the KO. Thought he was playing really, really great. And then you can see they're setting Dep up. They're getting utility in there. There's a paranoia that comes across. There's flashes out and about. There's utility at the back of the site to clear space here for Dep. And even though Flipsider finds a great double, this allows Dep to get in deep, put that shorty to good use, and then he's able to find the final kill. Again, things like this is what you need to do. You need to set Dep up for success. You need to set up your playmakers for success, and that's what ZETA was really doing a lot better on this map.
What are your thoughts, Quack?
I mean, that's definitely what we want to see, right? Like, Crow, I'm not going to lie. ZETA still made some mistakes here and there. I think there are some rounds Crow was caught out with utility in his hands. RRQ, the thing is, while they make a lot of these good counterplays, counter strats, a lot of them are reactive. And I think that's the only reason why ZETA were able to kind of come out on top for this one. But that said, though, like, Dep really, really showed up. I mean, set up by Crow, playing off of his teammates, and at some point you could see the confidence. Like, there was that round where he started peeking in towards defender spawn just to set up 10 to flank up from behind. And it's this kind of play that makes you think it's a switch flicked inside of him. It's like an anime where his pupils change color. This alter ego comes out. It's awesome.
They did have some really brilliant plays. There was one eco round while they're on defense, and we were watching it like, oh, it's game over, and it wasn't the case. And on the attack side as well, there was another round where it did not go the way we thought it was going to go.
Yeah, this looked great here off the rip for the side of RRQ. They're taking space. You can see they're in the mid. They clear out some utility just a little bit, just that standard alarm bot, but all that space is given up by the side of ZETA. They're kind of expecting maybe a push into defender spawn. It takes quite a while, but you're going to see eventually, 2 players from RRQ stack up. They start thinking about pushing into market. ZETA's just waiting back here. Eventually, Laz falls in back towards boat. They're expecting this B hit. Laz then throws out the utility. It gets a spot. And then ZETA just starts coming in and swarming all over them. Smokes to help cover their team. There's just great utility all over the place. You can see they keep trying to push in, but there's great flank angles from everywhere. There's great patience here. Dep goes in deep, right? We don't get to see it on the mini-map here necessarily right away, but Dep goes in deep, gets a kill, and then sets 10 up.
It's a great strat. They shut the door in intentionally to kind of lure RRQ onto site. And as soon as that happened, ZETA slowly started to surround them. FBR, we have you surrounded. Come up with your hands up in the open. Like, it's that sort of play. And 10, of course, just is the one to come up with the hero plays again.
Seriously, that was a great IQ play right there. They baited them and totally entrapped them. It was just an excellent play. Now, RRQ did have some of their star moments too.
Yeah.
There was some really great plays by them. Do you want to break that down, Quack?
For sure. I mean, RRQ, I think, like we've mentioned, they're kind of reactive, but I really like this one because it shows that they have that game sense, the cognizant ability to read what ZETA are doing. Right now, it was this. We start off the round with the smokes up on A short, up towards Pizza, telling that it's ZETA wanting to push into market. So instantly, we have people playing off anti-flash positions, and as soon as that happened, they were able to take them down, and following that, just reading the map situation, knowing, okay, this is probably not B hit, there's no sound here, let's just play it safe. ZETA pushes onto A main, ZETA pushes past A short, and of course the players from RRQ were just ready to react in kind, and you see the rotations coming over off the entire map, people starting to place utility, this play from 2GE. I think ZETA were able to actually shoot him down because of how reactive, how sharp 10 was, but that said, RRQ managed to salvage this round, and it was pretty smart.
Yeah, this was good setups, good reading of the map, a couple just incredible shots from ZETA there from Sugar Zero and 10. You know, 10's having a whale of a day so far, at the very least for ZETA. You can hang your hat on that, but then, you know, using the lockdown here right out in the open doesn't really get much value there. So yeah, it's a really nice round here from RQ. But in general, both teams I think playing better there. It seems like they've settled down. They're playing a little more comfortable.
Depp saw his first ace of the Pacific. For Pacific, right? Yeah. So he played really well. He finally like woke up and showed us what he's really made of.
Especially with that nickname, I think he really earned it in this showing to Clinton, because that ace was him just kind of taking individual duels in a way that was really confident, but not overly heating himself and showing himself in exposed positions. He was so smart about it, and towards the end of it, in the last frag, he chased it, he hunted it down, and that's the confidence that I want to see from ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, the nickname that he's called is the Child of God in Japan, because he's been a multi-esport pro across a lot of different FPS games, and he's been extremely successful, arguably the best Japanese player in some of those. You know, here in Valorant, he's very, very good, of course. I don't think people would consider him the best. I think most people would consider Laz the best overall player, at least so far. But yeah, they're setting him up well. You know, Sugar Zero setting up some of those smokes outside of A main on their defender side, where he jump up onto the wall, get a couple big kills, right? Like, they're setting him up for success. That's good, because that means they're using their utility together and putting together a really strong game.
Honestly, my favorite thing, we didn't really show in the highlights, maybe not yet, but I just love watching Laz get hyped up and like maybe he wasn't getting a lot of frags, but he's just happy for his team. He's like, nice, and he slammed his table. That's the emotion that ZETA has.
Yeah, I was really glad to see a bit of that old ZETA energy come like build up slowly. You see like the first the smiles come back, and then like the slam on the table. That was super satisfying for us to watch, you know, from over here at the desk. What do you guys think of the Odin meta? I've noticed both Xfero and Laz was doing this last week too. The Odin's on Ascent. Is this the new thing?
I think it's a classic thing. Like way back in the first year of Valorant, Ascent is just a map that's built for this. I think Sinatra was the first one to start doing it back when he was on Sentinels. It's a lot of these plays where you play off of your recon, whether it's B main, which is what Laz did, or A short, which is what Xfero did. He managed to get a little bit of a ping, kind of knows where your location is, let it rip. Just left click and hold, spray and pray. Jesus, take the wheel.
I'm just happy it's the only map where it's really viable. Like otherwise, I'd be screaming for Odin nerfs if it wasn't for the fact that mostly unless you're doing some weird trick plays on Haven, like there's a couple weird wall bangs you can do and stuff like that.
T1 steal.
Yeah, exactly. But for the most part, it's like on Ascent, because there's a lot of thin walls in important places, like from A Heaven, especially for the defender side, right? Through that B main wall, things like that really give you the opportunity to put that bullet penetration to good use for the Odin. So it is kind of aggravating, especially when you're playing against it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it is pretty much limited to mostly Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad it's also more than just wall banging on B's site. And now we're gonna go into Game 3. We've made it this far. We're gonna go into Agent Select between ZETA and RRQ.
Yeah, we have no idea what to expect out of ZETA. They haven't played Lotus yet. My suspicion here is you don't go anything too out of the ordinary. I think we're going to see 10 on Killjoy still. I'm kind of curious to see where Laz is going to shift. He's been playing a fair amount of Sova, but that doesn't seem to work on Lotus. So is he going to swap over to the other controller maybe? I don't know exactly how they're, usually you'd be Crow Sugar Zero for the double controller and then leave Laz as, say, a Fade or, whatever, a Breach or whatever initiator they want to throw in. But, big question marks around, and is then RRQ on the other side of things going to change anything up from what they've run previously?
Without a doubt. I mean, isn't it really funny that both teams, again, they won out each other's map picks, but when it comes down to this one, okay, maybe a Neon, I like it. Maybe we'll lock it in. But again, the thing for RRQ is they've been really reactive. They've been just playing off of things that ZETA throws at them, and then they come in with some kind of a counterplay. Okay, it is a locked in.
Yes.
What I want to see from RRQ is maybe a little bit more initiative, because that's exactly what ZETA has been doing so far.
This is an agent for depth that he's on the Neon. It's probably the thing that's going to jump out at everybody here that I feel like he should be good on because he's played so many different FPS games. I feel like he should have good mechanics with a Neon. Now, I'm not sure we've seen a lot of that before. Jets, Depp has been kind of a Jet player for the most part through and through. But here, maybe he's been practicing this Neon. We've heard that this ZETA team's been grinding their butts off. Maybe now this is going to come through and we're going to see a stellar performance from him. I would love to see it, personally, but really curious to see how ZETA's going to approach this map.
I want to see a lot more nail-biting moments between these two teams. They've been doing it in round 2. Game 2. I want to see more of that in game 3. Casters, Achilles, William, give us a good game. Take it away.
I mean, that's not really up to us, I suppose. We'll do a good cast, but hopefully the game is good.
I can do my best Korean esports player impression of,
perfect.
Yeah, cheer me, I get a good game, yeah.
Well, we'll see if they deliver on this one, because again, we're going into what has been RRQ's favorite map pick in Lotus. Changed things up here today, but did float it. ZETA, obviously willing to also play this map, means that they should have something prepared. The Neon, a bit of a curveball. Went back just now and looked. It is Depp's 7th most played agent, and this is going to be the 8th game that he has ever played of Neon in VCT.
Yeah, so not too many.
So not many. And that's compared to 133 games of Jet, and his second most played is Sage with 18. So obviously, there is a very big delta between Depp playing Jet versus literally anything else.
Well, we'll see. I mean, if he has the practice down, I mean, if he can show the same amount of confidence and movement that he has on Jet, this could work out. I mean, we've seen Neon's getting picked and doing some damage here on Lotus, especially if you combine it with the Breach. You can erase so many angles with the double, triple stuns here with the Relay Bolt.
See what the plan's going to be, though. As the clock ticks down, we get ready to go. On the attack here is ZETA. Flash going out to GE, immediately having to respect the rush. TP's back over into the site, where, for now, he will be left to his own devices. You can see the counter swing starting to come through, as we'll have Flipshider looking to reinforce him in that position, but this could end up very quickly transitioning into a B hit.
Yeah, and ZETA's keeping that option open, which I think is smart, right? You know the paranoia is out from 2GE, so you can try to strike on A. And I like what RQ's doing. They're not showing anybody to try to bait them into the site commit.
Okay, good hit. Swing around the corner. Depp able to find one. Puts a little bit of damage down on the Flipshider, but cannot find the kill. Sparrow now arriving. Let's cut down Sugar Zero to boot.
10 has to be able to come for backup as well.
The flash, great. Instant headshot. Flipshider takes down Crow. It's 10 and Laz. Now just Laz versus everybody else. A classic in hand to try to win this one out. The Haunt available. Throws it. Finds everybody. Will end up falling. Flipshider picks up 3 kills. He'll also get the defuse to try to fast track this Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, a great idea from RQ, right? In fact, just hide and bait people into the site because you know they have to spend some time getting through their own smokes. And that way your backup arrives. Elmi Moore is able to watch if there's anyone lurking behind, which he does find 10 in the end. And it's just going to be a good draw in Flipshider. Also at the end, I mean, Elmi Moore kind of jumping forward to draw out some of them. Listen, I've never seen Elmi Moore make as much noise, whether it's talking or not. I mean, he's always been quiet whenever I've met him, but seems like he's hyped up for now.
It's a different man on the stage. Looks like, okay. A didn't work out. Let's try C. I mean, cross doesn't catch. It's tucked against the wall, so Wiley are fine. Flash in the dash, they push forward, and it is a blink and you miss it round. A flawless here as RRQ
And this
Perfectly
is
poised.
a very similar play to what we saw from Detonation Focus Me, except there it was with the paint shell. But this time, I mean, still the same idea. You flash him, and then you widen the angle with the jet. You get a crossfire around Mound.
Take the listen in. I mean, yeah, even before they're all dead, the cheers are starting. They know that they've got it in the bag. So a very nice, flawless anti-eco. Now we'll see. ZETA, can they get themselves on the board nice and early? Remember how many rounds RQ were able to net for themselves in the first map. They cannot afford to have that happen again.
Yeah, so they picked up the tempo towards C, and I mean, listen, this ult orb on attack side for C Mound is such an easy orb to get, other than, you know, the potential set plays that we saw in the previous round. So this is all fine and done, but the problem being that 2GE already has full control of Rubble, so RRQ is fairly aware of this.
Oh, Relay Bolt does not connect on Elmy Moore, and it heads up for the kill. Form the turret. Does get traded back.
Backup has
Healing
arrived.
offered up. It's Sugar Zero. Does get a catch. Flipshot are now going to be taken down.
Here.
Well, one of the flashes dealt with.
Yeah, and that's important because now you know that RRQ, probably they're split, right? Because they've taken control of Rubble and then they rotated people over to C. You won a couple duels there. So really, wherever you go, ZETA, you should have the numbers advantage. So they're just playing with time, making sure that no one lurks out for a greedy kill.
Just poking and prodding a little bit. It seems like they're suspecting that there was this over-rotate over to C. Not over-rotate, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, this is smart, though, from ZETA, right? They throw some utility just to check if there's a response, and there is, and they say, okay, well, we know for a fact there's at least one on C, so we might as well, as long as we group up, we'll always have a numbers advantage. Let's go to the other side of the map, and this should be a very safe plan.
Yep. Turret gets set up. I believe it's to watch Baby Door. As the spike can get planted, 12 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
Placing swarm grenade.
Now their positions are, yeah, they've got to open the door and widen the angles just a bit again, because otherwise ZETA would have actually been corralled into their own disadvantage here.
Still 3 and tree.
Yeah, it's not great. You know, the others have rifles on the side of RRQ. Great flash.
Good flash, but looks like Crow able to turn away, finds the first kill. Aftershock now invested. And it's just going to be one after the other picked off as ZETA barely clean in their own right. Only lose out on depth. Will be able to go ahead and pick up the third round.
And a great play, right? Get the orb on C, draw out some attention. You win a couple duels, but if you can't entry, you know, just let them take control of Rubble, because at most there's probably only one lurking there anyway. The understanding of this map timing around Lotus seems to be there. I mean, studying the tape of RQ and other matches that we've seen so far, we're definitely seeing signs of that from ZETA.
Load up in some of these ult builds now. You can see 10 just 2 away from having a lockdown at the ready. It's currently solo hovering over towards A. Hefty presence invested there from RRQ. 3 people pushed up over towards Rubble. I think that the flash investment there from Zafaro doesn't confirm any presence. Not sure if he got the audio cue.
Yeah, in either case, of course, they're just holding on to this with the smoke. Now, RRQ, I think their intention was to push out here, and they're creeping forward for it. ZETA reads it. They know.
I know that there's at least 2 of them. Flash goes out, Relay Bolt bouncing away. Doesn't manage to find Zafaro, though. EJ trades one back, puts some damage down to the depth as well. 4 HP as he tries to hide in the corner. It's 2GE! Just tears apart 3 more members, and I mean, surely he should be able to get the 4th.
Oh, well, he's low on health, so he's just saying, listen, I'll just hold the site until backup comes. There's nowhere for Depp to go. They know he's low as well.
He's got the right read that someone's going to be there, but with that much HP, it's going to be one of the fastest headshots that we would have seen. But RQ, just go ahead. They push back, not allowing ZETA to string together a second round.
1 HP on...
1 HP on him.
Well, we heard one piece of comm for sure, and that's 1 HP. Oh, they're getting hyped up. And listen, I mean, ZETA had a good read, too. They realized that with the extra guiding light coming out from RQ that this was going to be an aggress, and ZETA tried to strike back, but it's 2GE just holding down the Phantom Spray.
Again, attention towards A has been abandoned. Seems like RQ is expecting kind of like the back and forward swing and say, okay, they went to A, then they go to C. So this time, they should go to C again, but not to B.
And it works out because, you know, if it was going to be a C site hit, they were trying to stop the Rolling Thunder early. But if it's on to A, I mean, hey, they used it. Now we can play a safe retake.
We'll catch them.
Seeker's on the way out, and it's not going to give too much info. It'll just know that they're all corralled in the site.
And they have this lockdown on the floor. Push in. Laz going to be good for one before getting taken down. The lockdown does get sprayed through the box. Bro, the fault line could be juicy. Sends it out. Catches at least onto EJ. 10 just counter swings the cloudburst. Finds the Pharaoh. Flip shitter dead.
Yeah, I mean, Sugar Zero winning that fight up on Heaven is crucial because otherwise they would have been having to fight both angles, but it opens up a little bit of margin for Zeta Division, and they'll be able to pick up another round, try to catch up here with 2.
Very solid one here from Zeta. Just keeping that back and forth trading coming in. If they can get it consecutive, as the buy's obviously going to be fairly weak from the side of RRQ.
Need a drop.
Yeah, I mean,
passing a couple things around, trying to make do. Spectre here for EJ with a half armor.
Yeah, on top of the Blade Storm. So
yeah,
I think this is, they're going to try to set him up to push out one side or the other. Looking at the map, it looks like it's going to be a push out of C again. Probably the same set play. I mean, you've got the Killjoy back up. The Guiding Light is ready to go over the wall. Now, only going to use this if they hear the orb, and they don't.
Paranoia gets a big connection, though. Catching just about everybody on Zeta, so they have to go ahead and get slowed up a bit. Flipsider just going to be sat, ready and waiting over by Tree.
2G, yep, 2G and Flipsider. They simply have to stay alive. Backup has already arrived, and on B, they can buy time with the Nano Swarms, right? You have control of Mound as well. The map control is very solid for RRQ. If they simply stay alive, time is on their side.
They can read the placement of this KJ utility and just plant, you know, underneath Heaven here.
They could.
Right into the dip. Looks like that's going to be the case. They already have at least one Nanoswarm set up. They bait out the util. Spike in the corner. Laz goes charging forward, trying to play off the back of the stun, but doesn't find anything. Nor does Depp. Chuck down to 8 HP, and the Pharaoh, I mean, he's barely scraped.
Yeah, that's so crucial that he's able to keep control of that, and the fact that Depp has to leave now with this lockdown.
Expect another one on the flank. Oh, maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, Sugar Zero, he got the read, but it's 10 again. Coming up with a triple kill. To put a third round on the board.
What is with 10 and triples, right? I mean,
I don't know. He's 10, good things come in threes.
Yeah, he's getting triples across all 3 maps, it seems. And we thought it was over when Zafiro was able to keep control of Heaven over there, but on B, 10. Oh, this is precise.
Zafiro is just playing like Neo, but somehow 10 just drags it back. A massive play. Get them 2 rounds in a row and tie up the score already. That's going to be feeling pretty damn good for the side of Zeta. Maybe a little disheartening here for RRQ. They again are going for this double stack just on the inside of C.
Oh, Dep's trying to prepare for the Guiding Light. They're trying to bait this out. They know that this is a play that RRQ likes to do. Dep's ready for it. He dodged it.
He dodged it, and he gets the punish. What a read. RRQ just falling right into their hands.
I mean, listen, on the side of RRQ, yeah, you're on an eco. You might as well use the play that you've shown already, see if you can rack up a couple kills. Doesn't work out. I mean, it's still early on enough that you're not losing too much, but hopefully they have some other plays prepared on the C side.
Just trying to spam this out. Flipsider, he was really considering it, but just the stinger in hand. Definitely a heavy disadvantage for him.
I gotta say, I think this, the way they're playing this attacking side from Zeta, now Lotus is quite the attacker-favored map, but the way they're playing with the information they have and how they fish for utility, this might be some of the best attacking macro that we've seen from Zeta.
Yeah, I would agree right now. Looks like they're piloting this quite well. Looking for the aggro push. Dep's got the covering fire. Flipsider going to be taken down. 10 finds 2GE. Drop out of Heaven. A quick and easy third kill picked up for Dep, as they will be able to make this happen flawlessly by a 1 HP margin. Dep narrowly getting out of there. But now the ults continue to just get scooped up by Zeta.
Yeah, and the econ stabilizing as well. And things like this, right? Reading what RRQ's set play was and applying it for your own victory. That's when IGOs feel good.
Very nicely done. In we go. In the lead now as, William.
I'm not seeing a timeout come up on stage.
That clock isn't moving. That tells me that there's an issue.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it could be that a timeout was called and just the comms aren't quite working yet or something. We just have to wait a couple seconds.
You keep crossing your fingers. We'll see, though. So
All right,
we'll wait and get confirmation. As soon as we know what's going on, we'll keep you guys informed. But for now, it seems like we will take a pause in the action.
Yeah.
Assess any issues that they might have and get things taken care of as quickly as we possibly can.
Yeah, we can talk about the game a little bit. I mean, especially with a game like Valorant, things move so quickly that we can't always touch upon everything that happens in each and every round. But something we've seen from RQ is so far they're trying to get whatever wins they can with the same type of default plays, right? You saw that execute on C Mound twice now, and then you see them always using the paranoia early to try to get control of Rubble. Now, talking about meta of Lotus so far, that seems to be a go-to for a lot of teams internationally. But the thing is, if you're not able to actually push into lobby at some point, ZETA can always just wait it out and strike back with their own utility. They'll be ahead in terms of cooldowns.
Yeah. Well, whatever it is, it's taken care of or it's fixed itself. Either way, we carry on.
Oh, but good changes from both sides. This time it's going to be, ZETA trying to fish for information early if there's a push out, and RRQ will actually change up how they use the guiding light to gain a little bit more control of Mound rather than looking for kills. So good adjustments on both sides.
Curious if that was an attempt at a fake there from Sugar Zero using the TP. Trying to get some audio bait going on. Either way, so there's smoke going to be laid in. 2GE will also just go ahead and make his exit. Prowler checks forward on the backside of Mound, but doesn't find anything. And again, ZETA just poking and prodding and then looking to attack somewhere else on the map.
And I like the fact that they use that close smoke of their own just to fish for information. Again, this is the type of macro we haven't seen from ZETA, where they're fishing out utility, they're fishing out wall bangs and smoke sprays to check if there's anyone still remaining. They do, and they say, all right, well, we've seen some of our utility. Let's strike on the other side of the map.
Okay, turret cleared. Rolling Thunder in response. The door is going to get tapped. EJ goes rushing forward, finds Laz. Great opening kill, despite being blinded. Will also get Sugar Zero, as 10 now answers back. Crow in tow, comes up with another. 10 finds a second kill. The man advantage suddenly there for the side of ZETA as the TP across to GE arrives, and the rest of the team look to leave. All of this KJ util on B means absolutely nothing, as the lockdown will look to drive them away.
Yeah, there's really no way to clear this C.
He's going to push up. He's going to push up to clear it. What? He's going to get both. The Pharaoh, unscouted, pop flashing into the face of 10, but Depth's got covering fire from behind. It's a damn good attempt, maybe a little sloppy on the coverage from the side of ZETA, but they get the round victory all the same.
Yeah, they seemed a little too certain that they would not be coming from B Heaven, but I mean, this fight, the Rolling Thunder was so good, but what keeps ZETA alive? Oh, is the Neon fast lane, right? It covers so much vision.
Yeah. 10 settings. Whatever he's playing on, I want to try it out because he is crisp with the headshots today.
Yeah, he's been really on point. I mean, he's keeping them alive in so many rounds here across all three maps.
He's just been pounding, but here's that aggro rush yet again. 2GE going to be taken down Depth. Finding one, EJ dead as well. And I get it, you're on this Thrifty, you want to try to go for a rush, catch them off guard, but right now it seems like ZETA might just be finding another flawless.
RQ needs to find a different opening here for Lotus on defensive side. They use this several times against Gen G as well, and actually Gen G's answer was the same way. You plant the jet close, and then you have someone go over to Rubble. Now you have the crossfire, and we just saw that with the Neon as well. Dep holds close.
Okay, no flawless.
Well, Elmi Moore, always good for one.
He's in with a chance at, a second kill if he can find Deb. Again, it's him with this Sheriff.
Yeah, I mean, undoubtedly probably the best with the Sheriff, and I think the teammates have agreed as well when we got a chance to talk to them.
Yep, okay, well, is going to be spotted. Still just wants to try to find something, but unfortunately gets dazed, gets tagged low. ZETA now finds 6, minimum, locked into this half.
Surrender. Keep swinging.
Again, Lotus so far. I mean, the utility's actually so good.
I mean, we've seen this now, what, 3 times, this being the 3rd.
Yeah.
This similar crunch, and it seems like with every time, ZETA taking away a little bit more from how those setups are going to be coming through from RQ and using counter util quite nicely.
So they've changed some things up finally, right? The fault line not going to be used automatically on A, and neither is the Paranoia. So RQ making some adjustments. Now, this doesn't feel good because, again, Lotus is so attack favored that if you don't take control of one part of the map, you feel like you're on a back foot, but they're trying some changes.
Oh boy, 2GE, just everything in the kitchen sink chucked right into his face. Rolling Thunder crashing across. Backside though, Zafaro managing to find a second. EJ takes down Depp. Suddenly, it's just Laz and 10.
Yeah, but 10.
They're split across.
Yeah, but 10's on the lurk.
Yes, he's trying to get the catch, but he's not anticipating necessarily this backside swing. He's looking over towards that heaven side. Last taps on the door.
Looking at the mini-map, I think 10 barely caught a glimpse at the very end of Elmimore trying to peek, whereas I don't think Elmimore caught any glimpse at all.
I like this, though, from Elmimore, because he's saying, you know what, I don't need to try to take this fight. Because if I die, that brings it to a 2v2. The B side's completely unoccupied.
Yes.
So I'll just watch from behind. And he just narrowly misses the shots. He gets information. Now they know where 10's position is at, and EJ is looking to intercept.
Yeah, and Laz just can't make a confident move. Oh! Well, now he can. I mean, they don't know where Flipstrider is, but Laz, I mean, if he's an A site, that's on you. You have to win that duel. Now you know he's not there.
Okay. You know exactly where the last two players were. It's all up to Laz.
Spike planted.
One haunt.
Captain the IGL to try to get them a 7th round win and a half.
Now Laz knows he has to push for it. He actually just heard Baby Door break, so he knows he's good for only a 1v1 maximum here on this side.
And unless they're going to double rotate through the door, ooh, should have been expecting it, and he was, but Flipstrider very nicely done with the clean shot. Keeps him alive and in this, but again, costly.
Yes, quite so. And I mean, one of the other things, not just from weaponry, but also they had to use the Seekers just to buy time and allow Zafiro to catch one kill before he goes out of the site, buying time for EJ to come for backup. So they try something different and it leads to a win, but a lot of conditions have to be met.
One more three.
Yeah, just great. Great anchoring there from Zafiro to really just shut down an attack. Allow for this to actually be set up. It felt like 10 had done all the dirty work, but that slight off position Flipstrider just catching him completely off guard.
There. I'm out of here.
RQ, a little minor momentum swing. Money, not great. Triple half armor here. But certainly is workable.
Okay, so they go with what they showed in the pistol as well, where 2GE just jumps forward with the Paranoia to try to hold them off and then backs off. They're looking to just maintain control of Tree. Now, this has been the changed agenda from RQ is, you know what, let Rubble go, but hold on to Tree. And now let's just wait to see what movement there is. Do we hear Baby Door break, right? Or do we hear them re-aggressing onto Mound from the member that's in C? Now, the problem is RQ, right now, they have no idea. And that's why they've always wanted to aggress. That's why a lot of teams want to aggress when they're on the defensive side of Lotus. But this has been the change that they have to make, because otherwise they've been losing all their early skirmishes.
Significantly slower. I think ZETA very well aware of what is at stake here. If you can close this one out, take these weapons away, setting up for a very nice final round with RRQ and a bit of an eco.
Okay, so they see a bit more of a reaction from Tree, so they go B.
30 seconds left.
Moore puts some damage down, does get forced away. Nano to buy a little bit of extra time as Depp. Okay, looks the wrong way. Sparrow pushes out the smoke, finds one, dips back. Just seems to do that 4 more times.
Well, they are holding them off from entering the site. Now they're the ones who have a cross angle. Sugar Zero trying for a really far rotate.
He is. I mean, should know where he's flushed out. I'm surprised he actually just tried to go for this backside pinch. Instead, they're just going to both get set up here by the door. Zafiro has to take this fight, but he doesn't have any flashes with which to try to make it happen. Sugar Zero will find the headshot. ZETA will find the round win.
Yeah, I was a little afraid that, you know, if Sugar Zero tries to go for the full rotate, that they might actually end up losing their fights in the site, but the lockdown keeps them, you know, buys them enough time, and then I think Sugar Zero just making the choice that, okay, well, he can't go into the site as the lockdown ends, so.
Like I said, he only needed to do it 4 more times. He managed to do it 3. But just couldn't quite get it done. Damn good effort there. But ZETA continue to go ahead and stretch this lead now. 7-4, looking for the 8th as we go into the final round of the half. And again, the bye fairly weak.
So RQ come back to Old Faithful, but yeah, finally they're pushing a lobby, and they needed to do this earlier because this round, the only way this works is if they get a kill, and they can.
They cannot. Now it's down to 2 to try to hold things here. Over at the C site, we'll finally see the overdrive get popped by Deb. Turret gets cleared. A back away into Waterfall, and I mean, they have no way of getting this lockdown, so they have to make their exit. Covers quite a bit of space. Looks like everybody just narrowly avoids getting detained.
They heard the second slide as well.
Yeah.
So you know that that's not really proving too much value for Depp either. Of course, it runs out of time since he hasn't gotten any kills off of it. And now we just reset, right? Everything goes back to square one.
Walk back over to C. Dog out of range. Won't have spotted Depp in that position. Is it worth tapping this orb? Looks like everybody so quite far away. I mean, maybe if you can get one of the Crow, then have the spike plant, puts him one off. But instead, looks like they're just going to go ahead and full send onto the site.
Depp caught vision of Elmimore, so he knows what's back. They tag him with a haunt as well.
Zavero trying to play up close, ends up getting taken down as 10 swings the corner. More force trouble, does find Depp, does put some good damage down, but 10 has arrived to find a second kill. EJ, in the meantime, runs out of blades. Go shuts him down, and now just Flip Shider and 2 GE. A Spectre and a Stinger. Trying to do what seems like it's the impossible.
If Flips can get a kill, he has Rolling Thunder.
Crow getting timing just a little bit there. Tries to get tucked away into the corner. The push comes in. Suddenly, it's on Les! And he's stunned up! And my God, they have done it! RRQ, against all odds, these two last players with just the SMGs in hand get themselves a round win to bring it 7-5.
Yeah, I mean, the single win condition. Flips needs to get a kill to get the Rolling Thunder. He gets it, and it's a great angle to use it for Waterfall. They climb back.
Fortunate there for 10's efforts, but everybody completely and utterly caught. And that makes it a bit more uncomfortable for ZETA now.
Yes.
As you get ready to swap sides.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you had a kind of decent middle part of that first half, the attacking half for yourselves. It's also on Lotus, where we've seen some teams, if you get rolling, you can really shut down the opponents whenever you are attacking. So now that it's 7-5, I mean, listen, RQ wins the pistol, tie it up 7-7. They're on the attacking side. They could be stacking up orbs during the first 2 rounds. ZETA, you really got to make sure you're able to cover your bases in these first 2 rounds. Got some fans cheering for RRQ.
See how they fare. I mean, again, RQ has favored to go to this map multiple times. Is this when they finally get to show us a victory? The thing that concerns me the most about this is that when they first debuted this map at Lock-In, playing against Foot and Kiwi, playing that Neon was so impactful in shutting down RRQ's attacks. He was just everywhere he needed to be at any given moment, constantly rotating around the map. If Depp can do a similar job, ZETA might just be able to take this one away yet again.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, listen, Depp's Neon overall looks pretty good, right? I mean, we haven't seen like the greatest of plays, but he's doing what he needs to do as Neon, right? His fast lanes have been good. His relay bolts haven't been anything to write home about, but his movement also, you know, he's able to get these slides at the right time just to gather a little bit of info or maybe create another cross angle for his teammates. We'll see if he has those kind of pathways prepared on the other side of the map as well. ZETA's positioning, I mean, it looks like they're just ready to push out and pinch on to C. I mean, this is as telegraphed as it can get.
All right, well, the pistol. So far, RRQ, I believe 3-2 in pistols. Let's see if they can have that lead as well, or if ZETA will be able to tie it up.
Ooh,
for now, they're going for...
Yeah, and Elmimore has a Sheriff. So he's just waiting. They're actually, yeah, he's waiting for ZETA to push out of either B or A. They're relying on that happening.
The pop flash and the one-way smoke kind of obfuscating the vision of the turret so it doesn't even fire a shot, so it's a pretty easy pickup, so no chip damage found.
I also love Flips. I mean, once again, I mean, the team of RQ just constantly tapping this to see if there's any similar set play coming up from ZETA here to pinch on to C Mound. Not happening. Elmimore still hanging back with that Sheriff.
All right.
Scout destroyed.
Dog leads the way. Quickly dealt with. Only spots 1. Looks like they're going to look to back away. Watching to see if there's any forward aggression out of B. No one's biting on that from the side of ZETA. They've been playing back, but They decide to go for the A site. This is just Depp here.
Yeah, but this is overall a good idea from ZETA, right? By taking out that Trailblazer early, they force RQ to shift. And Depp actually just hanging back as soon as he starts to see this utility fly in. He's just trying to buy time on the site until backup arrives. It's already here.
Yeah, but now they're going to go ahead, shift around as the smokes come through, trying to cut them off from the A. They say, all right, we'll pivot into B. Paranoia cuts across, does manage to find 3. Step. He's the lurk, but he makes noise, and Elmymore swings the corner of Rubble, finds the kill. 10 and Sugar Zero, however. It's back, finding 2 of their own. EJ, Safaro, now both going to be eliminated. Sugar Zero jumps out, and my God, he is just completely possessed. 3 kills, the rotation having to come through, being watched by Crow, and there's just no hope for Elmymore.
Yeah, and Crow says, you know what, I'm not even going to try to fight you one-on-one. I'm waiting for backup.
Oh, playing a dangerous dance. At the end of the day, they'll go their separate ways. The Sheriff going to be retained. Elmymore not going to be netting anything for his death.
Well, I mean, I like the idea from RQ to shift over to B, but this is where things fall apart.
I mean, just great. An explosive retake from Sugar Zero.
Yeah, I'm really working off the timing with his own smokes and the paranoia, knowing when they have that single window.
That's 3 and 3 in pistols now. It's okay. Flips still putting an emphasis on snatching up these orbs as much as possible. Elmymore. I mean,
so clean.
Need I say more? I mean, why not? Just headshot Depp through the box. Screw it.
Yeah, I mean, I know when Tasteless and I had a chance to talk to the RQ guys, Elmymore even told us that he just likes playing with the Guardian as well. He just likes to get these clean, crisp headshots. He just feels good about it.
I mean, watching it makes me feel good. That doesn't, though. Not corner checking. Depp slides across, juggles the guns away. Nicely done. Upgrades to the Bulldog as well. No, wants to hold on to this spec. Never mind.
Well, I mean, honestly,
making me look like a fool, Depp.
I mean, honestly, he was trying to look for close angles, so the Spectre wouldn't have been the end of the world, but...
Oh, in ahead of the fault line is EJ, but Crow.
Oh, and the
shuts
frenzy.
Down 2, gets the dink.
Okay.
Can't get the kill, but flip shot it down to 4. As they look to flash into the smoke, and it will just be the covering fire from Sugar Zero at the very end to go ahead and close that one out. So 2 kills coming in for the side of RQ, but the more expensive weaponry absolutely held on to.
So RQ, well, first of all, I mean, clearly the aim itself is not the big problem here. But yeah, so what I wanted to see was RQ, they seem so concerned that ZETA might have similar set plays ready for C. So they're constantly using either their own abilities or whatnot to try to fish for this. I think they have to actually just go with some play in their own playbook where they strike fast, and it looks like right now they want to do that. They want to clear some info in B, shake things up, so that ZETA is forced to empty at least one part of the map.
Some poke and prod. Again, another orb. They get flip shot at just 1 away from having that rolling thunder. Plant down or finding a kill, but set them up for this. They desperately need to get this bonus win.
Now, Elmymore's out of range for the turret. He actually just calls it back, it seems.
Rolling thunder not going to connect. 10, still very safe. Obviously, only a Spectre in hand. As the smoke goes out, EJ could be looking to play this out even more aggressively.
Yeah,
for now, he's just going to be sat below row.
I was wondering, but they thought they had their backs covered, but now that they don't, it's going to be down to Zafira. He's kind of stuck here all on his own.
It sends 1, but the paranoia timing from Sugar Zero is absolutely perfect. 10.
Oh.
Lurking in back. Finds himself a drop, looks for a second kill, can't get it, but let's knock EJ down just a little bit. Both of them now 83 health remaining. Trying to stave off 3 people. The aftershock comes across, 2G swings off aggressively. Finds 1. EJ needs to clutch it. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do so. Economy bolstered. ZETA, they'll get the defuse and they'll get a 10th round victory.
I mean, this comes down to ZETA moving so quickly to push out a C, right? I mean, sure, RQ, they still have the alarm bot, and they had 2 members kind of step-by-step watching behind them, but the speed is so quick, and then Def just drawing attention first so that they can get the initial duel.
I mean, everybody from the first map on the side of ZETA very much leveling up their play. And this is going to be a timeout now called for the side of RRQ, and I think a very necessary one. Getting ready to go into another eco round here. Dropping that bonus. You need to find stability. If not in this with a Thrifty, but obviously, you know, on the back end once you have that next purchase coming in.
Sure, and I was just about to mention, oftentimes when we see this, we say, okay, they're probably talking about how can they get whatever advantage in the, you know, eco, you know, potentially a Thrifty, and then they look for the next round. But quite frankly, you're on the defensive half, you're down 5-10. I think you got to pull some magic out of your book to win this Thrifty, because otherwise it's going to be 11-5, and then at any given moment, match point for Zeta Division.
Yeah, and this is a very dangerous spot, so hopefully a lot of weight in the words of Ewok at the moment, trying to course correct. What started off as a fantastic looking series for them.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ right now, they're actually playing like we've often seen Zeta, right? Where they're making all these assumptions of what Zeta might have planned up their sleeves, and I think this comes from the fact that, again, there's no tape of Zeta on Lotus.
Yeah.
So RRQ is just guessing off of what they've used before, what they've shown, and what they might have seen in scrims. But Zeta's using that against them. Zeta's actually playing a very safe default style here on Lotus, which is not too common.
Looks like the call for the changeup here on this would-be Thrifty round is going to just be a full push here into B. Only Alarm Bot to greet them. No Nanostorms preset, so not much to continue to delay here. Sugar Zero has the TP back, and Sight going to be surrendered. They go ahead and look to go for the plant.
They got to push out at least one side, though, even if it's only Stingers, because otherwise you're so trapped.
Problem is, one kill, Crow's got Rolling Thunder. With everybody this corralled in, that could be brutal. Pharaoh going to be the first one to fall. Sugar Zero around the back, and Spawn finds him. EJ just going to be sat in the corner, trying desperately to hold with this Stinger. Push it, gets one, finishes off Laz. Push out, looks for another. They both run out of bullets.
Oh!
Jump out, and Crow narrowly gets him with a Sheriff shot. Step will go ahead and clean up two. 2GE, the last man standing, gets his 3 kills. Knows that he's on the defuse, but he's not interrupting it.
No!
He just holds for it. And Sugar Zero will add insult to injury by not even allowing him to get the final kill, to take the weapon out of his hands.
Oh, man.
And that has got to be a brutal feeling.
I mean, devastating, but I mean, if you're in 2G's shoes, you get it, right? You have a classic. If you just try to spam and he shoots back, you lose, right? You're kind of hoping that he's already gotten off of it.
I mean, he just loved that last bullet.
Yeah.
While trying to take down 10 gets him. And I mean, didn't get the read that he was on it, that he was sticking it, whichever. You can at least say it was just a Thrifty attempt.
Sure.
To be that close and not have it come through. Unfortunate. Rolling Thunder now cuts across aggressively as Zeta looks to push up onto the members of RRQ, but instead, nothing's going to be found. EJ safely just tucked behind the wall.
Yeah, but they do draw out a lot of the kind of key piece of utility, right? RQ, they're out of flashes. They don't have the paranoia. They don't have the flashpoint, and they just have to wait for the guiding light to come back. At which point, I mean, Zeta, they're going to be back in position. They still have their own paranoia and 2 flashes on Crow as well. So RQ, I mean, they're desperately hoping for a pick. Zeta's not giving it. This is some of the safest defensive side we've seen on Lotus, and it's actually working out because of a stylistic difference here.
Okay. Being over towards C site. Sugar Zero set up over at Waterfall. 10 in the back, and Sugar Zero catches him. 2GE punished, Sugar Zero finds another one. The striking him down, goes for the push. Swaps to the classic, gets flip shutter as well. And now he's also got the read that this flank could be coming through. Look at the call. Everybody's checking behind. They don't want to give the Pharaoh the opportunity. They don't want him to have an angel moment. And he will not.
Man.
And RRQ are now pushed to the limit. Zeta, they find match point.
Match point.
Wow, how quickly things have fallen out of control for RRQ. I mean, you're on the attacking side, and quite frankly, they haven't even been able to show us anything they really planned here. They get shut down on default for default.
Yeah. I mean, the mound play.
Yeah, that's
worked
about it.
once, the second time, red.
That was about it, and that's on the defensive side, right?
It just looks so well prepared, and again, this was the biggest concern, was that we have seen RRQ now play this numerous times. Clearly, Zeta have been paying attention.
Yeah. Tape was there, and they've thoroughly gone through it back and forth. RQ just hoping for a fast strike just to gain some momentum back, but yeah, you got to watch out for these sprays. ZETA's been very smart about utilizing the Phantoms here.
Put themselves in, the Seekers. Drive back the members of ZETA. Flash is already. Crow tries to stay alive, just get taken down, but put out a good amount of damage. I mean, Zephyr down to 10 HP, and that's unhealable. Yep, now looks to go charging in, does get cut down to size.
You know, this round it should work out, right? And RQ, it works out because they've been able to push it out.
I
Now,
mean,
you
say that, but Sugar Zero, 10 and Laz,
and the lockdown.
They want to be done with this. The lockdown is in. Elmimore finds one, but now he's got to respect this ult. He's got to get out.
Elmimore?
What are you doing? He pushes in, he gets one, but now he's detained.
No!
Yeah, I mean 10. What else is he gonna do?
Imagine if
I suppose the play is to try to kill all three, wait out the lockdown, and then get the defuse, but unfortunately it does not go in that fashion. ZETA, they will persevere. 13-5.
Yeah.
Doing to RRQ what DRX did to them in both of their maps.
Yes.
With a very firm scoreline.
Now DRX comes back, and yeah, I mean, XQQ giving props to 10. He really held it down today. And listen, I know a lot of you guys watching that last round are probably thinking, Elmimore, what are you doing? But you had it right on the nail, Achilleos. I mean, Elmimore, he says, okay, it's still a if it's a 1v3, I kill one, but it's still a 1v2. It's not planted for Mound. If I'm not able to get these kills, I'm not winning the round, right? If I back out of the site. So he takes the risk. I mean, it was going to be tough no matter what, but ZETA, like you said, persevere is the word to use here for this match as they get their first win of VCT Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, some new looks. Never got to see this map from them before. Now we get to see a little bit of extra depth on Neon. Seems like he has been practicing that from, inevitably when this map was going to be coming up. And it looks clean. You know, a couple things to be worked on as we were discussing, the relay bolt lineups and whatnot. Those are things that can be pretty quickly turned around on. But as far as his movement and overall aim while playing this, very smooth for the most part there from the side of depth. And for RRQ, I mean, my heart goes out to them. Honestly, this is one of those things where obviously they must do well in scrims when it comes down to Lotus.
Clearly.
So they know we are capable of doing great things on this map. We know that we're good at it. But time and time again, as we get to see it on stage, it unfortunately just doesn't follow that same narrative.
Yeah, and we've seen this before, though, right? Even at international tournaments, we've heard about scrim monsters in every region, and sometimes they show a glimmer of hope, but at the end of the day, for whatever reason, whether it's comms, whether it's nerves, whatever it might be, if you cannot translate that onto the stage in a moment of pressure, it unfortunately does not mean anything, because the rest of us cannot see what you've been preparing.
Well, with this victory, Japan now finds their first victory in the side of VCT Pacific. ZETA leading the charge, saying, all right, DFM, you next.
Yeah.
See if you can do it.
Ball's in their court. I mean, after week one, a lot of people were like, oh, is DFM actually the hope for Japan to have a representative Masters? But right now, I mean, the jury's still out, right?
Sure.
We've seen some strong contenders. Obviously, DRX at the top, and then PaperX and Gen G starting to climb up their Team Secret, saying they're in the running for top 3. But I would say, aside from DRX and maybe PaperX, just because of their reputation, it's still up for grabs.
Sure. I mean, Gen G right there, the opponents of DFM this weekend. Going to be looking to shut them down, push them back, and make sure that Japan can't have a 2-0 week after their opening 0-2-1. But, I mean, again, this has got to be that breath of fresh air we were talking about for ZETA. There's so much pressure on these players' shoulders. The expectation that they'll be able to make it to a Masters event being hosted in their home country is just enormous.
Yeah.
So to be able to get this one out of the way, not drop a series to RQ, they got to be breathing easy. But obviously, things are just going to continue to get more difficult from here.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to get more difficult, but I think the other thing they can take away is, okay, our Lotus prep, worked, right? You've done the prep against RQ specifically.
A+.
Yeah, and your composition seems very logical for a map like Lotus, and the improvements are there. Like, even on Ascent, we've seen, even on Haven, the way they're playing has been changing. They're starting to be a little bit more certain about their decisions, their rotations, how they're using their info, and especially on Lotus, it actually was some of the best play we've seen from ZETA after last year's Masters Reykjavik. So I would say that if they're on this path, things could change very easily in the rankings as we get towards the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, still, obviously, things to be worked on. That Haven
absolutely
needs to be revisited a little bit with some of the ways that they're trying to, move around the map, some of the calls that were happening. But one of the things that does not need to change, and I hope doesn't change, is 10's aim and just overall impact in the game. Because the guy was absolutely fantastic to watch. You have to, expect that he's just an absolute shoo-in for MVP in this matchup.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's actually impossible to really make a solid argument for anybody else.
Yeah.
The turnaround, the glow up from last week versus DRX to this one, obviously much different opponents, but we weren't seeing him nail the same shots. He was not nearly as consistent versus DRX as he was here.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is it's not that, everyone else is playing poorly. It's just that 10 was playing so crucially.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone had good moments. I mean, even Crow was landing some really good timing flashes today to support his teammates. But to make that work, it was 10 who was holding down the site, actually winning some crucial rounds to bring them back and keep them in the running across all 3 maps, quite frankly.
Yeah, just overall fantastic impact. And I mean, from a Killjoy player, it's not something that we see all of the time these days, but it's I do love it. It reminds me of, RB when he's playing that pick.
Yes.
Of King when he's, been able to play that pick in the past. This is just overall fantastic everything from 10, whether it was util or the aim. So very, very impressive from him. And again, hopefully that continues. Hopefully ZETA can start finding some more success from the outset of their start of their matches rather than, in that second one. But we're going to throw it down to the stage because we've got a player standing by with an interview.
Can't believe what we just went through. We couldn't have asked for a better match to kick off week 2. And now I'm here on stage with Laz of ZETA. おめでとうございます。Congratulations. Yeah, what a victory. Must be thrilled for the first win of the Pacifics. How do you feel right now?
初勝利おめでとうございます。リーグでの初勝利ですが、今のお気持ちは？
素直に一勝まず取れて嬉しいです。
Honestly, very happy.
Oh, okay. I can see. And it's been a week after your first match, and you look way stronger than before. Like, what have you been preparing?
初戦から1週間経った今、チームはもうとてもいい状態、強くなったと感じるのですが、どのような準備をしてきたのでしょうか？
そうですね。ゲーム内での役割がみんなすごく変わって、なんて言うんだろうな。みんなそれぞれが役割をうまく進行できるように、で僕はこのチームを勝ちに導けるようにっていう働き方をして、で今回こうしていい形になってちゃんと成長できてるってところを実感できてすごい良かったなと思ってます。
There were a lot of changes in the roles in the team, and then the executions were getting better. And then I led the team to the victory, and then it felt very good doing so.
Yeah, we did a lot for IGL of the team, and we felt a lot of good coordinations going on map 2 and 3. What calls were made during the game?
マップ2でのチームワークは、さえ渡ってたように見えたのですが、マップ内ではどのようなコールが行われてたのでしょうか？
そうですね。今まで自分たちが準備してきたものをしっかり出すための、コールであったり、もちろんあとは相手に合わせて最善策を出していくっていう、みんなで情報共有しながら最終的にこれしようって決めて。Let's go って感じでした。
Using what we prepared for the map and then adapting to the situation, to the enemies, and then it was all let's go's.
Oh, cool. And a lot of fans joining our match on live. Any words to fans?
オンラインのファンに何か一言お願いします。
皆さんまずは応援ありがとうございました。今回僕の話で言うと。パフォーマンスは今まで一番悪かったんですけど、チームとしての勝ち方としてすごく今までで本当にトップクラスに入るぐらいちゃんと成長できていいチームの勝ち方をできたかなと思ってます。これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
Personally speaking, my performance was the lowest I've had, but then as a team, we were in the good shape, and then we felt the growth of the team. So, yeah, keep on cheering for us.
Yeah, I'll cross my fingers for you. And a question brought to you by your gaming PC partner, HP Omen. If you had to sum up the match we just saw in one word, what would it be and why?
試合を一言で表してください。理由もお願いします。
成長です。この体制で初の勝利をちゃんとつかめたところです。
My word choice is growth because we grew as a team, and then in this shape, this is our first victory. So.
Yes, I think ZETA will keep growing. And that's it for the interview. Thank you, Laz.
Thank you.
Yes, and we'll come after a short break. T1 and Talon match coming up. Stay tuned.
It is a lock in. Yes. What I want
as well. Finally, R5 flash hits the dash. push by GE. Drop out of head. Great oak out and hot flash in the face. He's going to be taken down. Jeff finding one.
Down as well. Depth holds close.
Wants to try to find something.
They're trying some changes.
Sparrow managing to find a second. EJ takes down.
Come to move.
Unless they're going to double rotate through the door.
Sugar Zero.
Which is trying to make it happen.
Well.
My depth just puts some good damage down, but 10 has only. It's on lens. Or swings the corner of Rumble. Oh, in ahead of the fault line is EJ. Pro. Shut down 2. They look to flash into the smoke. Go 2 GE, the last man standing. Good 3.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific, and we ended Game 3, ZETA versus RRQ, and I am so glad to see those smiles appear back on ZETA's faces.
They're super happy off of that win for sure. I mean, we love to see a ZETA that feels confident, aggressively taking space, pushing up, and forcing RRQ to take fights that they don't want to take.
And there's really good recovery here from ZETA, even in some of the rounds where RRQ gets first blood, or sometimes even the first 2 kills, or they're able to swing the round back into their favor and still come up with some big wins. So once the confidence gets flowing for ZETA, you talked about at the very beginning of this cast that ZETA needs confidence, and I fully agree with you. It's something that once they started to feel that, once 10 started to set the tempo for them on Haven, then it was a completely different series. It's 0-9 to start for RRQ, and then after that, ZETA plays it much closer, much better. From there on, it is a ZETA favored affair.
I mean, definitely you want to like recognize some of the mistakes that they definitely made, but you learn from it. First step is to acknowledge the mistake and then fix them. And of course, that's what ZETA did, and that's why they were able to close this out in a much more dominating fashion.
And it's good to see Sugar Zero step up here on the Omen.
Yes.
He had a couple great moments. Him and 10 were really playing off each other very, very well in that. I saw a lot of those moments where those two were working with each other in tandem. So that was good to see. Depp, doing what he needed to do on the Neon. It wasn't anything super impressive, as we saw with his Jet on Ascent, but still got the job done. 13-5, a very clean win here for ZETA.
You actually had some interesting commentary about Neon and Depp.
I think actually based off of what Seth said during his cast, there were some elements of that he took from Kiwi, I believe, one of the players from Lock-In also. Picking Neon on Lotus, it's a very interesting way to actually fight for map control. Instantly, whenever the round starts, you would see Depp send out his relay bolt just to push people off, make sure that they don't get the space that they want. And a lot of times you see this happen towards like C Mount, A stairs. You don't want someone from RQ holding those positions.
And here we have round 12, Flipsider. This is a post-plant situation.
Yeah, I mean, Flipsider, I think this was one of the rounds that we actually had from RQ that looked pretty good. Almost looked rough at some points, but they had the knowledge, they had the reads to actually play off of the ultimate that he had at some point. He'll get a kill somewhere, and then the Rolling Thunder gets sent out, which really trapped ZETA on site alone. And this starts off with this frag that he gets right here against Sugar Zero. And of course then going in for it, no chance for ZETA to actually react. It's plays like that from RQ that looks pretty good, so we still see signs of life from them. We just need to see a little bit more. We need to see them start to take more initiative in fights, especially in the coming weeks for VCT Pacific.
And both of you remarked about ZETA's utility usage was just a lot better, a lot cleaner, a lot more coordinated this time. Paper Thin.
Yeah, it looked a little bit shaky on Haven for sure, but after that I thought they were much, 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 much better. So you can see here, I mean, isolating with the Paranoia, upgrading guns along the way, and then they start pushing space at the back. I mean, even though 10 goes down, you've got the 2 here. Laz throws a great haunt to clear drop, make sure no one's there. Then right away, it's the aftershock to follow to clear the space. They're ready for the push. It's a good trade. Again, even though the gun disadvantage was going against them, Sugar Zero here sets up the crossfire. They're able to push up to those 2 angles to cover the A site. This is really good Valorant from ZETA.
You made great commentary when we were watching in the back. RRQ won a lot of first kills in the first half when they were on defense, yet the round slipped from their fingers. What went wrong there?
It was just kind of, I think they were a little bit concerned about, like making sure they knew where ZETA was. We did see some lurks from 10 early on in a lot of the halves to kind of set some tempo here, to set a little bit of trickery on the side of ZETA. So, you can see he's our player of the match here once again, but I think they just weren't fully prepared for the way that ZETA started to work together. It's that coordination that's so key for ZETA. When they're playing their best, it's 10 and Sugar Zero playing off of each other, 10 and Laz playing off each other, Laz and Crow, whoever it may be. When they're working together, that's when they're at their peak. And you can see that's when the confidence starts to flow. That's when their aim gets better. Everything gets better, as you would expect with any team. But for ZETA, for whatever reason, that seems to be the real key of this entire situation for them.
I mean, do you agree with that? You noticed a mental shift for ZETA.
100%. I mean, sometimes that's what it takes, just that one player, that one star-making play to inspire everyone everyone else on the team, and I think it kind of lit that flame underneath Depp as well, and we saw a lot more combos coming in from Crow, just to support the entire team, and that's the cohesion we need. That's the initiative we want to see from ZETA.
With that, let's talk about our MVP pick. It's definitely from ZETA, and I think it's going to be 10. It's gotta be 10.
I think it's got to be 10. I mean, he was their top performer on basically every map. So this was, over 300 ACS, playing the Killjoy, having a 2.0 KDA. This is a bananas situation for him. And I think a lot of people here, like, it's a great, showing from 10 now that he's, role swapped or whatever. And I keep having to remind people, I'm like, he played Killjoy. He was a Killjoy main. This is actually pretty comfortable for him, even though I know he's been asked to play Raze and other agents previously, especially last year, since, with Laz being on that chamber, you had that Sentinel role covered in spades. And now that that isn't necessarily the case, you do have this backup player who is a star Killjoy player, and he can absolutely
10
the 10 out of 10. Absolutely, he deserves
10
that.
out of 10.
That is so good. I love that.
So much glitter and sparkles. Good for you, 10. I mean, you guys were absolutely right. The team 10 in game 1 was making all those clutch rounds. And as we went through game 2 and then game 3, that's when we saw all the cohesion come together, and everyone was playing their roles as was meant to be. Crow's initiating for Depp, and 10 just doing his thing, just clutching, constantly clutching.
I mean, Chobra had that one line basically like, what is it with 10 and like getting 3 kills in 3 rounds in a row? It's a magic number.
He had a ton of 3Ks.
Yeah.
I mean, he was just so good. And then at the end, I saw him working with other teammates, particularly Sugar Zero on Lotus, where they're able to, swing together. Like, they'll wait. Like, there was one time they were in tree, and 2 of their teammates had already died. There's the 2 of them in tree, and they're working off their own utility, working off what the opponents are trying to do so well. They swing out, they get a bunch of kills, and they win rounds.
And that's the ZETA that we want to see. It's like they woke up from their slumber and they just came back to life. And you could see it, during the fist bump moments, that they were just ready to go, and the energy is back there. Now, we need to get ready for our next match, which is also going to be pretty exciting. We have T1 versus Talon. Now, let's talk about T1. They won last week.
Yeah, and they looked good. I mean, I think, obviously the Icebox, or not the Icebox, excuse me, that was Talon. I'm thinking of Talon's map that they won. The Haven for the side of T1 went very poorly, and I think GE just had a great setup. Texture was going absolutely nuts, but outside of that, they played great. The cohesion, phenomenal. Again, I think with ZETA being the shot caller, there seems to be a lot of confidence in his calls. To me, what really impressed me going back and watching the VODs was just that everybody was on the same page, and they were, even if it went bad, they still trusted in ZETA to make the right decisions, and they followed through. So that was really important and key for T1 in that match.
What are the implications of not having Intro? Intro was pretty critical last week. Do you think there'll be any implications that he's not in this next game?
I mean,
we have yet to see
Yeah,
how this plays out.
because he's still pretty new, right?
Well, he's a good player.
For sure.
But I mean, I don't know exactly, how this is going to all shape up here, but it is kind of interesting. I mean, with Bond coming back in, right, he's a guy who has been, kind of having some struggles with them and very limited showing. It's really hard for me to say a lot about that because I know Intro is really good. I'm not as big of an Intro fan as Achilleos is in this respect. I think, he's really good. But with, Bond coming back in, he typically is playing kind of like Killjoy stuff, so I'm kind of curious to see what they want to run.
I mean, that's a good point. And Talon, too, we see a little bit of a roster shift. We have Pats and Garnets, and Fox is in. Jit Boys is missing from this lineup. What do you make of that, Kento?
Yeah, I think it's just them wanting to give Pat more of that spotlight, let him play, because it's like a welcome home for him. Back into the Talon, back into the Thai roster. And, they both can play that similar role, but Pat, I think, just has a deeper agent pull. We see them on agents like Sage at times. Of course, Fox's lovely keyboard. Jit Boys, he's that initiator specialist, so he's there if they need to sub someone up. But, of course, at the same time, I do want to wear my APAC hat right now and support and shout outs to all the Talon streamers, Maggie, Noctile, the whole lot of them. But that said, they didn't have the best showing last week. Team Secret versus Talon, we saw how that turned out. I have the predictions. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, what happened last week? We were all predicting Talon to win, and the Secret just took it away. What changes did they need to make from then till now?
I mean, I think I'd like to see maybe a little bit less trickery with like their Ascent comp, for example, like putting that Sage in there and stuff like that. I mean, I think
Astra.
yeah, I think maybe I'd like to see something a little bit more standard from them. Their icebox is phenomenal. I think they've got a pretty good read on that map and on their opponents on that map, but clearly Team Secret was just the better team that day. They were more prepared. They were a little bit playing off of each other a little bit better. I think I'm still seeing a little bit of cohesion lacking from Talon, but we'll see if they can, having another week to move Pat into the lineup if it's going to go better.
I mean, I have to agree. If you take a look at some of these statistics and just remembering how those rounds played out, attack side win is slightly lower on Talon's side, 36%. That just tells me that, when you pick something like Astra, you have Fade, you got Sage, you need a very specific plan. You need certain spots, certain set plays that you want to go in with this kind of an agent comp. But it just looked a little bit lacking from Talon's side. Team Secret, on the other hand, just played classic. They played clean. It worked. It was good. And that's kind of similar how T1 plays as well. They have a very sort of traditional agent composition, traditional sort of team role kind of aspect to it. And I think Talon needs to show us more. They need to go back to their form, like what we saw in Lock-In.
Yeah, and I think Garnett didn't quite have as much impact as we saw at Lock-In. So for example, I mean he was still good but not great. I thought Cruz played pretty well overall. He was middle of the he was basically even on his kill death line from that first match. But I need to see him getting a little bit more active on the map. I want to see him kind of, making sure that he's making good calls now that he's the IGL for the team versus, ZETA, who I thought was making great calls. I love this setup here. I love this clip here because not only does it show that ZETA made a great play, but before that, Munchkin sacrificed himself for the cause there to set that play up. So T1 here, the coordination was really, really good. Obviously, Haven not so much going their way. Yes, ZETA played pretty well on that Sova, as you would kind of expect. But the rest of the team not nearly as well, drilled on Haven compared to what you would maybe expect, especially from a team full of Korean players. They love Haven. It's been one of their maps that they have often gone into when they feel comfortable. So I'd like to see if somehow Haven gets through. I wouldn't be shocked if T1 banned it today, but we'll see.
I mean, that's the thing about T1. It's that you have these traditional roles. Saya player is the entry fragger. He's got 11 first kills, 11 first deaths, in fact. Whereas Talon's stats are more spread out. Everyone chips in. Everyone has something to say. And that just speaks to me that this team has a lot more individual skill, individual potential, because what we're seeing right now, it's Cruz highlights for sure, but I gotta remind everyone, Garnett's, he does some crazy things sometimes. Neon plus Operator on Fracture, we had Fox suddenly showing up with triple kills out of nowhere. Talon is a team that has a lot of talent. T1 has it as well,
God.
but...
Yes.
That was not a pun.
but yes, I thought you were making fun. But yes, they are very talented.
But yeah. Talent. Okay, God, it's terrible.
Talented.
But yes.
Yeah. That's good. I like that. Even if unintentional.
With that,
I think T1. I want to see a lot more, just some different plays. Like right now, what we're seeing a lot from is Saya player starting things out. We might see Munchkin and ZETA showing up at times, but some of these other players like Carpe actually play really interestingly because he loves to lurk inside of smokes and then he'll flash out of them, and things like that are really surprising. If they could do it a lot more, they might be able to upset Talon. But that said, our predictions, I have my predictions ready.
I went T1.
Yeah, why T1?
I think right now what I saw from T1 versus Talon is slightly better. Not much. There is not much difference as we saw in the stat lines between these two teams. They're pretty close in my book. So I think this could really go either way. But I think right now there seems to be a little bit more trust with T1 between their players and a little bit more cohesion.
Yeah, and I think they're definitely more energized this time around. We had a chat with them over the past week. They've definitely been trying to put themselves together. They've been scrimming a lot more. And I want to see a good game from both sides. I hope T1 also continues those clean plays that they had against Global Esports last week, and I want to see that happen again. So I also want another. Do you guys want another 3 rounds? What's your prediction?
3 maps. 3 maps. It'll be 3 maps. 2-1 T1. Yeah.
2-1 Talon.
2-1 Talon.
In your face, Clint.
Wow.
I'm kidding,
wow.
2-1 Talon. Maggie Carp, let's go.
Face.
This is VCT Pacific. You're watching T1 versus Talon.
Yeah, I mean, Carpe here, you know, that new addition, the carryover from Overwatch now coming into Valorant, looking good. Saya player, Garnet, an exciting matchup right here. Two very talented duelists going to be going head-to-head.
Garnet always has the nicest manicures. I need to find out where he gets his nails done, because they're good. We got IGLs here, ZETA, and Cruz.
I was going to say, where's the Cruz dance?
Hey,
okay.
Oh, what was that?
Look at this. Zeta's like, he's too nervous. He's like that kid who stands at the back of the dance at prom or whatever, and he's just in the corner, like cuddled.
He left him hanging. I feel like they had a thing, and he left his Cruz hanging.
I can
got
totally
Van and
relate.
Sushi Boys.
And of course, I think another interesting thing for T1 is how, Talon, is that they picked up Boy from 100 Thieves, ex-100 Thieves, as their new coach, right? So that's interesting as well. But here comes Pat again, and of course Munchkin next to him.
Yeah, Munchkin's such an interesting player. Both these players so interesting to me. I mean, their journeys are very different, but they both had kind of a lot of trials and tribulations they've had to go to get to this point. Munchkin bouncing around between a bunch of different teams. You know, Pat here having those health issues. So really excited to see both of these players. Munchkin playing pretty good last week, which was really exciting. Like you talked about earlier, there was that big 4K he had. Really exciting stuff coming through. So I think this is going to be really, really close. I think these teams are super evenly matched right now.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a good 3 games. I think all 3 of us are predicting 3 games now. I'm excited to see Pats together with Garnets and see what happens when these two are together on the roster.
Cruz is fired up, man. He is like, he is pumped. He's trying to get him in there. I mean, he's dancing, he's kicking, he's ready to go. I mean, Cruz is he's taking this role as the new leader, you know, and the IGL of this team extremely seriously.
You know, we asked him, what do you do to relax? He says he works out.
That's weird.
He really, no, I mean,
he's so pumped up, that's why.
Ever since like Copenhagen last year, this guy's been on a journey. Like mentally something switched and he's really, really grinding hard. And like I said last week, this isn't even his final form. This guy's only gonna get better and better and better. And that's Cruz. He also said that his favorite New Jeans song is Hurt, if I'm not wrong. He likes the melody of it. Just fun fact.
I don't
that
know
out
what
there.
that is.
I don't know either.
Us too. We were like, I don't know that song, but he's just, we asked him to sing it. I'm hoping if they win, he's going to sing it, do a little dance to it.
I like Phil Collins. I actually do. That's like the most boomer thing I've ever said in my life. But.
All right, what kind of maps are we going to see? Oh, wow.
Boy.
Insta-ban.
Always ban. They always ban.
Split again. No split today.
No boomer maps. Just throwing that out there. I mean, that's
Split
like
is a total boomer map. It's
from
like
year
the
one
early
Valorant.
map. What?
Exactly. None of that. We're kicking that out there. And of course, like watching how Talon plays sometimes. Watching how T1 plays sometimes. I think Talon has some bans in mind.
Yeah, Pearl went pretty well for T1, so not surprising, especially since that's a ban they also used at lock-in, so not too far off there. And now Ascent. This is pretty interesting from T1.
They must have picked it because they saw Talon not do so well against TC. Right?
I think you're absolutely right. and Haven here for Talon makes a lot of sense, right?
It's the same thing flipped around.
Yeah. They both are like, you did bad on this map last time, now we pick this map. Go. I mean, the thing that's scary for me, though, here for Talon is, like, T1 should be good on Haven in my mind. Like, it's got a lot of players who I think are going to be comfortable. I wouldn't be surprised to see Intro slot in to that map potentially. I'm curious what they're going to do with Bond, actually, for the side of T1 on Ascent, but Icebox gone next. Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to play Icebox in our series except for, like, Team Secret. So, like, and Talon a little bit, but, you know, Talon opting to try to remove what looked like a really poor map from T1 away from them.
And Talon banning Fracture,
yep.
I think after last week, see what.
Yeah, rough rounds against Team Secret, so definitely wanting to fix that. That leaves Lotus as our final one. Again, the new map, and a lot of these teams are leaving that to be the decider today.
But are we going to see Gecko?
No.
No.
Not here. Well, maybe Talon. Maybe Talon if I'm not gonna say if, when we go to map 3. I almost feel like it's that likely that they might throw in a Gecko out there. I wouldn't be surprised if they're willing to experiment. We see them try kind of different comps compared to what most people bring, particularly like on Ascent last week. So maybe this time around, they go for something a little bit off book.
Give us a little homie. Come on.
The little homie says, okay, there it is.
Oh, we got a little homie.
There it is.
We got a Gecko.
Our first one in VCT.
Finally!
EMEA has been doing that all week. We finally get our turn.
What are they going to... Okay, so a lot of things pretty similar. No Astra this time, right? Cruz over to the Omen. Yep. He's very good at Omen.
Love that.
He loves to lurk. He's really, really smart on this agent. But yeah, I mean, I think all eyes on Pat here to see what he's going to do. I mean, we know Pat's a great player. We know he's willing, like you were talking about, he has a deep agent pool. We know he's willing to try new stuff, try new things. And Ascent seems to be a very comfortable playground for him to try those new things on.
I'm so happy to see Gecko up there on the stage, finally, especially by Talon. I want to see some really fun plays by this team, who are very fun people. I'm expecting a really good match.
Without a doubt. I mean, just look at the AR as well for Gecko with his Gen Z outfit. I'm expecting one of these boys to like come out with their Talon Superfly outfits one of these days, or just bring out like some boba to put on the desk. But that said, this is going to be a very interesting lineup. I mean, new agent composition coming into play.
All right, let's hear from our casters. Achilles, why do I keep calling you that? Achilles and Will, do you guys like boba?
No, not really.
Really?
I think it's overrated. It's fine.
It is overrated.
It's just
but
one of those things that after living in Los Angeles for a while,
Sure.
Everybody after like every esports game was just like either let's go get Korean barbecue, let's go get ramen.
I was about to say.
Whichever you have, we're gonna get boba and bingsu. And I'm
Yep.
like, I can only put this into my body so many times before I start rejecting it.
I just want to be, straightforward. It's about as overrated as KBBQ is in LA.
Yes.
Just so we're clear.
Much better here. Also, just a quick aside, Paper Thin, you like Phil Collins, you look like him too. Let's go ahead and jump into the game. That's not like an insult or anything.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a
Phil
nice
Collins,
observation.
legendary musician.
Yeah, true. Well, all eyes on Gecko, of course, and as Desk has been mentioning, he's been played to mixed success over in EMEA.
Yes.
But, I mean, if there's a player who's going to be able to make him work, hopefully it's Pat, because he oftentimes does some crazy things with the agents he picks.
That he does, but we're here on Ascent once again to see how Talon have improved on this map. Obviously, we've kind of been talking about it. They looked a little bit out of sorts. It's not the team that we anticipated in their opening match. Looking to see them be a bit cleaner here. And Secret did a very good job in being able to punish them. Make sure that they weren't getting away with the mistakes for free. But it was a 5-13 score for Talon, so we're looking for improvements.
Oh, and Talon, they are making the quick call to rotate as soon as they don't check anyone outside of B main. They've got all the Killjoy utility by time. Mosh Pit is available.
Oh, the Dizzy goes out, doesn't get the blind side, gonna be able to find one. Meanwhile, back over on the side, Fox helping the takedown. Munchkin through the window, now finds himself up here in heaven. Carpe, however, gonna be able to win out the fight. Sushi Boys lurking in hell. Was away with a single kill before getting picked off. Spike now here in the site, Pat down to 22 HP. The He and Garnet to see if they can turn the tide to this one, but Carpe going to the jump, but Garnet gets the read. See the barrel of the gun coming through. By the way, finds the headshot, and that leaves Ban all by himself.
Yeah, Garnet's just dashing forward to see if he can catch sight of Ban. They don't, but now they know exactly where he is.
They do. Still finds one. That was the weakened member. Now it's all down to this, and Ban's got it!
Oh, just calm and collected, trying to fish for the kill. I mean, he understands he's low on health. If he just gets scratched up, he's going to lose the fight. So he tries to take the initiative. He's going to be able to get that clutch right off the pistol round.
Fantastically done to go ahead and pull things down. Good quick clear on that Dizzy, and then also able to re-stabilize, drop the aim back down vertically to be able to find a kill from the side of Saya. Player need to be Johnny on the spot with those reactions. But it's a big clutch, as you can see.
Look at how happy he is.
Very, very happy.
Right here.
Their import player. Quotations.
True, true.
A very solid start.
Yeah, and not much to work with here, even with the Gecko. Obviously, Gecko's utility, not exactly on the cheapest side. So on these eco rounds, just going to go straight for the saves. He does buy up to a Frenzy just so he can still get the full buy next time.
Yeah, you've been playing quite a bit of this pick.
I do like the Gecko. I mean, and I also think he is stronger on the defensive side just because you can use Dizzy in more ways on the defensive side. Obviously, on the attack, you often have to commit to how you want to use the Dizzy. Passive info isn't going to do you much good on the attacking side. But again, I mean, we've seen, especially when Xiao first put it out from Na'Vi, it didn't do much on either side on that Ascent play. So curious to see how Pat has changed things up for himself.
But Simple said it was broken, Joe.
Well, what do I know against Simple, right?
Let's see if it comes to fruition. If he's going to be right. Pat with a nice start. Does find one. Garnet gets another, but just as quickly. Munchkin able to trade back two with Zeta finding a third.
Yeah.
Plant now can come through. Looks like they're assessing where exactly they want to get this set up.
30 seconds
The
left.
approach coming out of heaven. It's going to have to be quick. It's going to have to be monstrous. And Saya players got their backs covered. Two weapons dropped here in the anti-eco. T1 move up 2-0.
Yeah, not a bad attempt. You have the shorty, might as well try to get a quick surprise kill, but like you mentioned, good cover from Saya. Now again, I'm curious because if you're only, especially on a map like Ascent, while it is somewhat favored for defense, passive info is still not good with the Gecko. You want to be able to commit to these refreshes, continue to inch forward, right? Whether it's the Dizzy or even the Wingman, I mean, use it early, you can still pick it back up, clear an angle, be able to push out. I want to see these combos come into play. Also, we should mention, you're playing the Fade as well. The Mosh Fade Seize combo could come in handy.
Sure. Does an immense amount of damage. One of the things that, can in fact clear out a lockdown. T1 though, look at they just storm their way up here in the market, dash to the side. That player trying to break Fox's ankles, but instead will just get punished, taken down. Inadvertent double swing out in mid, Sushi Boys. Does about a bit as he possibly can. Pat comes storming through, finding two. Oh, I said Sushi Boys, I meant Fox.
Well, this is the type of Gecko play that you dream of, right? Where you're able to push out as soon as you get info, and then you use all your abilities to refresh all of them. This is why a lot of people feel that he's strong. But again, this only works if you're able to actually connect them into kills and then get the refresh. And then it starts to feel OP. But, I mean, you got to win your first duel to make that work.
Yeah. Spike, I mean, it's stranded over by bench. No hope to recover this one. Garnet did go in for this operator. Glass cannon for him, so he's slightly vulnerable, but he's got plenty of backup.
Yeah, Zeta's just trying to figure out what his best options are here to gain any sort of a benefit from
30 seconds left.
This bonus.
Really expecting this push to be coming through. He's going to try to take the fight to Garnets. I mean, if he can win out that battle, they should know, just given the money, that he's not going to have armor. But if he's able to get it, he can juggle the op away, maybe chuck it off the side, and at least deny them that. But will just fall. Talon go ahead, get themselves on the board in the third round.
Well, all things are lining up for Talon to be able to keep up the momentum, right? You're keeping this investment where you kind of buy ahead for the operator. Not losing any other weapons either. And with that, I mean, you should be able to start doing some aggressive setups here right off the bat, especially with the Gecko. I mean, you have Gecko and an operator. The operator can gain you really solid passive intel. Gecko can help gain some advantage here. The high Dizzy. Again, this is one of the most obvious things that people figured out early on, is you just keep tossing you know, that Dizzy right up straight to the sky, check over the wall, and then you get the refresh off of 10 seconds. It's a great way to gain intel early on in any round.
Yeah, I think that now that we have Gecko in the meta and people are starting to select him, we need to update our UI so we have Gecko timers. So we know how long he's got before that next one comes up. I suppose the same could be said for, you know, Sky Flashes and whatnot.
True, true.
But it's already got a backup available.
Here.
So the only, now this is where you start to see though that this info isn't active, right? I mean, you know, okay, they have a setup in A, great. What can I do off of that with the Dizzy? You can't, quite frankly, unless you're pushing out and you're committing with something like the Paranoia. So Talon, I mean, if this continues to be your default plan, it actually is only going to work whenever you have this off available, because otherwise you're kind of starting on the weaker side still.
It's getting tagged by the drone, pulls all the way back over to the spawn. Fox, Aries in hand, trying to find something. Does get the reveal. The haunt there on a Munchkin.
30 seconds
the
left.
rest of the team's getting ready to pour this exec over towards A. You can see Ben, he's set up to throw this Paranoia through. No, it's actually going to be a smoke to start. As they start pushing their way out. Pat is not quite having that line of sight, but still could go for the backstab. Cruz in the meantime finds Saya, finds Carpe, and able to find one. But now with just 10 seconds remaining, it's all on ZETA to try to get something done. Spike is stuck. Pat will go ahead and finish off the last two players to tie things up 2-2.
Yeah, a solid round coming out from Talon, and not necessarily off the back of Gecko, but just off of very, very textbook Ascent play, right? You continue to check on a timing on B main, you throw the haunt, you're not spotting anyone, you start to push out, and then you know that it has to be an A push. Mid is covered with the operator, and quite frankly, Cruz getting the double helps a ton.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
Well, as you can see right there, Pat now does have the Thrash available.
Get fucking shit on, bitch!
Whoa! Okay, Pat, I get it, you're fired up, but that was a little spicy. All right, I mean,
you good for a bit? I might need a second to recover.
I mean, listen, if you're gonna say something like that, you might as well say it with confidence. I'll tell you that much. Well,
what are they gonna do? Find me?
I mean, here's the thing, though. If you're T1, that's the last thing you want to hear is Pat getting fired up.
Yeah, that's that confidence that was severely lacking. But, oh, okay, Garnet's getting swung over to the side as Munchkin just takes his head clean off. Sushi Boys does surprise Saya player, though. Takes him down. Munchkin utilizing the recovered operator. Goes ahead and evens things up a bit more. Pat with the read. Lurks around the back, finds Ben, and just like that, they're in a 3v3. Munchkin trying to push out the smoke. Ooh, takes him low, and Munchkin actually finds Cruz.
Oh, this is okay.
Oh,
well,
no.
The Aries.
Surely not.
Down,
Surely not. Munchkin now on for the ace. Pat nearby. And I think the Thrash actually ran out of space.
Yeah, it does not connect. The Dizzy does, so he knows he's stuck back sight, but it's an operator.
He doesn't read that he's in here yet.
You should run. 30 seconds
He's got a
left.
lockdown. He's got a lockdown. Just look to delay.
It's plenty of time.
The Mosh looking to clear it. And it will. But he didn't see where it was thrown from, so he still doesn't know.
Oh, so close. But I mean, Munchkin, he had that operator in hand, wasn't able to switch to a different weapon, so you had to try to get some info with the turret. I like the idea. But of course, currently on the tournament patch, that Mosh still able to clear that lockdown, so that comes in very handy. And that's the other reason to use Gecko in this tournament patch, is when Killjoy runs rampant like this on every map, you still have just a single ability to trade for that ultimate.
See, people very happy over at the Talon viewing party in Thailand. Wonder what they thought about Pat's foul mouth.
I am actually curious. That would have been the reaction to capture right there.
I think they were probably like, yeah, you tell them. Well, it was fun while it lasted. It's the last time we'll ever hear from Pat during the replays.
Probably. T1 starting to put some pressure on mid, and we always talk about this, right? On Ascent, you want to figure out where the Killjoy utility is, and if it's always going to be a mid, you want to break it just to break the balance of the defensive side. Now, Talon, they're actually just playing with the assumption that they're giving up market, and they're poised to pinch onto that. In fact, they're almost hoping that this baits them into going into a B split through market, right? You look at all this utility, it's simply to catch whoever comes through mid.
Okay. Continuing to creep up. Saya not spotting anything. Cross into the site. Dart
Oh, they spot.
Ooh, okay, nice prowler. Fox, and yeah, again, that area's, oh no.
Oh no.
Well, a little bit of a whiff there, but it's okay. He's got an ult command instead, so why worry about the 0 point? Fragment gonna go deep, and we'll go ahead with the first burst, take down Fox. Sushi Boys, he's still suppressed, his Cruz will now fall. They got his location, Ban pushes in. I thought it was going to actually be Carpe off that flank to be able to find the elimination, but now it's just Garnets and Pat left alive, and you have to wonder, are they going to try to play for this, given that there's an operator still in play?
Here.
The money's not incredibly strong.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to wait for some exit frags here. I mean, if they get an early pick, maybe.
Here.
Maybe they go for it. They can still buy up next round. But with the operator, it's going to be a little dicey. So, listen, you know, if this ties it up, keeping the operator, I think, is the wiser, safer choice.
Yeah.
I would say this is a situation where you can't blame them if they tried, but it's just going to be exit frags. And honestly, the position-wise, they should be good for one. Okay, well, the smoke comes through.
Smoke does come in. Pat trying to push forward, play off the wingman, doesn't spot anything, and obviously Gardens now has to abandon any hope of getting an exit frag. So nothing else to be found here. T1 losing out on just Munchkin will be able to tie it up. A nice answer back from them. Just what the solo ult commitment there on the null command.
One of my favorite things is the Korean community is often wondering, why in the world is T1 constantly calling in English? Because they keep using Konglish and English and Korean and mixing it up. But obviously a lot of their players have spent a lot of time abroad. They're used to calling across both languages. So
yeah,
it's cool
I mean,
to see.
Munchkin in his own right, you know, maybe not quite as long as Carpe, obviously, but spent time over in Los Angeles for the Overwatch League. Carpe had been there basically since 2018. Only recently came back to Korea with the rest of the organization. Saya, very much the same story, and then obviously shifted over, you know, onto T1 for a period of time, then to the guard, then back to T1. ZETA on Cloud9. So.
Well, an aggressive push out with the operator. I mean, this is good info, but oh, he feels something's fishy.
Okay. He's back away. Ban nearly had a fall right into his hand. His Fury actually opened up. Not sure what info they're playing off the back up here, but ZETA fishing for something.
Now, Pat jumped over that.
Yeah, he didn't find a damn thing.
They still suspect. I think they must have caught vision of him earlier.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Well, seems like it. Either way, Fragment not going to find the kill, but Saya player certainly will.
Blocking sight.
Good early limb. Looks like T1 assessing. We'll just go ahead and start shifting over towards the A site, but that is where Gardens is set up with this op.
Yeah, the answer to the op is going to be the toughest thing. The other thing is Talon. I mean, they still have great tools to go for a retake, so no reason to breed here.
Now they know. Does he just go for this blind shot? The paranoia already invested. He tries to line up side player. Can't make it happen. No one checks left, so Cruz able to find one. Traded. Garnets picking up Ban. Man disadvantage. Very present here for the side of Talon. He's trying to creep forward. Stop on the plan for a brief little moment. He's trying to get just enough space to make this happen. Actually doesn't get the shot. Across the Sushi Boy's now going to fall, and Garnets pulls the blades, ends up getting shut down. And that ends up being quite a bit more costly than we might have anticipated as T1 will take the lead.
Yeah, one of the great things about that past round is using the Cloudburst after the skirmishes in mid to help people jump over mid again. You can't just throw a bit of a curveball as to where they're going to rotate to.
You can see the chaos. It's just on the side entries, but...
Fucking easy.
Okay, well, both sides are just firing back and forth. You know what? That's fine by me. Listen, players get fired up sometimes. Just the nature of the game.
You know what? They say some words in this video game.
They do.
It's okay.
They do.
Maybe not that one, but...
That's true, yeah.
Jet in particular can be toxic at times.
Now, I will say...
hello?
Okay.
Okay. A, what were they doing? B, how did they not get that kill?
Yeah. A little bit of a mishap on both sides, but T1's going to be able to clean up. Now, one thing I would like to see from Talon is other reasons they have picked this get-go. Other than the mosh pit for the lockdown and the thrash. Oh, they...
How is that the sheriff shot that gets the kill?
The funny thing is they both knew what was coming, but Crew was able to land at least one.
Well, Sushi, I mean, nothing else to do. No spike planted yet. Can't just try to wait out and die to it, so just offers himself up and gets taken down. So T1 now 2-round lead. Talon, I'm curious, you know, at what point does Coach Sayers think that, you know, this is enough and I need to start calling a timeout? I need to intervene.
I mean, surely if they don't win this round, right? I mean, this is your second operator buy. You've been on this losing streak now. If you don't get this, you're on another back foot where you're kind of dipping back and forth on your economy. And you also have, again, strong retake tools in your ultimates. Well, that's just good timing.
Okay. Really good shot to start things off. The spray and through, and I guess the first volley of shots wasn't enough to scare him away. So Pan overstays, gets taken down.
And I like this, right? Earlier I was wondering, Pat's been really holding on to his util just for some passive info, but once you start to get a couple picks, or if you've got nothing, start to use these on these 20-second, 30-second increments just to gain some information as to where they are. If they're not in front of tree, well, then they surely must still be mid and B main. That's the information you can now work with.
I mean, Saya, he's overstaying in mid, trying to catch this swing out, even though, you know, knowing that there's going to be an operator in the hands of Garnet. It's really feeling confident in his ability to win that battle with a Phantom at long range. Either way.
Oh, this is a good setup from Talon. The only thing is Pat cannot overcommit if a skirmish happens here. He needs to bail out and ideally just hold on to control of Heaven and Tree. Yeah. Oh, I thought he was going to catch the backside.
Any kill already looking good. Pat finds a third. Goes for the push once it. That's the call to the paranoia. Should have connected, but Munchkin answers back. That was just one off of having a lockdown. If he gets a kill here, he's going to go ahead and likely pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, I mean, Garnet's is back on an op.
Okay, Sushi Boys, though, he's got one already. He drops it, so that's going to force him out to wine.
All right, if I'm Munchkin, you wait until this lockdown finishes, and then you plant your lockdown just to buy time, right? I mean, you're pushed out anyway.
Tear it down.
Oh, he's just going to go for the fight. I mean, the opponents have an operator.
Okay. Yeah, they're just going to hold on to this. He's got to swing at some point. And he's not going to swing at all. Okay, well, just save gun. No.
Okay. Seems like he had one too many thoughts, is where I'm going to land with that one.
I mean, it is obviously a very rough position to be in.
Sure.
Because you know that it's going to be the operator that's holding that angle, but yeah, I'm not 100% certain about that one. Looks like we're going to have a timeout, though, called by T1. So Autumn not enjoying what he saw in the last couple rounds here. So going to look to pump the brakes, try to keep this lead.
I mean, listen, they have a lead, right? They're on the attacking side. Now, I don't blame them for not using the lockdown. That's only if you really want to greed for the win. That part's fine. The peak at the end just to try to drop the operator. Now, the timing I get, because if you go for that last, like, half-second duel and you kill the operator, they're not going to be able to pick it up. As a valiant attempt, it just seems, you know, when we're watching in a third-person point of view, a little off. But at the end of the day, step by step, there was logic to Munchkin's choices. Now with this timeout, now that they have the lockdown, how are they going to use this to really, I mean, secure one, if not two more rounds? It's a completely fine first half for T1.
Yeah. Won't be too concerned there. As you can see, plenty of support for T1. Obviously, I mean, the biggest esports org.
Yeah, probably.
Across so many different titles. And looking to follow in the footsteps of their, well, sister team's not the right word, but, you know, in their League of Legends team, who did just take down Gen G over in the LCK a little bit earlier tonight. So we saw them get a win the last time T1 got a victory.
Oh, is that how this is going to go?
You know, when I made my predictions, I didn't realize that the schedule's lined up again. But it looks like Saturdays are reserved for T1.
Oh, well, can't blame him. Try to see if you can stack up the wins across multiple titles here.
Okay, both spotted. Dart does not connect. As they'll just try to force Garnets out. So you want to repeat this. The answer's got to be yes. Ooh, and it just goes right past Saya player's head. Dangerously close. Dart
you should run.
Not connecting either. Lockdown.
Okay.
Is okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind this, right? Because it forces Garnet's completely off of mid, and then it also clears out tree so you can go through. But the thrash, oh no, the wingman coming through.
Wingman does go in. Pat just, I think, line spraying into the smoke. Does find Saya. Push out the shot from Garnet's not going to connect, and Ban finds the punish. Is he not spotting anybody? Now they do find themselves here in the site. ZETA, spike it ahead, needs to shift back out and start getting this plant down.
Okay, you've got Thrash as well. I mean, you have all the tools you want. The biggest thing is Munchkin is lurking in mid.
And
I like
he
this
is.
check.
They scout. They need to break the door for the Thrash to actually make its way in, but the dart comes up over the top of Heaven. Zeta gets the wall bang. And one after the other, they're going to get picked apart. Fox now, his work cut out for them. Needs to try to take down 4 to win the round, but I mean, any amount of damage, I'm sure he'll still feel quite happy with that. He will get an additional kill for his troubles, but T1 now locking a 6th round.
I mean, using the Thrash to try to scout out mid, I get it, but Munchkin just a step ahead to hide behind the boxes, having faith that they have so many members in the site that he can really hang back. Yeah, this is just a spray through the smoke.
So just before, we are going to have a timeout instantly here from the side of Talon. Just wanting to answer back.
Now, we've seen it last week as well, but I will say T1, their 3-2-1 counts when they peak simultaneously, very crisp. Even then, we just saw 3 people. I mean, it sounds as simple as it can get, but we've seen teams kind of falter that in the past, and it hasn't worked out. So at least comm seems to have been cleared up for T1. Of course, fans on both sides of the arena here for this match, too.
And I hope that they're in it for the long haul, because this is, in all likelihood, I mean, even just given the back and forth nature so far here, it could end up being a very long night unless we get surprised by either one of these sides here.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of us, right? I mean, even our predictions, I think, across the board for all of us on the show today, not necessarily half and half, but we've, had votes go both ways, right?
Yep.
So, and I think a lot of the fans feel the same way. It's one of those things where Talon coming into Pacific felt like the stronger team, and then they had a weak performance last week, whereas T1 felt like the weak team, but then they had a great performance week 1, so now it's a great power check for both.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we've been seeing just continued improvements from all of the squads, ones that had lackluster performances over in lock-in.
Right here.
Very much looking to correct those. It's just a random check with the Sheriffs, trying to just go ahead and get these wall bangs, and Sushi Boys lucky to not get tagged up at all.
Yeah, just trying to fire back and forth for some lucky shots on both sides. And T1, of course, with the opponents being on an eco, I mean, look at the angles they're holding. They're not even waiting on A main. They're just hanging far back. Ban having that elevated sight line all the way into the entrance of A main. And they can wait until the 1-minute mark before they choose to make a move here. Now that they've heard shots come out from B, so they know it's not a 5 stack on A at the very least. So they're making their choice to go over to A, where they've seen, there's a good chance there's probably a stack on B if it's an eco, and you've seen at least one member there, or heard rather.
Where did Munchkin's Molly go?
Great question.
Did he throw it off the map? I didn't see it. Either way, Cruz spotted, and frankly, very lucky to get away.
The drone does follow him through.
He does avoid the paranoia, puts a single shot down onto Ban, but cannot find that kill. Pat now just trying to play through the smoke, getting carved up as well. Just one after the other. The kills continue to flood in. Looks like T1 potentially going to be able to find a flawless to shut down this thrifty attempt.
Oh, and then you pick up the no command as well for the next round.
Okay, now Garden's going to be able to answer back with a single kill. Side player the only one falling. T1 getting the victory here off the backs of the Talon timeout. But now it's all about this, calling that timeout to set up for the bye, to set up for this final round of the half.
I mean, if I'm T1, you have the null command. I think there's a fair argument to try to use that quite aggressively. You also have the Blade Storm, so you're going to go for, this operator over on Saya player, see if you can win the early duel, and then you rush in. And with 5 men stacking over by B, I think they're just going to scout out for the early duel and make a run for it. Now, Talon has a read on this. They're guessing correctly that it's going to be a B hit.
Spray coming across, Fox backing away.
There it
Saya
is.
continues to look for the rush. The flash goes across, doesn't find anything. Munchkin picked off that lone flank. Side player makes his entry. Fox going to be taken down. Saya somehow survives with a sliver of HP, finds a second one as well.
Saya has created so much space, all off of just a couple pieces of utility.
So much space, so much chaos, just drawing attention to multiple points of the map. The Talon just uncertain how to respond to it all. They close it out now, 8-4 on the half. T1 looking great on their pick of ascent.
Yeah, I mean, a great read. Now, Talon comes prepared with a new composition, right? So whatever T1 has studied on the specific comp, not going to come in handy, but in terms of style and how they like to position, quite frankly, not much has changed for Talon's defensive side.
Yep.
Last time it was Pat on the Sage. It wasn't really the Sage doing much, it was simply Pat getting kills where he could. It's the same with Gecko. Yeah, we saw a couple early dizzies into A main, but that's really about it. We haven't seen much else in terms of agent utility now. I'm very curious. Again, the defensive side for Gecko, fairly straightforward, but the attacker side needs a little bit more craftiness, and I'm curious what Pat has prepared for us.
Let's see. Work cut out for the coaching staff right now. Talent and try to get them, ready and raring to go. Trying to close out this pistol to start things off with the right foot forward. But T1 looking damn good, and it's just kind of shocking again to see the improvements this quickly from this team.
Yeah,
compared to what we saw at Lock-In with Munchkin shot calling, having that fall into ZETA's hands and allow Munchkin to actually focus on the gameplay. And for him individually, it seems to have been doing wonders, and that's without all of the other improvements that we've been seeing.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the biggest thing is Munchkin, with the weight off of his shoulders, he's back to his fragging form that we saw when he was back on Crazy Raccoons over in Challengers Japan. But the other thing is, one thing I noticed in their wins last week was it was whenever Carpe's on that Sky and then the Harbor for Zeta, and they always play as pairs, right? They're always fishing for info as a pair, and then you rotate Carpe to get info somewhere else with the Guiding Light and the Trailblazer. So I think something that's probably coming into play here is Carpe, first of all, getting more comfortable with his own utility and what that means, but also the shot calling really revolving around how Carpe can move around the map and get comfortable with his shots, because his aim is never the problem here.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, a couple flubs there, trying to get that 0 point chucked out over to the B site, clips it onto the market doorway. But this is the first time that we're seeing him, play this. It's been Sova and then Sky really so far for the set of Carpe across Lock-In as well as here. So continuing to look to expand that agent pool.
So Carpe hanging far back for this 0 point, and then he's able to throw the flash drives above if he needs to go in for a retake. But look at this. I mean, they get the
great
scouting,
dart.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, and a great dart. And then they just stack, right? It's always been Killjoy utility on the B side just to buy time. Carpe just preps if they get contact to throw that flash for his teammates. In fact, they're just going to push out off of it. But this is what T1's been improving on.
Oh, they spotted each other. Looks like Ban not willing to take the fight.
And the drone early as well. Now, normally we would say that this is quite an early investment of skills, especially since they actually caught Cruz in A main and neither side can really take control of it fully, but at least they know we cannot over-rotate just yet.
They're getting the read that this is going to end up being a push-up mid in towards market, but instead, it's a rush through three. ZETA, however, plays off the back guard, it's getting tagged so low, the right click at range is enough to take him down. Carpe out looking to hold the door. Sat behind Jen. Ban joining as well. Dizzy cleared, flash not found. Ban finds one, Carpe going to be eliminated, but puts quite a bit of damage in.
One enemy remaining.
The cleanup will start coming through. ZETA with 3. T1 will go ahead and take another pistol round.
And how refreshing it is to continue to see ZETA playing that Sova, right? His dart utility is just so good. I mean, Garness was down to 5 health before he could actually get into a duel with ZETA. And then it's just a quick right click from the Classic. But again, the movement from T1 off of their utility. If they have to use it aggressively, they're using the info they get off of that. Okay, we still got members in A main. We couldn't really clear out the entirety of mid, so there's a good chance Killjoy utility is still on B. We can go for a retake there. We're starting to see the very clear calls come out from T1's movement.
Right here.
Look at where everyone's at, and look what ZETA's got in his hands so far. Hiding it, the Haunt comes out, and he opens fire. That's in them scattering a bit. Tag damage out onto Pat as well as Fox. Starts in, can't deny the orb take. Pat does manage to get away with that one.
Yeah, so the orb does go out, which I think was the primary objective for both sides, but you force them off of any potential rush, and they're all quite scratched up. So Talon, it's going to be a tough hill to even try to get a safe plant here.
Who's just jump peeking, trying to spot anybody who might be inching forward to play in and around the smoke. Didn't see anything, so should be fairly confident that he can at least move forward towards Wine. The end of the orb going to be slurped up here. Pat just now 3 away from having the ult. As he goes out, gets the blind on the 2. Push into the back though, and Ban had set up with that paranoia as they just mow them down one after the other. It's a flawless T1 winning at the anti-eco, not dropping a gun.
Oh my, and I mean, this means Saya's on track for an operator whenever he wants in the coming rounds. And just excellent paranoia coming out from Ben, right? Just to buy time so that he can stay alive, and just a quick swap as well.
And the insults will continue to fly.
It's almost as if they can hear each other. The trash talk is very real across the stage right now. Well, I mean, Saya, I'm sure it feels good. It's been a long time coming for him to try to prove himself once again.
Start over top, not getting the reveals. And Talon, very ready for this play.
Bring them down.
Quite an expected play. We see this often, of course, on the bonuses or potential ecos.
Oh, man getting spotted by the Haunt. Cleaned up as Cruz arrives on top mid, and hey, it's a flawless into a flawless, but this one is Talon holding onto their rifles. Perfectly timed from them to just go ahead and close out the bonus in the second half.
All right, well, Saya's operator is online, and that's what they were hoping for on the side of T1.
Fantastic from Sushi Boys, just expecting the crunch, trusting in the rest of the team to watch that B lobby approach from mid.
Yeah, that's a really good read from Talon, because they're not only suspecting it from mid, but like you mentioned, also the crunch from B main. And now they have to suspect, right? The operator has to be online. What do they have prepared to scout this out? Potentially just pinch on it.
I mean, realistically, it's got to just either be the Haunt or the Dizzy.
I mean, that's the most you can hope for, right? And this is the one problem. If you're using Gecko as your kind of solo flash, sure, you have the paranoia, but you cannot use that Dizzy aggressively. So while that's also one of your more reliable intel gathering tools, you can't just throw it out just for intel. So this time they're just going to inch forward off of it.
The Jiggle spotting nothing. The Cloudburst not blocking his vision.
Enemy kill.
And that is going to be an easy pick up here for Saya player. Pat now going to be taken down. Like maybe he was going to be able to get the leg onto Garnets as well, but he'll be fortunate to avoid it.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. Oh.
Spotting the gun barrel, playing off of the alarm bot. A nice shot from Cruz.
Okay, but now it's a battle for the operator, so both sides quite aware.
Their way in. Cruz gonna try to peek around the back. Just find Carpe. That evens it up at 3-3. Did it with the Jiggle. Spotting one, just trying to stop them from pushing into this corner. As the decay comes through from the seas, and the Sushi Boys delivers the spike into the back of the site. Did it, however, in a rough spot. It's Cruz showing up in a big way. Drags Talon across the line, getting them a sixth round win.
And what a massive win it is, because you drop the first operator buy off of Saya players' hands. I mean, their plans to capture the operator were not perfect, but Cruz actually coming in very clutch. And the reason he's able to get this peak is because he knows they want to go for the operator.
All right, starting to get jazzed up again. Hasn't been a ton to cheer about here for Talon in the last bit of this game, so good to see them getting fired up once more. I mean, Saya's just out in the mid with his Marshall in hand.
See this now and then with confident oppers, and
he's so close. A little bit more. There's a swing, and there's the headshot through the corner of the wall. Wow. What a play, and now the Blades immediately pulled.
Well, now you actually have a fighting chance, right? You can be a bit more mobile with the Blade Storm and try to either create space or even just go for aggressive kills. And on top of that, even though they have better firepower, it's Talon on the attack with no jet. And again, we know how tough that can be on a map like Ascent. Thankfully, they do have Lockdown and Thrash. I mean, I think you use one or the other. If you want to play it maybe a bit safer, you know, perhaps go for the Lockdown, right, when there's no Hunter's Fury on the other side.
Start playing off the timing there of the Killjoy turret. Not going to spot anything.
Okay, Thrash used.
Thrash goes out, but ends up getting shut down. Fantastic knife, actually, coming out of Carpe. Stops it, clean in its tracks.
They don't have time.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't able to pull through. Thrash getting deleted immediately means that they can't actually fill the site.
Look at the rotations.
Oh,
okay.
but man.
TP onto A. It's going to be completed. Cruz gets the shot. That's going to be the plant coming in. Obviously, everybody very split apart. Fox, in the meantime, finds ZETA. Pack going to be taken down. Side player finding that elimination. If they get on top of Cruz here, if they take him down, that could be everything. The rotation's coming through. Fox is going to try to arrive. Not yet onto the spike.
He has just enough time to take so much time to set up.
They know where he's coming from now. So the util comes out. Side player
but he's
spotted.
protected.
The knife still held. He got seized. But Saya still manages to dodge around. Gets the headshot. Gets the round victory in the Thrifty. And T1 now just one round away from taking this to map point.
Man, and you're on that eco. You have the Marshall. You're confident in your aim. The aggressive push. This is where it all happens. Saya.
Nasty. Reveal as well for Munchkin to get that. I mean, you know, in the end, a decent enough play from the side of Cruz, but the rest of the team just so far apart. Pat gets picked off, and it all just comes tumbling down. So we will see the second timeout now used by Talon.
And I like Van waiting there from the shadows to finish from Cruz, right? Even if he doesn't win that duel, it means that the rest of the team has to rotate, but T1's ahead of him on that rotate.
Yeah.
So it just buys enough time for his teammates to come. They know the others will have to tag along behind them. They have better firepower. A great decision choice rather than just trying to break it and then maybe have Talon rushing through B as a last-ditch effort.
A lot of pressure now on this timeout. See just how animated they are, just trying to get some strategies across. T1. We'll see if Autumn can deliver a solid enough read on what the game plan is going to be for Talon. Just go ahead and lock in that 12th round victory. Start breathing a little bit more easily after that.
I mean, you have to imagine that the lockdown comes into play, right? I mean, if not, I mean, maybe they go with the Nightfall first, but one or the other, because right now, Talon, there's no reason to try to go for the long con. You have to win one round at a time.
Right here.
And especially get that operator out of Saya's hands again.
So creep up just on the outskirts of the 0 point. So Cruz not going to get spotted. Just continues to hold quite far back. Question is, Saya, is he feeling it enough to go for this swing?
Now, just now on the minimap, ZETA used their early drone to see if anyone's crawling through that smoke right in front of the alarm bot. Spots nobody, so now he's just jump peeking and relying on the alarm bot afterwards. The plan's been the same every time for T1. Take a slower. Oh man. Well, now they know it's got to be coming B. And here's the thing, ZETA's in prime position to use the Hunter's Fury just to hold them off if it comes down to a time battle.
Sure. Otherwise, just go ahead and try to save it, but no, he is going to go ahead, opens up with it. Garnets with a decent entry, will find Munchkin. Side player, however, trades it back, and ZETA ended up getting Pat at the end. Sushi Boys, with the lockdown at the ready, needs to get himself into the site, set up for this one, to try to stave them off.
You should run.
Lockdown gets placed.
Okay, it's just a straight up 2v3 fight.
They're going to try to fight for it, and they will. They flush through, they destroy the lockdown. Value not found. Unfortunately, the timeouts not really helping the team prosper.
Yeah,
T1 now move up 12-6.
And I like that idea from ZETA, right? Just use the Hunter's Fury to either hold them off or get a free kill if they're rushing through. He actually does get an easy kill. That buys time for the backup to come because that means the plant is going to be delayed just a tad bit. And also, even if Talon does use the lockdown afterwards, you're going to have a better retake because you're up in numbers. So ZETA is trying to weigh the options and choosing the path where he can take the initiative for that round and make the match point for Team 1.
All right, well, as much of a buy as they can scrape together. Garnets here with the Bulldog. A couple half armors on 3 of the members. Up against just absolute raw power here from the side of T1. The weapons they have available. Nice. Metal Swarm goes ahead, does flush Saya out in pizza.
Yeah, good adjustment from Talon, using some extra utility to make sure that Saya player can't stay
He
there.
saw the shoulder, and he just saw barely enough, it would seem. Sushi gonna be breathing easy as he gets himself out of that dire situation. Smoke across, just cut off short. You can see Prowler now leading through, make their way in. Fragment goes down, and Ben tries to swing out of line. Cruz is prepared for it. Great 2 kills found for the side of Talon. Maybe we're not done yet. Creep up, Saya not reading this. Fox.
Fox wants more.
He just waits it out. He can hear the footsteps, knows that they're coming up towards heaven. And suddenly, it's a rude awakening, and he takes them both down. Fantastic discipline here on display. Okay, a flawless round to keep them in.
Not done just yet, and again, this comes off the back of the extra utility usage to make sure they not only confirm Saya's location, but push him out, and then they even scouted him in B main, which made it an easy choice for them to say, let's go to the other side. The operator's still hanging around over on B.
Getting this in a flawless is that much more crucial. Any weapons lost could have been catastrophic here for the side of Talon and have that snowball effect. But they maintain everything. They get excellent kills. When they take the operator away, we'll see what the money looks like here. Is, yeah, not great for the side of T1. First time in a long time, Talon going to find themselves with a very solid advantage. Garnet's shutting down Saya player, who again tries to go for this rush. Flash comes out, and Cruz gets the covering fire out from Sushi Boys. They keep him protected. And then he also finds Munchkin. Try to go for the crunch. Now suddenly it's just ZETA. Heard, noted, dead. Pat shuts him down. Talon now 4 away from overtime.
This is starting to get a little dicey, right? Because if they get another win, they're also going to have great ult economy as well. T1, I mean, if you want to sit comfortably, this is a round you want to stop this run, because otherwise, overtime looks quite likely.
Again, I mean, just a great read. Preparation is there for the side of Talon to just shut down this B lobby assault. This time, Pat obviously not going to be throwing out some words. He's hyper-focused in on the task at hand.
I mean, that's what you need, and that's what's been giving them just a second chance here to crawl back. And every time T1's on a back foot, Talon seems just a step more prepared, especially after Saya got that Marshall kill earlier when they were on an eco round. So Talon playing cautiously. They know that if they can just win this round, their ults come back, right? The Thrash might be ready. They're close to the Nightfall.
But look at the setup for T1. They have the KJ util ready on the site, but they also have that lockdown at the ready. So they say, okay, you know what? We can surrender this, and then we'll get everybody together as a 5, and that's when we go for the retake. Plant will come through. Plenty of time to go ahead and make their exits. Seems like Garnet's going to try to find an opening pick. Jumps up over the top, but he's going to be good for 1. Takes out Saya player. Pat, in the meantime, finds Munchkin on the lurk.
Fox has to run, go through tree.
Pat? Oh. I don't know what I just witnessed. But Carpe able to find 1. Shots coming across. ZETA sprays back through the smoke. Oh, yeah. Comes up with an elimination. There's the Thrash. Gets destroyed. Pat going to be shut down.
They know where Sushi Boys is.
And it was handed to them on a silver platter. The drone goes across. He knows that he's playing close. Sushi Boys trying to close it out, but the rush is there from ZETA. Moves in. It's already held to half. And 13-8 will be the scoreline as T1 win their opening map pick of Ascent.
T1 looking better and better every time we see him.
Nasty with it.
Yeah, I mean, the calls they make are very clear. Not every call is perfect, but the calls they do make are very clean, very clear. The prep is there. The iterations clearly are happening. The reps are happening in their practice, and also their comms just seem to be getting better and better, cleaner every time we get to have a listen in. Meanwhile, on the side of Talon, I mean, you had a couple moments with the Gecko, and you did have adjustments this time, a bit more so than their last match, in accordance to what T1 was showing them. But at the end of the day, if you didn't win the first duel, you were off and losing the round.
Yeah. I mean, to be able to still scrape that one by with Ban, the fairly confusing TP play.
Yeah.
It was an odd way to finish the map after he had a fantastic start with the triple kill. But Talon, we'll see how they fare as we get ready to go into map number 2. Still, even with this result, feels like we're nearly destined to end up going to 3, but we'll have to just wait and see.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't a completely one-sided affair, and of course this was T1's pick as well. I mean, they picked the Ascent after having watched Talon's match from last week. They identify the weaknesses, and they strike exactly where it hurts.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I mean, taking a look at the scoreboard right now that we have on our screens, Garnet's sure he gets 4 first bloods, second in the lobby as far as, you know, volume of first kills, but that's a third of his total kills.
Yeah,
ends up at the bottom of the standings, and that's not what you want to see. That's not what we've come to expect.
No, I mean, mechanically he seems very gifted, but today he just wasn't able to get that first shot off. And again, that's what I was talking about. Once they didn't get that first kill, they very much seemed lost, and they were just going for these 1v1 duels.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to a commercial break, then the desk will break down the action from game number 1 ahead of us getting into Talon's map pick, where we'll see if they can run things back and tie up this series. That's going to be Haven. It's going to be coming all at you in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
on this agent. But yeah, I mean, I think All Eye is available.
Oh, the Dizzy goes for someone here. Are they ever going to be able to win the fight? 2 points. Lurker is. They do. He's going to be right past the nice start. This man players got their back covered. Something done. Quite stuck. Head lead. Oh, there's more. Pat with the
Oh, this is okay.
Oh, Bruce will now fall. They got the Paranoia already investing. Line up side player. Can't make it happen.
Yeah. A little bit of a mishap of both crash.
Good shot to start things off. The spray and kill already. Looking third. Goes for the push. What? Still quite happy with it.
Then you put up another man flank.
Side player fights a second one as well. And the cleanup start coming too. Push into the back though, and Pat is set up with that Paranoia as they comes through from the seas. Swing and on top of Cruz here. I think trying to save it, but no, he is going to go ahead and open up.
You're watching VCT Pacific. We just completed Game 1, Talon versus T1. And hey, we finally see a team winning their map pick. T1 did well. They carried fourth, showing that we got a little dance.
Yeah, we did it.
A little victory dance.
We finally
Good
won
job.
our map pick.
Someone won a map pick.
At least today, yeah.
For now. But T1 did great. They showed consistent plays coming in from last week. It wasn't just a stroke of luck. They played very well.
Overall, this was about what I expected here. I mean, I think Talon, putting up a bit of a fight towards the end and towards the beginning, but in the middle there, it was all T1. I mean, they went like, I think it was like 7 or 8-1 in the middle of all of this, from like round 7 to round 14. So, I mean, they were absolutely just stomping at times. It felt like they could do no wrong. It felt like, side player, obviously, you could see here on the screen, had a marvelous performance on the Jet. This is the side player we've been really looking for, this superstar Jet that he was when he was playing with the Guard.
And you made a really great point. We were really excited to see Pat play Gecko, but it didn't quite make the showing that
He had 0 assists. Zero assists on an initiator.
Zilch.
That's I mean, his utility usage was not great. I mean, you could tell that it wasn't, in my opinion, that well rehearsed. I don't think I saw a single Thrash land. He sat on a Thrash for, what, 7-8 rounds or something like that. The Dizzies, we saw a couple good ones. There's one that I'm going to highlight, I think, during the package that I thought was kind of cool. But look, that wasn't it yet. And I mean, we've seen with Navi and other things in other regions where I think there's more that you can play with, you know, throwing it up in the sky. There's a lot more options for Gecko than what we saw.
You could have like mosh pit lineups too. I mean, just zoom in on my face. I am sad. I'm disappointed.
The cameraman's like, no.
I'm crying. Like this is really sad. We were super hyped up to see Gecko, but apart from this one play that we had from Pat just kind of countering Munchkin's lockdown, there wasn't all that much. I mean, Munchkin, in fact, was the one who kind of showed up, getting 4 kills in a round, had the lockdown, set up for this 1v1. It just so happened that Pat, because this is on 6.05 after all, not 6.06 just yet, he gets to destroy that lockdown and win out in this 1v1 because Munchkin was pretty low HP. But that was it. That's all we got from this Gecko. Like, come on. We need more than that. And I think that means that Talon needs to spend a little bit more time in the lab.
Yeah, Gecko is fairly new. Fair enough. I hope to still see more of him and a little bit more plays. We did see at least 1 or 2 more interesting Gecko plays. You pointed out a really interesting double initiator combi. Let's throw up the reel for that. And why don't you take us through that, Taperthan?
Yeah, this was a pretty good execute here on an eco for the side of Talon. You can see Haunt into the Dizzy up and over, right? So you got the double, and I think there's another piece of utility that comes in the back of the site there. But it's countered really, really well here by Bond. So, you know, I was kind of, when we talked about the fact that he came in there, I kind of paused because I wasn't sure what to make of it. He didn't play very well on Haven last time for T1, but this time he played great on Ascent. He had a great paranoia there to counter it. Side player steps up with that Marshall, who he had a couple absolutely banger Marshall shots throughout this one to get his Blade Storm. That kind of changed the tempo of a lot of the second half. Yeah. So that's why we're highlighting him here. But yeah, I mean, I think you could see there were a few ideas there from Talon that were pretty cool, but the overall conclusion I come to with Gecko with Talon right now is not yet.
What kind of stuff would you have wanted to see from Gecko?
I mean, like, I think more set plays. We didn't also get to see a lot of, like, cool wingman stuff. You know, we talked about it. Like, wingman, he's fun. He makes that noise. Like, there's so many things that you could do. You effectively have, like, an extra player to do things for you. Clear out corners, get spike plants, spike diffuses. I think what we saw more was just kind of Pat using it to, like, clear areas or like push out and get info sometimes. But apart from that, like, not many set plays or anything like that. I mean, Dizzy, but that was it.
And it's so mid-range. Like, it's not like Sova where you have such deep information utility that you can get. I think Gecko is paired best with Harbor, personally. I think the way that because of the way Harbor's utility works.
Shield.
The shield, first of all, to protect the wingman. Of course, that's the first thing that comes to most people's mind. But to me, it's the high tide. The high tide cuts off a really, like, the way that a lot of players use it is going to cut off a very similar distance to what the Dizzy and the wingman's range is going to be. So you can keep that middle space in front of you. But that's hard to do on Ascent, right? Because you don't want to run just a Harbor. The win rate for just a Harbor as a controller is super low. So a lot of times that's why you see Harbor paired with a Viper, because then you have that extra layer to make it work.
You also pointed out T1 on defending side did really great. They had created a lot of map pressure. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, what really impressed me here for T1 on their defender side was their ability to control A main. They were constantly pushing out into Wine, pushing out, controlling the orb, and then Talon just gave it up. And so that gives all the information in the world, especially on Ascent, a map that's very sort of, you know, there's like basically three or four lanes, right, on the map. Yeah. When you control one of them like that, you know, like basically every time I'm sitting there in the back room going, they're going B, Talon's going B, and T1 knows it. And most of the time they were able to punish it.
Effectively, you're cutting your opponent's limbs off, and then they only have one other route to go to, and that's it. That's kind of how, like, T1 always reads whatever Talon was about to do. I think Cruz sometimes was even trying to play a little bit of a default, expecting a push out A main, but T1 were really controlled, really disciplined, and a lot of this pressure, I think, was created by our MVP, Saya. Like, he had that operator, he would peek out. If it's not A main, A wine, sometimes Ban is the one controlling that. Saya would peek out mid, and he gets picks so easily. It's free, and that means Talon only has B main, really, to go off of, and on a map like Ascent, so defender-sided, you're stuck in this one little choke point. Bro, like, that's it. That's it. I need water.
Breathe, yeah.
Quack is upset by all of this.
I know the
now.
Heimlich maneuver, Cat. Just in case. I'm just saying. I am Red Cross certified in CPR, so you know.
Yes, I mean,
Play me
are
some.
you okay?
I need a hug. But
Well,
later.
Maybe for a
me some
wingman.
You're
Phil
too far
Collins.
away. I don't think my cord will actually reach.
We'll do group hug after.
But that, I mean, you guys make really great points. T1 just had excellent map control round after round, and they set Saya up for success. And Saya just did his role as a duelist jet perfectly. Every single one of those op kills were just mean and clean. They are going to switch out the roster
Yes.
for the next round. They're going to take out Ban and put in Intro.
Which is interesting, because they tried ban on Haven last time, and now they're like, well, it didn't go so good. Maybe Intro. And what's interesting about Intro, I mean, I expect him to be playing Omen most likely. He has played Breach like a long time ago, very infrequently, extremely infrequently. I'm not saying this is very likely. I'm just saying there's a world where this happens, where maybe he's going to play Breach or something, but most likely he's going to be on the Omen, right? Ban wasn't having a good time, you know, with the Omen last. Nobody was having a good time for T1 last time, so I could see the change up. I could see why they put Ban in now for Ascent. He looked phenomenal. He was in the right place at the right time, nailing some great paranoias for the most part. Smokes were well placed on that one round. I didn't get to talk about it that I highlighted, but his smoke was kind of further towards the site, and that makes it harder for the attackers to like get the angles they want. So great stuff overall from him, but Intro I think is overall played better last week. I mean, it's hard to say, because that Haven was so one-sided. But I think I'm really kind of curious to see how Intro does here.
Haven is the next map pick. What are you guys expecting to happen now?
I mean, it's really tough to say, because I think T1 has the potential to really go back in, watch their VOD from last week, and fix whatever potential mistakes. So whatever Talon thought they could use to counter T1's Asian composition, that might not be so accurate now.
And I think in general, like, I think Talon really impressed me on Haven at lock-in. So personally, I think this is a great map pick for them. I think Cruz was all over the place, doing a great job in so many ways. I mean, Cruz still looks really crisp, really clean to me. I don't think he's really particularly a problem. I think there's a lot of other meta decisions going on some maps that aren't working out for them, probably with agent comp more than anything. But I think Haven should be a playground for them. I honestly think they should go to map 3. I think we've seen that Talon can bounce back from a bad map and then come back strong on the next many times already this year.
I mean, I think for me, what I want to see more of is a lot more team play. Because like we were talking about, right, with the stats, sometimes a lot of these kills and frags that Talon are getting are off of individual performances. Like Patty, that was not bad. But 0 assists, you're a Gecko.
Yeah, 15
come on.
15, right.
That,
but 0
that ain't
assists.
Right.
That to me signals a lot of things. That Patty still isn't comfortable, and also that the prep wasn't fully fleshed out yet for Talon.
See the swap out happening here. Intro's coming in.
I asked him if they were going to win. I saw him in the hall before the match, and I said, "Are you going to win today?" And he said, "Of course."
You know,
there was no doubt. There was no hesitation.
But I just saw Talon in the hall, and they told me the same thing. So I don't know.
Who's right? Who has more confidence?
How do you think this agent comp's going to work out?
I don't expect anything out of the ordinary here from either side. I mean, I guess the big question is how is Pat going to slot in here now? I mean, generally, you've seen pretty standard comps out of both of them, especially for T1. I don't think there's going to be anything weird here from T1 at all. But then I look at Talon and I see that our Zoomer agent floating at the end of this once again.
Oh,
wait,
Fox.
Ooh. I'm holding my breath. I don't know.
I'm waiting for Quack to freak out. Yeah, just wingman noises for the rest of the game.
I hope it's good. I hope it's good because it still is exciting. We need to see a lot more team plays. You have such a strong agent, a fresh agent, if anything, and you have the potential to make creative plays with him. Just, we need to see that happen. I mean, maybe a Cloudburst, the wingman to go in, get the spike down on like C or even B perhaps, and everything just to gel in together. Of course though, T1, I think this is a really standard competition, like standard Korean stuff that we see all the time.
Yep.
Yeah, there's nothing out of the ordinary. I'm curious to see how Pat pilots the Breach. I don't know how much he's played it. I mean, I don't remember seeing him play it much in the games that I've casted of his, which granted haven't been a ton, but in the ones I've watched, I'm really curious to see how he functions on that initiator now that they're kind of swapping him away from the Gecko.
All right, it's time to get into our second game between T1 and Talon. Achilles and William, take it away.
Thank you very much. Got the name right this time. That's good.
Yeah, was on it.
Had a quick glance as soon as Paper Thin brought it up, because you know what? I too have not witnessed Pat play the Breach very often. This is his second game ever on the Breach.
Okay.
So this is a hefty gamble that we're seeing here from the side of Talon. Now, granted, I think that Haven is a very good choice for them as far as the map is concerned. We saw them 2-0 on this map over at Lock-In, taking down MIBR, then taking down EG, 13-8, 13-11 in those score lines. But this is obviously a different lineup. Pat is in playing this Breach rather than Jit Boys, who looked phenomenal on it. But this is a very familiar map for them. The biggest question, I'm going to assume that Talon are going to feel right at home on this map. The biggest question for me is how does T1 improve after a very poor Haven just last week versus Global?
Yeah, and I also think the Gecko here, in theory, works with the way Talon likes to play the Haven, or at least the way they like to play it at Lock-In, which is very aggressive, just kind of assuming that one site is going to be a goner, and they just play with two sites, as if it's a two-site map, so we'll see if that comes into play. Now, T1, they're just going to go for a fast C hit on pistols.
Looks like it. Yeah, they got turned to play contact over in Garage. They're going to lead with the drones. It's not the full send. Saya is chasing this. Question is, do they check that left side? Is waiting. Is Cruz. Sprays through, finds one, has to go for the reload, ends up losing out. Saya gets into the back, finds two. Sushi Boys and Pat both going to be taken down, and that's one of your key players in that Breach to try to guide you into a site to get a retake.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough one for the retake. Cruz staying alive for just a second longer makes Talon think that they can try to swarm the site, but unfortunately, they all get taken out at the same time.
I mean, look at this high-low stack that they have.
Yeah.
Right on top of the plant.
I will say T1's fundamentals as a team are very good, and this is why a lot of people...
Okay. Timing.
Okay,
they get the blind across. Garnets brings it now close, but Munchkin, this time he'll be the one. As the last man standing to close out the pistol we saw on his ban the first time on Ascent. And I think, obviously, this is even better, because now you're fast-tracking that lockdown.
Yes, which is going to come in very handy. Now, of course, we talked about it on the cast and the desk as well. One of the big reasons to pick the Gecko currently on the tournament patches, it still destroys the lockdown single-handedly with the mosh pit. So, see if that ever comes into play again. Now, not as many angles to use that, but we'll see. It's a Phantom for Munchkin with those kills.
Yep. It's going for it. This is going to be unfortunate for Saya player, as Fox, again, displaying some trigger discipline.
I'd love to get a count on how many times Fox gets into this situation. Using Dizzy to see if they follow through. He's going to hear the gunshots, so knows that there's still someone watching.
Looks like they're now a bit more willing to explore this side of the map because they know that the Dizzy is down.
Yes, it cannot be recovered in its current position. So the only thing you have to watch out for is the Breach util.
And Fox, another gorgeous shot. No discipline required. Just great aim.
And now Garnets has actually taken over Sewers, and you have Sushi Boys coming in from behind. They can just hold on to short. The plan's been delayed.
Carpe trying to push around the back. Does find one. Does he read that there's already somebody into the site? No, he does not. Cruz finds a kill. Garnets gets a tag, but Intro finds the headshot. And ZETA brings it back in. They close it out. But very bloody, very costly here is the round for T1. Crucially, the Phantom going to be held on to.
Yeah, thankfully they hold on to the Phantom and at least an extra Spectre. Now, You know, here, because they lost 3 members, you know, they lost to Marshall and I believe 1 extra Spectre, there is a choice on just kind of taking the bonus as it is, or you buy up. Looks like it's going to be a buy up.
Between Cruz and Fox, I mean, they were looking like this was going to be a Vitality eco round. Can't win the pistol, but you can win that.
Fox's Thrash is already online.
That it is.
Well, this means that, yeah, just play for intel on A, and you can play for a retake on the other side of the map. Most importantly, Sushi Boys, yeah, just jiggle peek and then get out of there. You rely on your util to buy time. Now, they've also kind of disregarded Garage, which is a bit of a risky move, but it's going to pay off.
Dash in. He's looking for him. They didn't spot Sushi Boy, so he pushes up into the smoke, finds one for his troubles. Intro with that rifle, making use of it. His paranoid doesn't connect, but ZETA swings out, finds another one. Again, a back and forth. Fox thinking about using it for a brief second. So he's going to rotate over to Garage, and he's still going to try to play for this one. Looking for them. They're double stacked.
Oh, they destroy it right away.
Just in time.
T1, I don't know if they've been doing separate practice to shoot down these Thrashes, but they are making sure it never goes off.
Ooh, the later reaction there. Fox still gets the headshot, but can't get the kill. 2 rifles carried over here from T1 as they move up 3-0.
Now, Talon has done this twice already in the 3 rounds where they try to get a pick on the entry, and then they swarm the site, but it has not been working out.
Yeah. I'm curious about this swap. I mean, obviously, the desk was talking about an intro coming in. We saw, last week he was playing Viper on the first map, and then got subbed out for Ben, who came in for Haven. I'm curious, maybe if they found just in that short amount of time that maybe the side calling from intro is a bit stronger on this map, and maybe that's what's justifying the swap.
Could be. I mean, obviously, intro, he's been playing at different levels in different teams across different languages, where he's able to kind of fill that role.
Yeah.
At one point, we saw him on, what was then the 3rd best team in Korea.
Yes. A little ways back now, but quite reminiscent of that era. So T1, now that it's just a straight-up eco on the other side of Talon, they're going to just go for the eco, or they're going to wait for any aggression. And now they're just going to stack up again. I mean, if no one's pushing out, as long as they kind of send in the drone first or the recon bolt to make sure it's not a 5-man stack.
Well, Sushi can just do that, I suppose. Shock dart up close, not going to get the hit. The second one, however, will. Zion now safe within the cloudburst as the rotations start to come through.
Yeah, Zion just fishing for kills potentially, if, especially because Talon's been trying to kind of expedite these retakes.
Paranoia goes across. Munchkin sniping Garnets out of the sky, follows up for another on a cruise. Paddle final one with his own Sheriff. Again, not nearly as clean as you would want to see here if you're cheering for T1 against these ecos, but they still are just racking up the round wins.
Yeah, now that you have that operator for Garnets, Talon, if you can't scrape by a win here, it's going to be tough. And quite frankly, it's still an uphill battle because of the ultimates that are either online or coming online for T1.
Just clean adjustments from Munchkin. And again, I can't stop speaking about the difference in play from Munchkin going from shot calling to not.
Yeah. Oh, and look
so much more at home.
And T1, they're just rubbing salt in the wound. They say your C-site is not ready for our attacks. Once again, it's another fast push.
Oh, we'll see if they're ready for Cruz. Intro TP's on top of the box. I thought he went for back sight, but instead ends up getting taken out. ZETA sat very far back. Will find one, but it looks like T1 at long last very much underestimated their opponent here in this C-side hold. ZETA with a nice spray through will go ahead and make this costly, and any kills that he happens to find now do deal quite a bit of damage to Talon, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get much more after this.
Yeah, I mean, ZETA, you can tell he's just looking for kills. The reason he's going in isn't to necessarily get the spike, but it's to fish out whoever is watching the spike, trying to get at least one extra kill, like you mentioned, get that economic damage. He knows where 2 of them are.
Got a little bit of damage there on the Fox. See how his quick reactions look here is, okay, we'll just go ahead and die to the breach. Gives Pat and puts him, gives Pat a kill, puts him one away from the Rolling Thunder, but Talon do finally find themselves here on the board.
Yeah, so T1, I don't actually blame them for that call, right? Just to go for a fast strike on a C. It's been working so much. See if maybe you can even get a fast pick onto the operator. Now, unfortunately for them, Talon actually finally adjusts how they want to watch for these attacks onto C site. They hold a bit further back site, make sure they simply just don't give up the backside of it. Now the onus is back on T1 to see how they adjust their attacking side. The operator still in the hands of Garnet.
Again, critically, because they decide to try to go for that play, as we'll see who wins this out. It's going to be Side player. Garnet swings out into him, gets taken down. Because they try to go for that side exec, they do commit that Hunter's Fury into the round.
Yes.
And Sushi Boys is sitting on a lockdown. So this could come back to bite them pretty damn quickly.
True, and Talon, I mean, look at what they've done, right? As soon as they got contact over on A lobby, they pushed out a C main, so they know the focus is here on A. They even hear the utility, so the goal right now for Talon is just keep short safe. Now, this does mean there's not an ideal location for the lockdown on the retake.
Sure. I mean, they have to try to gain Sewer's control here. Counter swing out, Munchkin going for the reload. Caught, Patty gets the shot on the intro. What a lineup from him. Brings this back into a workable position. Sushi, he can get himself tucked away into Sewer and defend.
Kill?
It would be monstrous, but Saya's ready for it. No lockdown to be found. Spike not planted. It's going to be a rotate out of the site now. Into B. This does mean that they're decently split up. And now Cruz TP's over towards the C site.
All right, I mean, yeah, you can try to expect it, but obviously T1, they have a lot to cover now that Saya's pushed out into A-Link as well. They know, I mean, they suspect it's got to be somewhere towards C, but look at all the pings coming out from T1. There's a lot of angles for them to cover. I do like the crossfire they have set up right now. I mean, Saya just looking with a sliver on the entry from mid.
I mean, you still have two shock darts. Now you have a recon as well. So they go ahead, they throw that into the back of the site. They know that he hasn't entered yet.
Cover going out.
Creep forward, there's the tap. Does the first dart come in? Yes, it does. Cruz.
Now he has to stick it.
Just wants to try to take the guns out of their hands. Good for one, but the time is just not going to be there. Knows that he's got to run away. And still can't make it out.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of towards the end. I was holding my breath, but Cruz, I mean, I think, again, he was like, okay, well, if you're not in the site, there's not much I can do. Maybe I try to take away the guns. He only gets one kill, and then he's left without any choices.
Well, first time out now in the map for Talon. We'll see what adjustments they can make here, what the read is from Zeus to try to fix things moving forward. But right now, it seems like, you know, aside from the singular C hit where they just continue to run onto that side of the map, Talon finally says, okay, let's not just leave the Killjoy alone. The side execs from the side of T1 have been a hell of a lot cleaner. Clearly, a good amount of time has been put into adjusting this map after such a catastrophic loss to GE.
Now, one of the things that Talon did well at Lock-In was actually kind of similar to how Loud used to play Haven last year as they were on their kind of upward strike towards their victory at Champions. And it's pretending like the map only has two sites, right? Just ditch one, work that as a retake, really focus on the other side, push out, and go for these heavier stacks on the defensive side. We saw Cruz doing that, you know, making those calls over at Lock, and sometimes even stacking 4 people with the operator just to make sure at least that site is clear, that area is clear. I'm curious, I mean, you have the Gecko as well. It can work that way, but if you're just going to play these spread out defaults, the Gecko actually starts to feel very weak because Gecko's not the greatest solo info gatherer, right? Sure. I mean, it's very passive info like we've been mentioning, so I'm curious to see what kind of setup changes there are. Just a Blade Storm for Garnet. I mean, this is not their full buy round.
I mean, it's a stinger as well for Sushi. Yeah. This is one of those rounds where if you come away with a win, you'll feel pretty good, but this will be a pretty devastating loss.
Okay, but yeah, see, they're fine. Oh, okay.
What are you gonna say?
Yeah, Saya just doing Saya things, but yeah, they're ditching A. So the idea is there. The call has been made now to say, okay, stop trying to play these 5-man spreads. Yeah, you can work an early Dizzy just to see if there's a rush on A main, but if the op's not there, just ditch it. And they're making that call, but the firepower not in the greatest of positions. Now, of course, Rolling Thunder and Lockdown still available for the retake should they choose to commit.
For now, looks like they might be just leaving Munchkin forward here on this lurk as they start creeping back over towards A. So T1, they do end up sussing this out. that A might be a very weak position. Obviously, they're still cognizant that there could be people in these forward positions. They need to clear those angles. But as they just continue to move forward, they're going to realize that this was a missed gamble stack from the side of Talon.
Oh, and Carpe even has a Rolling Thunder, so he's going to hang back with the operator, allow Saya to entry. Of course, no one to meet him there. But, I mean, they've even just regrouped, right? They said, don't bother with the lurk, just make sure let's watch our back. Let's group as 5 instead of giving a free weapon upgrade. Things like these, the small changes, instead of Munchkin just hanging out, trying to get free kills and, you know, accidentally potentially giving up a Vandal, you'll get prepared for the lockdown. Make sure we continue the momentum. The discipline is getting better and better on the side of T1. Meanwhile, Talon, are they going to commit? Looks like it.
I mean, it's going to be lockdown for lockdown, you would suspect, and yeah, there it is.
Absolutely.
So as the defending lockdown comes in, attacking one is matched. Jiggle on the side, fault line avoided by Saya player. Spots another on the entry, pulls back, and ZETA's just ripping people to shreds. Double kill off the Molly, though. But it's 3 players detained versus 1.
Yeah.
Patty can't do anything here. They've got everybody caught, but there's just no hope. There's no time left.
Yeah, just doing whatever damage they can, especially for Sushi Boy since he just had that stinger, but oh man.
And I mean, that's such a feel bad moment. You commit the ult into this, the buy wasn't strong, you're only saving 1 weapon, and you get everybody detained,
Yes.
but you can do nothing about it.
Yeah, which is, yeah, like you said, that is kind of the worst case scenario here.
Yeah.
Hear everyone saying I got detained, but guess what? It didn't matter. You just had to wait out the round and you win it. All right, well, Talon, at least they didn't, you know, they saved the Rolling Thunder. Of course, it's equal on the other side. Now, Thrash available as well. Something we've seen EMEA teams do with this Thrash is they'll use it to scout early, and then they'll bring it back to refresh.
For the flick, and ZETA, well, he's got it.
Wow.
It's locks on. I mean, I can't blame Boxer trying to, you know, again get into that position and also challenging the fight. Garnet's great shot. At least evens it up a bit.
Do whatever you can to bring yourself back in the game, but because of their kind of mixed bag buy in the previous round, they're back on in the same type of situation now for Talon, and that's 2 rounds most likely out the window in terms of pure firepower.
Here.
See, wary. Somebody might have gotten back across behind the brick stack. As Garnets is again pushing down into short. Gets himself tucked away.
Garnets has heard that gun drop as well, so he's quite well aware.
Off your feet! Kill 1. He's got that dash back up. Garnets, however, going to be stunned. Great counter Rolling Thunder.
Garnets getting hit by both.
Looking to slow them up.
Oh!
Does get the headshot in the end.
Good correction.
Hashtag buff Rolling Thunder. Either way, Pat able to find 1. Side player going to be taken out of the sky. Down to a man advantage. Man disadvantage, I should say here. As Intro is the last one standing, and he can't do anything about it. So 3 weapons, including that operator, going to be retained as Talon managed to scrape by and find a 2nd round win.
If they can continue the streak here, Talon, they're not in a terrible position, right? You're starting on the defensive half here. You still have the Thrash available for this next round. You're able to recover a free operator. It's a good start for the potential comeback.
Yeah. I mean, because of how many kills they were able to get in the previous round, as well as here winning this one, money from T1, definitely not in a comfortable position. So this is absolutely a position where they can start having a streak to run this back. Blade's going to be pulled from Saya as he looks for the rush, and they decide to go for the C-side again. This is when it has been left over to the KJ pretty much exclusively once more.
Yeah, they're even actually going to commit the Huntress here. T1 wants to win this round. They want to try to clear it out. Now, Talon safely assessing that they just regroup. They're going for the early retake.
Paranoia goes across. They spot Saya in the back, but he swings the corner. Finds Garnet. It seemed like that shouldn't have been possible. Spike, however, going to be dropped. Fox finding 2. Carpet with the pistol in hand. Finds that kill. Looks to hold things down, but Munchkin just somehow wins it out, catching Patty through the box, winning it out in a Thrifty. And that should have been Talon's round in hand.
Oh, this type of tempo retake on C, we started to see at lock-in, right? Everyone has started to show that you have these lineups with the breach and potentially the paranoia ready as soon as the spike starts to get planted to make sure you take over back site. And that way it's still kind of the same situation as if you just held on to it the whole time. But T1, their positions are ready for it. I mean, Saya, he knows the timing to dodge the flash and then comes out, after he counter flashes, gets an early kill, buys enough time. And that's a thrifty for T1.
Very brutal one, but a good start. Catching intro. Peeking out wide, actually, in the city. That's not even a jiggle peek. He's like right at the very back of that wall.
Yeah. Now, I do like this from Talon. You get the early kill, you just leave the Gecko for info, and then you rotate the operator right away. You know that T1's been playing slow. You know you have this timing.
Down A.
Sai gets himself into sight, gets blinded by the paranoia, blinded by the flash. Somehow scopes it and catches Sushi, boys. And Munchkin, in the meantime, is wreaking havoc. The push comes through. Saya's got the lineup on the cruise. And oh my god, he's trying to updraft into heaven. Saya player's losing his damn mind.
Where are the people that started to doubt Saya? People have said time and time again that ever since he left the guard, or even towards, the end of last year, that he was falling off, right? The meta has changed. Even your Jet's just not going to be strong enough, but he's back with a vengeance. And part of that is the discipline coming in from T1 as a team.
And the round is already a wash. There's just no way that Garnets can do anything other than hug this operator and hope that somebody walks into his crosshair.
Yeah, I mean, don't even get greedy, right? Because if you get greedy, listen, Garnets is a great player, but trying to get a 1v1 against Saya with this operator just to have him drop, his operator, not worth it when this is kind of your last sliver of hope here for Talon.
And he would have enough to actually just be able to force in a buy anyway.
Oh, Munchkin.
He's on this lurk. None of this util would spot him. Garnets has not been checking back. Looks like he's suspicious of heaven.
Yeah.
So at least for Garnet's sake, he doesn't have the right read.
Looks like he's just going to stick there as well.
Will be given the mercy of holding on to this operator. Once more, I need this. T1 just on an absolute tear. 8 rounds already nabbed up here in this first half of the map. Yeah, I mean, smoke's out. That's, I think, a little puzzling from the side of intro to not suspect that the Jet could be playing in a very common spot, which is just on top of default box, but all the same, it doesn't end up costing them at the end of the round.
Yeah, and that was with Garnets getting great 2 kills early on in the round. Talon doesn't feel good, and once again, this operator is their big hope. Sure, Cruz has a Vandal, but it's half armor.
Oh,
it's Saya! Saya!
Just no mercy whatsoever. Fox gets the pickup on the op, drops it, swaps back over to the judge, gets tucked away into the corner.
Yeah, but they can't clear intro.
And he's trying to get out of there, but Carpe just is already so far forward. They're just not ready for it. Pat goes on the push. Carpe responds beautifully, shuts him down, and the side is theirs.
And T1, what a call. I mean, sure, you use the from, oh my gosh, intro, also just dropping down to support. But again, sure, you can use the Omen ultimate to just get info, but part of the reason they use it is also, okay, you saw the operator, and then you saw Fox pick it up right away. Chances are Heaven's empty, because otherwise it would have to be a 4-man stack for them to feel comfortable. So then you get Heaven, he's able to provide great paranoia to pinch onto the site.
Yeah. And Sai just continues to find value. I mean, sure, okay, didn't quite read that, he had been paranoid in the corner. It's just trying to exit. But when you're holding that angle with a judge, you kind of just need to rely on yourself to find kills on that entry rather than try to relocate when you have no cover whatsoever.
Well, Talon, I mean, it's the last round. They got to do what they can, and they're just going back to Old Faithful of trying to cut off C main.
Okay, Sushi finds one. Cruz as well, tucks away, gets himself on the corner garage, finds an elimination. Gives him a hope of bringing this to a 3rd round win.
Garnets and intro, I mean, this is where things are going to come down to it. They don't suspect Garnets because intro's been outside of garage.
Okay, a great kill. No one at the ready. Intro finds one. Garnets dashing across. He's trying to flush him out of the smoke. There's the swing, and Garnets will win out the fight. Knowing where he is, Sushi is going to be the one who lines up the headshot, and there you go. A 9-3 half. And with a shout is Talon, but it needs to come down to this next pistol, because so far, They haven't won a single one.
Yeah, and that obviously speaks to how a lot of these have been going, right? I mean, even the first map over on Ascent, it ends 13-8, but if they had won both pistols, it could have very easily been flipped.
Yeah. A big part of that all comes down to Cruz with some nice cheeky movement. They'll shift it into the smoke over at C main, cuts back across, gets tucked into the corner outside of garage, and is able to find some nice value and get some upgrades. But it's just been so spaced out here from the side of Talon.
Yeah, they're not able to keep up any form of momentum.
5, 8, and 12, the rounds that they've been able to get wins in so far.
Yeah, and that, you know, if you look back, I mean, even that last round of the half, it's almost as if they just said, all right, let's just, you know, just go back to what we do best, just skirmish, right?
Sure.
And just try to cut off the entries on C. Now, the setup was different. They were more prepared for the pinch. That's why they were able to get, you know, maintain control of garage, but it comes just a little too late. Now Talon, they're, you know, fighting for their lives here in this matchup in week 2. I mean, this is a team that a lot of people thought, oh my gosh, they might be a shoo-in to go to Masters after their performance at Lock-In, but they haven't seen the same type of success in their matches so far here in VCT Pacific.
Here in the audience, the Talon fans still holding their signs high. Praying for a run back here in the second half. It's got to start with the pistol. Feels like you give that up, it probably is over.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't imagine how else, especially again when you're going up against Saya, who's been willingly using the attacker operator as well since he's so good with it. And if they get pistol, even if you're able to claw back, eventually he's going to buy an operator, and that's just another headache for Talon to solve. They need to buy some time before Saya's able to get online with the long-range sight lines.
Well, we'll see how they fare as we go ahead, swap sides. The battle of the logos is quite similar. Loser has to actually make a new logo. That was the untold stakes of this matchup.
Oh man, they are quite similar. They are quite similar. Well, Talon now, you know, with Gecko holding on to that. And instead of the mosh pit, they're going for the wingman, so it looks like they want to take advantage of the extra firepower they'll have if wingman is able to get the plant down. At least that's the ideal plan.
You might just have, you know, B attention right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, listen, with wingman, you can actually just smoke off one side, enter, take control of the site, and then you just cover from outside.
Hornets spotting Carpe and being spotted by. As wingman going for the plant. Dart's not committed to try to interrupt him. They just go ahead and allow it to happen, but they know where Garnet's position, and they go ahead and they flush him out.
They got to start pushing through garage fast. The turret spots them, though.
Saya player on this wraparound. He's making his way through window right now. First shots come across. That's going to be Sushi Boys taken down. Cruz as well. A fairly vulnerable spot. Spots one. Takes out Munchkin, who'd already been weakened.
Saya's just buying time for his teammates. He's just trying to draw attention.
I mean, they're just having intro hold this. He's the healthiest member right now, and yeah, he's just gonna stick it. Not like this, Talon, please!
Oh, no!
Saya will go ahead and get the final kill as well to add insult to injury, to rub some dirt in the open wound. 4 for 4 on pistols. T1 looking like they want to go home early tonight.
I mean, just listen to the calls. They're keeping tabs of exactly where everyone is. Man, we are hearing a lot of words today.
Yeah, we're going to have to add an age restriction to the stream.
But I gotta imagine.
His mother needs to send in a written note to say, like, yes, I give my child permission to watch this.
I gotta imagine Talon thought it had to be, you know, a fake or just sticking the half or something.
But he got 3 alive. You can never rely on that.
Yeah.
Sign out, looking to get aggro. That one's down. In a vulnerable spot, knocked down to 56, but he'll get out.
The Stinger 4 spy off of the plant. Now you have the wingman still, so it's doable, right? You have that extra person. The wingman's going in for the plant. Now, ZETA's gonna try to disrupt this with the shock darts.
A little bit of damage, a little bit of extra would have done it, but they will crucially get the spike planted just in time. Wingman doing his job as Saya goes rushing out of heaven. Not gonna find anything, just get caught in the face with a bullet. Now down to a 3v3. Fault line looking good. Garnet stunned up, they flush in, they double face, they find the kill. Dizzy got some connections, but The last 3 men standing will be good for the job. They take him down. They'll lose out on 2 guns, but the Vandal still held on to.
And something I'm starting to notice with the Gecko play coming out from Talon is they're kind of saving a lot of the Gecko utility for the ideal scenarios, right? I mean, that time, when you're down to the 3v3, I think a safer bet would be to use the Mosh Pit to delay the retake and maybe reposition. But you're hoping that you can use that to disrupt the defuse, something like that. And again, I mean, Gecko, he only gets 1 of each ability unless you can pick up, you know, Dizzy or Wingman. So I get it. You know, if you've played Gecko, you know that feeling of, ooh, is this the right timing? But it's going to take some time for a lot of these teams to get used to when is the ideal scenario.
Well, all in on the Sheriff Eco here. Half armors across the board. A couple tags on the ZETA do knock him down low, but they haven't necessarily read Saya in this position, and he's starting to swing out. The flash goes across. He finds one. ZETA finds the other. Now Fox stranded. Saya claims it.
Down A. One enemy
Flash out onto the
remaining.
site is just shut down at every twist and turn.
Yeah.
So they have no idea about Sushi Boys, but they know where the spike is.
Trying to
Oh,
wrap around this drone! Oh.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed. And I mean, again, yeah, I get it. You're on an eco with the Sheriffs. Do what you can. But even there, you know, Garnett's dashing forward just to try to catch up to ZETA. But that gives away his position. And T1, they're so disciplined in their crossfire.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing that I will say for Talon in this round is that while they are committing a fairly strong amount of money to go for the Sheriff of the half armor, they also bought utility.
Yes.
And that's better than some teams out there.
I knew that was coming as soon as you said that. Well, if you've been watching VCT across the world, you know exactly which team we're talking about, but...
Sometimes I feel like an egg as well.
Don't we all?
Saya going to be counter fault lines, but perfectly safe. No one in position to remotely try to collapse onto that position.
All right, Talon says, all right, we found some opposition on the other side. Let's just commit. Go as 5. That's the biggest advantage we can have on Haven as the attackers. Oh, the Hunter's Fury to buy time. This allows people to fill into A-Link, and that means they're prepared to fight this entry.
Zeta's just been fast and loose with these ults. Not concerned at all about trying to counteract lockdowns.
Oh.
And the Nano Swarm will interrupt the plant. And widely, they pulled back away from the plant spot. Now they have to get back over to the spike, recover this, and begin anew.
Here.
All right, they'll still be able to get it, and Garnett's trying to push up as far ahead as he can, using the alarm bot setup to play off contact.
Waiting for this moment. Being watched right now is Saya. Garnet gets forward, catches Carpe. Good shot down there, and now Saya hearing the swing, but still Patty managed to win out the fight. Zeta pushes forward, finds one, swaps over to the gun, gets stunned. They don't want to push the smoke, so does manage to recover this and continue to play forward into the round. Intro trying to TP forward, ends up getting taken down. ZETA, the last one standing. Swing on the right. Head comes out and just doesn't know which way to split his attention, so Talon will hold on by a thread.
Just barely, but how costly it was, right? I mean, they lose 3 of their weapons that they were finally able to purchase here. They're going to be back down to half armors once again.
Okay, it was actually the first shots from Patty, alerting Saya player to his presence, but just wasn't able to swing back.
Well, the Talon viewing party still holding hope, but it's going to be a long battle if they want to take this to map 3. Thrash available. Still haven't seen the kind of tech to just use it early as a kind of mini trailblazer and then bring it back, pick it up for the cooldown, and then use it finally to execute.
Here.
Things coming in. Flash goes out. Munchkin still just staying stuck to the corner. Tail went forward. Have they spotted? No, they have
no
not.
idea.
Sushi Boys, he swings through Garage, and he's going to be the hero by taking down Munchkin. Spike, however, still going to be stranded out. Thrash let loose. The kills being found. Talon better and better with each of these rounds. Carpe is only able to find one. Damage still dealt, but T1 widely are broke.
Yes, and I like how you called it out. They're getting better and better, even if it seems a little fast and loose. In terms of the crossfire, the utility timing seems to be much more in sync for Talon, rather than just saying, hey, go in, get the first kill, and then we'll see what we can do with our number advantage. And Garnett's going to invest an updraft to see if there's a push out because T1's going to be on an eco or a half buy. Looks like it's just going to be a Guardian intro, considered buying a Hero Vandal, but then he would be a little bit poorer in the next round. So making sure you can buy with a half armor next round.
Still plenty of calls for concern, though. Zaya's got a Marshal.
Yes.
Solid ascent when he's able to do that.
Just trying to draw out attention from ZETA from above. Zaya's going to play off this.
He does. Clears the turret. Would have heard the shots. Seen the tracer rounds there from Sushi Boys. Now decides to just go ahead and back away. Dizzy out is recoverable.
Here.
Now, T1, I think, are actually just hoping that Pat uses this Rolling Thunder, right? They've relatively emptied out A site. And they're saying, listen, we're on match point. Are you really not going to invest this? Go ahead. Try to make sure you win this round. Use the Rolling Thunder, and that way T1 would be happy, right? That would be a very, very crucial ultimate taken away.
Off your feet!
There we go. Talon's not taking any chances.
Yep, Rolling Thunder goes out. Still lurking in sewer is Munchkin. Stinger at the ready, but Sushi Boys catches him with a bit of timing. Finds the headshot, and now 4 members left to try to retake this one.
30 seconds left.
Take that. Zaya's able to get ahead of the alarm bot just in time before Sushi Boys gets back in range of it. Finds the shot there on to Cruz. Some attention being paid out into sewers. Sushi Boys will find the fight. ZETA intro. Left standing, now just ZETA once more. They'll get another kill before getting taken down, but Sushi Boys on for 3. As Talon now halfway to overtime.
All right, so T1, I mean, they get their minimum conditions, right? Take out the Rolling Thunder at the very least. Now, of course, Sushi Boys is able to pick up his lockdown. And I also like the change from Talon where they're not sending in Wingman alone because of the Nano Swarms. They say, let's go in and check the site and use Wingman to clear corners. Let's clear out these Nano Swarms first.
Still a very uphill battle. It's just got to be about getting through each of these buy rounds from T1.
ZETA is 1 away from his Huntress Fury. Now, if they didn't get contact, most likely he wanted to pick up this ult orb.
Shadows traveling.
He's ahead of the smoke.
That he is. ZETA going to be good for 1.
It
Traded.
It is on the jet, though, so the attack losing quite a bit of firepower.
The entry power definitely going to get cut short here. Zaya still chasing forward. Tailwind expired. Spots one. There's the headshot. He gets another. As Zaya looks to put them in the ground.
Oh, this is disastrous. Now, T1 kind of suspected that they have to commit to A because,
Swaps to the classic. He's going to look to do it to him like this, and he will. The right click connects. Patty tries to line up the aftershock, but it's not going to connect. 6 rounds on the board, but 6 feet under our Talon as T1 will unexpectedly deliver us a 2-0 series in dominant fashion.
What a clean match from T1, and the most promising thing for T1 fans is that they just continue to look better every match they play, individually and also as a team. What I'm most impressed about is just how quickly their kind of traditional FPS fundamentals have come online. The crossfires, the timings, how they understand what angles we're covering. And then on top of that, now that you have members like Carpe who are getting used to all the different agent utility, start to understand what their own limits are, this T1 is reaching their ceiling a lot faster than many of us expected.
No, absolutely. And unfortunately for Talon, it is a downward spiral.
Yeah, I mean, now I don't blame them for trying the Gecko today, right? It's the second week, try to test your limits, see what works, but at the same time, T1, in terms of just overall power ranking, this was kind of a match you had to win for Talon to make sure you had a safe path towards the playoffs and Masters. So Talon now, I mean, fire underneath their feet. They're pushed up against the wall for the rest of the season already.
Yeah, T1 kicking things off beautifully. Again, I mean, jokingly mentioned, like, oh, can they win the same night again as their LCK team? And yeah, they're continuing to do quite well. But this obviously causes way more questions surrounding Talon and their actual strength. What was lock-in? How did that transpire in that way, and why are we not seeing it here on this stage?
Yeah, I mean, they were fired up at lock-in, and this was across all aspects of Valorant, right? Whether it was the IGLing, whether it was the utility, and even the aim from all 5 players. And we're not seeing any of those at the same strength that we saw at Lock-In. Part of it, I think, is, of course, trying to work out these new Asian compositions with Pat. But they've got to iron it out quickly because you lost to Team Secret, you lost to T1, and these were two teams that were kind of expected to be, mid-tier, mid to high tier. And if you can't get your wins against those teams, now you have to be prepared to take out at least one of DRX or PRX if you want to have a safe path into the playoffs.
Yeah. A rough position to be in here for the side of Talon with so many expectations, so much hype surrounding them. Coming in as the only tied team, being able to push DRX over at Lock-In, taking down the likes of MIBR in front of that home crowd, taking down EG, and then coming here and then completely fumbling the ball.
Yeah, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly what might be the cause of that, right? Because, for instance, if they weren't at Lock-In, if they didn't have a chance to play at a tournament like Lock-In, we could say, okay, maybe it's the stage, right? Playing overseas, something like that. But, I mean, they had to travel halfway across the globe, and then Garnett makes his international debut. He just fires up against these strong teams across the world.
Yeah.
And we're not seeing that type of pop-off from any of these players. I am happy to see them experiment with their own style and interpretation of Asian comms on different maps, but initially we said there's a lot of time in the season, but if you're losing your first two matches and then you still have teams like DRX, PaperX left, now you're in a bit of a dire situation.
Yeah, this is certainly not where most of us anticipated to be. A couple people obviously going for that T1 prediction here today on the casting side. But again, this was a match that coming in today still felt like a bit of a toss-up. Maybe you slightly favored T1 a little bit more because of their performance versus GE and the fact that they already had a win under their belt. But this was nowhere close to the 60, 40, 50, 50 that I was anticipating coming into this. And clearly some reassessment needs to be done because both for us in our power rankings of teams, but also in Talon and how they want to approach the game.
Yes, I agree with both. And the other thing I want to mention is T1 has now successfully proven that they're working their six-man roster to fruition, right?
Yeah.
They're putting in the subs where it works. And they're starting to figure out who wants to play on which map with which agent. If they can iron this out, they might be one of the first teams to really make this work, throughout every best of series.
Could be. I mean, we saw Talon trying to do that experimentation, but to the nth degree by having a three-man rotation going on in their last series. And clearly not working. So they said, okay, today we're not going to do any rotations. We don't get to see Jit Boys. It's just, Pat and the rest of this squad coming out. And unfortunately, while Pat himself, as far as the rifling is concerned, decent performance, but everybody looked pretty off here in this one. So, rough. So, again, you only have to play a single match a week until we get to our Super Week, very, far on into the future, near playoffs. So, there's still time. You have an entire week to try to get prepped and get ready for that next series, but right now, it's looking a bit rough. But for now, that's going to do it for myself and William. Thank you, guys. And we're going to throw it down to the floor because we got another interview standing by.
The tough match has just ended. Couldn't help but hold my breath the whole time. I'm here on live at intro of T1. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 2 victories in a row. Was this expected? 이 연속 경기를 이기셨는데 예상되는 경기였나요?
제가 출전하는 경기는 뭐 다 이긴다고 제가 마음가짐하고 들어오기 때문에 뭐 그렇죠?
I mean, me in the game, definitely it leads to victory. Yeah, so I'll go on to the next question. I heard you had a hard time last year from the interview. Like, how did your teammates help you adjust to the team? 작년에 좀 힘든 시간을 보내셨다고 인터뷰를 통해서 봤는데 팀원들이 이렇게 적응을 하는데 어떤 도움을 줬을까요?
일단은 저희 모든 팀원들 이제 형들 모두가 일단 다른 게임에서도 그렇고 좀 오래됐다 보니까 프로 기간이 약간 프로페셔널함이 너무 뛰어난 것 같아요. 그러다 보니까 제가 같이 플레이함으로써 계속 동기부여도 되고 뭔가 좀 처질 때마다 계속 저를 다 그 형들도 겪었던 일이라서 그런 건지 모르겠는데 저한테 잘 해주고 하다 보니까 그냥 계속 좋은 환경에서 연습하게 되니까 잘 되는 것 같아요.
Since like our teammates are really experienced, I get really motivated a lot and get a lot of help from them. Okay, so that's to the question. Like meeting PRX at the next round, what are you guys planning? 다음 경기에서 이제 PRX를 상대로 대결을 펼치게 되는데요. 어떻게 준비하고 있는지 궁금합니다.
일단 뭐 따로 PRX라고 따로 연습을 뭐 작정하고 한다거나 그런 건 하나도 없고요. 그냥 뭐 평소에 하던 대로 하고 어차피 저는 제 개인적인 주관이지만 저는 뭐 아시아 이번 퍼시픽 리그 1등 한다라는 마인드이기 때문에 네, 다 박살낸다라는 생각이에요.
Instead of like preparing a special plan for PRX, I mean we can go to the last to the remaining games to the victory. So I don't really care about our opponents. Okay, so the fans are here for you. Any words for them? 이제 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단은 저희 경기 지금 늦은 시간일 텐데 보러 와주셔서 감사하고 앞으로도 좋은 경기 보여드릴 테니까 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thanks for being here with us, fans, for the late time, and also for the other remaining matches. I hope we can still be with you. Okay, and for last, the question brought to you by our gaming PC partner, HP Omen. If you had to sum up the match in one word, what would it be and why? 또 HP Omen으로부터 질문이 왔는데요. 이번 경기 한마디로 정리하면 어떻게 될까요?
Easy.
Okay, cool. 너무 쉬웠다. Okay, it was really easy라고 말을 해줬습니다. Thank you, intro, for the interview. Now I'll toss it back to the desk.
Thank you, Kyungmin. Dude, easy. I mean, it's kind of true. This was one of the games, as Seth mentioned, that was kind of a toss-up for our predictions, and it didn't quite go exactly how we thought it would go.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm going to turn this. So we didn't go exactly how we thought it would go.
Heck no! Oh my god. I mean,
I thought it'd be close. This match would be closer for sure.
But
For sure. I'm just
kind of hoping for a third map, but you know, sometimes you just have this cracked Korean aimer, Saya player, ZETA, Munchkin, everybody just shows up today. What is going on?
It's the Korean export team. These like a lot of these players, right, got for the last couple of years have been playing in other regions, or you know, and now they all come back and they're nuts. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, I was saying this, you know, last year. I'm like, you know, you've got DRX, you've got maybe Onslayers or something, two really, really good teams from Korea, and I'm like, guys, there's another like Korean team out there floating in the wind. We had some of the most players being exported versus any other region was Korea. You had them in Japan and NA in particular, and now you can see what they're capable of.
Yeah, and as Will pointed out too, this is the first time we've seen now 2 weeks in a row successful player swaps throughout the games.
That's true. I guess I hadn't really like thought about that too much, but it is kind of interesting because that's the thing that's hurt teams often in the past, right? But now maybe things are different. Maybe things are getting figured out.
T1's kind of
looks like Clint can just kind of predict the future. I need to ask him for like...
Well, it's easy. Just predict the Korean teams to win, and then you're going to do good.
I guess I got to learn from that now, right? Like, I'm on the T1 train after watching this because they really performed so well.
They really did, and it was a continuous trend from last week. And you made a good point about Talon in the past, though. Maybe this isn't it for Talon. We saw this yo-yoing before, where it's gone one way or another. Why don't you talk us through that?
Yeah, I mean, the way I always think about it is, for me, Talon, whenever I think they're going to do well, like when I start getting faith in them again or having confidence in them, that's when they start to slide. When I like go to an event or an international, I'm like, nah, they're just going to get bullied, you know, like playing Optic, right? And I'm like, they're just going to lose. And then they like play really well, and I'm like, okay, this team's back. We're here. So I would say if like for Talon fans and even for myself, don't count them out yet. Do not count this team out yet.
I'm definitely not counting them out yet, and I think you're right. They like to be unpredictable, and they just want to prove you wrong, mostly.
That's fine. Please do.
Let's go into highlights now. There are some highlight moments from this. There was one round that was absolutely chaotic. Some people described it as a clown fiesta. Walk us through this.
I mean, this was a wild round. Like, you have dueling lockdowns, first of all, and then, you know, you've got everybody just trying to get in here. For the side of Talon. They even know that back corner is going to be the escape route, so they throw the mosh back there. It's going to get 2 kills for Fox, but 3 players get detained, or 4 players across both teams. So it's just absolutely nutty the way that this one went down, but still, it's just, to me, this was just kind of a fun round that showcased, like, each team really throwing some really good ideas at each other. You know, that was a eco round as well for Talon there, so kind of forcing the investment of the lockdown, you know, one of the most powerful ults in the game out of the hands of T1 and getting some big kills as well, even though it didn't work out for Talon, I still thought was a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I think Fox did some interesting plays this time with Gecko, a bit more successfully than the first game.
Yeah, a little bit more so with his utility for sure. I mean, we had a round as well where he actually, we got to see Wingman stick the plant, and I'm just, that's the happiest thing. But of course, after that, this round really shows that T1 has strong fundamentals. It's this Korean style of going for those coordinated set plays, the retakes going off of it. You have Carpe sending out the fault line, and of course at that point, I think Garnets was just concussed, couldn't really frag out after that point. And you see that retake, it just happens simultaneously. Everything happens at the same time, and it's so good, it's so clean, and I mean, of course, we got like Saya player, ZETA just pushing out so many times as well. I mean, at some point, Saya player was like peeking out super hyper aggressively with the operator. I mean, look at this. And then I think towards the last round of like the first half, he's basically just playing deathmatch. He just rushed straight into Garage, got fragged out, but like that shows you how confident this guy is.
He's reading angles so well. This dash and then the quick scope nuts on the Sushi Boys. Yeah, the confidence was high for him today. We saw some great Marshall plays too, but he's reading the angles at which he is going to be attacked. Like even before this round, he was crouched behind the box, remember? Like waiting to see, and he had ZETA backing him up to see if anybody was going to push around.
Marshalls?
They almost had him, yeah, the Marshall shots are nuts too, but they almost had him kind of, you know, pinched in where he couldn't get away, but ZETA was there to bail him out. So even though like some of the times where it might have been a little tricky for him, T1's still there to help out their superstar duelist. And yeah, the stats today were out of this world.
Yeah, they were amazing. There was one on A site of Haven when he takes a bunch of kills with his then updrafts with his shorty, and he makes contact.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a heart-stopping moment. If he had gotten that kill, I was just like, Saya, like, is the god.
He went for the chase with the shorty of all things too. Like, oh my god, that was scary to watch. But I mean, like, it wasn't just Saya. The entire team were like super strong, very solid fundamentals. Everyone knew what to do. I mean, there were rounds where we started to see Munchkin actually adapt to how the Gecko plays would come in. Like, you might go for the Wingman plant, no problem. I'm gonna set some nanostorms there, and Will aptly pointed this out as well. A lot of counter plays coming in from T1 for sure, and it just shows you how strong, how much potential this team really has.
Let's get some MVP nominations here. Obviously, Saya with Munchkin. We have a case for Munchkin. Is there anyone else we want to?
ZETA. I think you could have thrown a vote towards ZETA.
Yeah, but of course,
Saya.
it's gonna be Saya.
Had to be Saya. I mean, like they were talking about, there's been some discussion about, you know, like the casters were talking about, there's been some discussion about Saya, you know, how good is he really? Has he lost it? Well, you know, he's seen what all these other Korean Jets are doing in this league, and he's like, well, I can't let this just be, you know, the others. I got to get in on the action. So certainly this feels like 2023, you know, with the inaugural season of the VCT Pacific. This is the year of the Korean Jet to me.
Yes. T1, we were unsure last week how they were going to do, and with players like Saya, Munchkin, ZETA, they're making a strong case for themselves. I mean, we've all been eyeing DRX, but T1 is quickly climbing those ranks. And what's that? Let's actually pull up the standings of where all the teams are at the moment.
I mean, I kind of have to take back what I said, because T1 definitely has to show, I mean, they have shown that a lot of these players have that individual skill. And at the same time, I mean, just talking about the standings right now, Clinton, we kind of had a little conversation about this. All three Korean teams are at the top.
Yep. Look, there's a lot of talent in this region in esports in general, but you know, even here with a lot of players kind of swapping over from other FPSs that aren't traditional tac shooters, still having a ton of success. I am starting to get a little concerned with Talon that round differential is scary. It's even, you know, worse than our RQs here, -25. So even though Talon has, you know, won some maps, it's still really, when they are losing, they are getting bullied out of some of these affairs.
Yeah, I mean, like, whatever Seth and Will said, you know, the Talon, they show signs of life. They definitely have some interesting ideas. It was a little bit creative at times with Gecko, Dizzy. I mean, they are that first team to pick off Gecko. We have Patty just finding a lot of frags as well, but it's always that but.
Right.
It's, we can only say so much. At some point, like, the results speak for themselves. And again, this league play, we're at week 2. You only have a finite amount of chances. You really need to start to show up. Otherwise, I mean, dude, once we go into Super Week, once we go into playoffs, it's going to be rough.
Yep.
It is. And tomorrow, a bunch of teams get another chance to climb up this ladder. These are exciting games. We got Team Secret versus Paper X to start off the day tomorrow.
El Clasico. I mean, this is like the classic APAC rivalry, APAC matchup.
And what do you think? What do you think is going to happen?
Paper X.
I went Team Secret. I'm riding the Team Secret copium right now. I just gotta respect Jesse Vash and the Boomer Bros. You know, I'm on board with that.
Oh, you're all for the Boomers. I think it's going to be a really close game. I think Paper X might win. I mean, as you know, Singapore rep, but it's going to be tight. It's going to be exciting. And we also have DFM versus Gen G, another Korean team that has been doing well.
Should be comfortable for Gen G, I think. Now that we did see Suggest on another Korean Jet, right, going over to Jet for DFM, so maybe there's a world where DFM is able to push Gen G, but I think by most people's accounts, Gen G might be, you know, top 3 team coming into the league this year. They looked pretty good at the start. I would expect that kind of continues. DFM still has some work to do, but certainly they made strides in the right direction the last time we saw them. The other thing I want to think about that we didn't mention for Paper X, something. Do we see him?
Well, I think it's a little bit early, if anything.
Oh, he's pretty good.
He just flew in, dude. Like, he is really good. Sengoku Gaming, we've seen the stats. It's incredible, but, you know, for someone that you just picked up, I don't know if you want to put him into a game that early on. I mean, even CGRS has actually had a little bit more experience with the team at this point. So it's fun to think about for sure, but I don't know if we're actually going to see him get slotted into a game. It would be sick if he did.
I want to see what people are going to predict. I'm going to check Twitter later and see what you guys are thinking. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be exciting tomorrow. No matter what, we all know it's going to be a super exciting game with Team Secret, Paper X, DFM, and Gen G. With that, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me on the desk today. First time 3 of us are together.
Thank you, Phil Collins.
Quack. And our favorite boomer, Paper Thin. Wow. I'm Victoria. See you guys tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are on our 2nd weekend of some South Korea action. So excited for all the Valorant that's going to be happening over the next 3 days. We are ready to open the show, and may the best team win. Let's go over to the stage.
Nice.
What a clutch from 10 to close out the round!
We don't have much.
Vision of him early. Tries to line up Tide player. Can't make it happen. Points now going to fall.
Okay, Pat. I get it. You're fired up, but
start over top, not getting the reveals. Cleaned up as Cruz arrives on top mid, and hey, it's a flawless into a flawless. But this one, Tide player makes his entry. Fox gonna be taken downside. Somehow survives the sliver of HP. Finds his 2nd one as well. Shutting down Side player. Who again tries to go for this rush. Heard, noted, dead. Pat shuts him down. Talon now 4 away from overtime. Push into the back though, and Ben and set up with that paranoia as they just mow them down one after the other. It's a flawless. Spots another on the entry, pulls back, and it's just ripping people to shreds. Double kill on the molly though. Spots one, there's a headshot, he gets another. Patty tries to line up the aftershock. T1 will unexpectedly deliver us a 2-0 series in dominant fashion.